Welcome back.
All right. Good morning, everybody. All right. Oh, let me fix my scene here real quick. We just got to turn this off and this off. All right, so okay. Good morning. Welcome in here, YouTube gang. We'll start off with y'all. Good to see you, Malachi. Welcome in here. Abby likes nachos as well. Welcome to the broadcast here. Let me fix my chat. It's busted. What the heck? You don't stream for a day and there it is. It's all busted. Okay, there we go. Now I got y'all. Good morning. Good morning, Malachi. Good morning, Abby. Welcome in here, Mocha Chamomile Court. Good to see you today as well. Good morning, Kit Kat Calzone. Welcome to the show today. Good morning. Great Bambi with the 29-monther. Thank Root Hydra. Welcome to the show, Pine Crossing. Welcome back in here. Let me make sure all of my T's are crossed and I's are dotted. Things look okay. Things look all right. What up, Mills? Good morning. Binks, welcome to the show today. Valicia, I am alive. Yes. I am alive. What up? Welcome in here. Chat room. Dear Diary, what up, Burger Smalls? What up, Kerbu? Dusty Bun, Brielle Basor. What up, dudes? What up, Jen? Anybody else I missed out there, y'all? Hope y'all are having a wonderful start to your day here today. And I hope y'all are having a good start to your week. We're halfway through it here. Yeah, it's Wednesday. I had to double check. I had to double check. My past 2 days were fuzzy. What up? Good morning, UMT. Hope y'all are feeling good today. And we are going to be diving into some Animal Crossing here this morning. So we'll jump over there here since we started a little late. Do a quick beard check. Some Animal Crossing. Yesterday was Animal Crossing's 25th birthday. So it's the official Animal Crossing birthday. We talked about this. You have the American release, you have the Japanese release, which was yesterday, and then you have like New Horizons birthday, which is like separate. But yesterday marked the 25th anniversary of the original Animal Crossing. The original Animal Crossing, 25 years. We're talking all the way back a Nintendo 64, which is pretty cool, man. Pretty cool. We played the Nintendo 64 version on stream. And that's a VOD I'll have to dig up and release for y'all so you can go back and see the game in all of its crusty glory. Yo, Sith Angel coming in with 27 months. If we get around to love in the chat, If you got a free hand for the supporters, good morning. And thank you for tuning in today. All right, all right, all right. Okay. Yo, good morning, Elephant. Good to see you here. Hope you're doing well today, Elephant. What up, G-Ski? I saw Dear Diary sneak in here. What up, Lucinda? Good morning, Ginger King as well. All right. Do 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 do. Bow bow do 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 bow bow. Okay. And let's see. I hope that I'm not time traveled for some reason. I don't think I am. No, we're good. Our friend Rossetti's here today. That's all right. We don't need much help today. Thank you, though, Rossetti. Thank you, though, Rossetti. Yo, the 6 months. The 6 months. What up, Armazale? Thank you, dude.
Anniversary to Animal Crossing. H-Day clap, H-Day hype, H-Day.
Oh, campsite villager. Sister got you Dinkum for your birthday. Dude, happy belated birthday again. I hope you're enjoying Dinkum. It's a fun game. Dinkum's cool. Yo.
Hi, train leaving the station.
Thanks for the biddies, dude. I love that alert, dude. Thank you. Thank you, Elephant, as well. I hope everyone's feeling good this week so far. Here it is. We got our gift from Nintendo. Thankfully, my mail wasn't too full. Let's go ahead and get rid of a favorited piece of mail so we could save this. Let's go all the way back. We got to have something in here that we don't need. We got our first letter from Mom. These are all my first letters from the community here. I've saved a lot of this stuff from 2020. First letter from Tangy, potentially. Hamlet. I'll find one to delete in here. All right, we'll get rid of Stitch's letter. Dude, another sixer? Another sixer? All right, sorry, Stitches. You gotta go, buddy.
I love this community.
Squirtle, Squirtle, Squirtle!
Nice, dude. I had just enough space in my mailbox. It looks like I had just enough space.
Good morning, you beautiful humans.
Oh, it doesn't matter. It automatically
deletes
deletes the old stuff, I'm pretty sure. I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters at all. Yo, thank you, Rainy Mystic, for 52. Oh, yeah, the name change. Yes. Enjoy this wide Wednesday. It is Wednesday, isn't it? I guess we could get wide here. I kind of forgot. I wish we could upgrade save the letter storage. I'm such a hoarder. Yeah, I know. Nah, they limit your fun. Yo, Caden, thank you for 6 months. Blue-Eyed Sam with 78 months. Blue-Eyed's been with me forever. Holy heck, dude. And thank you again, Rainy Mystic. Appreciate you. Good morning, JD, over on the tubes this morning. JD slamming on in here today. Dear friends, it's been 25 years since 4/14/01. It was said, better than 1 is 2, better than 2 is 4, and better than 4 is many. Ooh, thank you, Matt. Cute postcard art. Dude, I actually have the box for this game. I can show you guys exactly what this reference is. Here, let me go get it.
Wow, glad to be here less than 3.
Aw, Midna was being all cute sitting next to me. And I didn't realize I scared her. I didn't realize it. Yo, can we get some love in the chat for a 2-year resub and Recyclops? If you got a free hand this morning, don't be shy to get some love in the chat for that support, dude. Thank you, man. Thank you, dude. Recyclops, dude. Welcome back. The 25er. Thank you, Nat, for 2 years. The 25er, dude. Appreciate that. Thank you, Sammy Dot. Shout out to Armazale. Shout outs to Tima. Shout outs to Brielle Basor. Shout outs to Pine Crossing. Thank you, y'all. Thank you for getting that love in the chat. Appreciate y'all, dude. Yeah, here it is. So it's green screening. So we have to switch back over again real quick to show you, but here, I'll just pull out the box cam for a second. That'll actually be a lot easier. So take a look. Look, this is exactly what this is actually set off of. So you see on the top left, there's postcard, there's stamps. So the one stamp is actually really adorable. It's the exact same stamp as well. Look at this. It's the exact same stamp on my box. It's got like all the characters in the game in like a group photo. Like, you know, a bunch of the characters, not all of them obviously, but. And then the one that they don't have on here for some reason is the train. That's the one that they don't have on there is the train. I have a train on this one, you see. For some reason they skipped that one. Ninja, 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 ninja. Yeah, how freaking cool is that, dude? 25 years of Animal Crossing. Look at that. Yo, thank you, Cozy, for the tier 3 for 63. HDes Navi's in the chat. I like that, dude. I love that emote. Yeah, we don't, for some reason, the postcard elects to skip the second stamp. Maybe it was just too much clutter. But my favorite part about this is they actually used original KK slider. Look at this. They actually used original KK slider. They didn't use like the new one. Look. It's the original blocky KK slider, dude. It's actually super, super cool. It's actually super, super cool. Yeah, but that's it. Here's the box. I think my favorite part about the box, which I feel like it's kind of like a sleeper thing about it, is like, look at these watermarks. Look at this. Look at the watermarks. You can see all the characters watermarked in the card. Look at that. A bunch of characters watermarked into the card. There's Porter. Like super, super, super neat for them to do this. I was very shocked to hear that they did this. And then I think that the box also has the same watermarks. Yeah, it does. So the box has the same watermarks all around it. It's going to be hard for y'all to see it, especially if I don't full screen. But the box has the same watermarks all around the edge as well. Seemingly. How freaking cool is that? Debutsu no Mori, dude. Debutsu no Mori. Yo, thank you for 55 months. What up? I may have made a mistake. Not today, my dude. How cool is that? Now, I've shown off this box before, and we actually opened this on stream, like officially for the first time, even though it was already an open box back in the day. And then we opened it up, we took the cartridge out, and we actually played it on stream. And again, I can get that VOD for y'all here in the future. But like, just to kind of show y'all, we've done this before. So this is the original cartridge. We've played this on stream before. It was a part of our celebrations for Animal Crossing's birthday 2 years ago. And we did everything we could to like translate it and like figure out. We found out that there was an abandoned Japanese town on this cartridge. So for those that missed it, man, it was a blast, dude. There was an old Japanese abandoned town on here. So we ran around the old town to see what the player might have been up to before they quit. Unfortunately, it was a pretty lightly played save file. Whoever played it didn't really play it too much. So unfortunately, it wasn't played too much. It was a pretty light save file. So, and then there is the book. I do have the whole complete inbox with the book as well. And look at the stamps on the back of the book as well. It's super awesome, dude. It's super awesome. That stamp is one of the coolest things ever. It's a picture of Tom Nook. So it's this picture right here that's going to be blurry. It's going to be this picture right here that's going to be blurry. There's Jack the Pumpkin King on it. There looks like there's Willow. There's Copper. There's Jay, I believe would be his name. There's Chevra. There's Teddy. There's Bunny. There's Curly the pig. There's some villagers. There's Pete the bird. There's Porter the monkey. There is the elephant, the pink elephant, Paulo. Is that his name? Paulo. The Booker's here as well. I think Goose the chicken's on here. Pretty sick. Yeah, pretty sick, dude. Pretty sick. And then this book is just a gorgeous piece of gaming history. Like, are you kidding me, dude? The original guidebook. Like, this is just a part of gaming history, dude. Like, look at crusty ass Tom Nook. It's just a part of gaming history right here. Dude, yeah, pretty cool stuff. Pretty cool stuff. All right. But I really wanted to show y'all what this was actually referencing, because unless you're on social media and you're like following Animal Crossing creators who like made posts about this over the past day or two. But I wanted to show y'all, like, this is actually the full complete box and cartridge. I'm pretty proud that I own this thing. And yeah, I'll do my best to get the VODs from the different Animal Crossing marathons up on YouTube for y'all. Yeah, I'll do my best to get that stuff up. I don't think that stuff's up since the Twitch to YouTube transfer over. Yo, good morning, Doom. Good to see you today, Doom Slaya. Yeah, I don't think those VODs are available, but we'll get them up as ASAP. Yo, thank you, Meadow Will, for 35. Good to see you today. It's been 25 years since 4/14/01. So to translate, April 14th, 2001. That was the original release of this game. Spring 2001. It was said, better than one is two. Better than two is four, and better than four is many. And there are so many of you now. Thank you. Enjoy your islands your way. Sincerely, Nintendo. What a wonderful thing. What a wonderful thing for them to do for it's what an unexpectedly wonderful thing for them to do. What a unexpectedly wonderful thing for them to do for reminiscing on the old game. You know, for fun fact, we haven't got an anniversary update since Animal Crossing New Horizons' first birthday. That was the last time that they really acknowledged anything Animal Crossing. It would have been 2021. and they sent us a commemorative gift in game. And for those that are just new to the game here, I'll show you guys what they sent us. I'll show you guys what they sent us here back then, all right? So what was it? What was it? A cake? I don't know if it's gonna be under cake or not. I guess I want to just put like first, maybe? Here it is. So they sent us this 2021 on New Horizons' birthday. And that was the last time that they ever did anything in game. And for the most part, anything they even did on social media to celebrate Animal Crossing's birthday. And have you guys caught on to this? That would have been for the 20th anniversary. Think about it. That's 5 years ago. So 5 years ago, they didn't really do anything to celebrate Animal Crossing as a whole, but in a way they did. They released the anniversary cake for New Horizons. And they said, this is 1 year of New Horizons, while simultaneously nodding and saying, hey, that's 20 years of Animal Crossing. And then they went radio silent for the past 5 years. And we haven't really gotten anything more than a crumb, you know, as far as like them acknowledging, you know, the yearly anniversaries and like the game itself. And then they eventually dropped the 2.0 update. Then they dropped the 3.0 update, and we got some life back in the game, but it was kind of quiet for the most part. So for them to make a point to celebrate the 25th anniversary this way is pretty cool, man. You know, I'm trying to stay away from the copium stuff, but we'll get there here in a minute. But it's pretty cool for them to just be like, hey, by the way, Animal Crossing is 25 years old, and we're going to make a point to put an item in the game, a special postcard in the game, all so you can celebrate this moment. And I don't know, I think that's really cool. I'm actually pretty shocked. So let's go ahead and get our gift here. And I'm going to save that as well. And then we're going to favorite that. And what they sent us was this bodacious leaf statue. Take a look at this. This bodacious leaf statue, dude. What an item. What an absolute item, dude, for them to give us for 25 years. What an item, dude. What an item, dude. Like, isn't that crazy? It's kind of got some New Leaf energy to it, which I find peculiar. It's got some New Leaf energy to it, right? Yeah, it's got like some New Leaf energy. I don't know why. I'm feeling that from it. Pretty cool stuff. 25 years of Animal Crossing, dude. 25 years of Animal Crossing. Look at that. Pretty rad thing for them to do. Thanks, Nintendo. There's a Korok inside for sure. Good morning, Tales from the Fandom. Thanks for popping in. Doomslayer. Oh, nice. You rented yourself some games from the library. What a legend. Did you see the population growing OST is on a Nintendo Music app? No, I didn't see that. No way, dude. They put the OG soundtrack on the... Did they do that because of the 25th anniversary, or was that already on there a long time ago? No way, they did, dude. Wow. They just added it? Dude, Animal Crossing GameCube showing up on the NSO. So now we can start talking a little bit about copium. Now we can start talking a little bit of copium. How about that? How about that, chat? How about Animal Crossing GameCube showing up on the NSO app? How about them using Animal Crossing GameCube and N64 stuff and sending us a big leaf in the mail? Are they cooking? Are they cooking, dude? Do we see something on the NSO app soon? Do we get a new release of Animal Crossing GameCube? Do they remake New Leaf and re-release it on the Switch? What is it? Is this gonna happen? I don't know, man. Dude, nice. Dude, wow. I can't believe they put the music on the app. Finally, dude, let's go. Let's go. What up, JC Violin? Good morning. Welcome back in here. What up, Nug Isle, by the way? Thank you, Malachi. Also, Leia said that you can use this postcard right now at the post office in game. Leia told us that this card is at the post office in game, and we could mail a letter to somebody using this. Let's go see that for ourselves. That's pretty cool for them to do that as well. Let's go see for ourselves here. I would have loved to have AC GameCube on the Switch yesterday, and my hubby is like, do you really need another game? Yes, dude, are you kidding me? Animal Crossing GameCube's the kind of game that you'll only play for like an hour a day, though, for the most part. So it would be the perfect addition to all of our gaming, because Animal Crossing GameCube doesn't really require a ton of your time. Even if you sit there and you force yourself to play the game all day, you're only going to squeeze so many hours out of that game. There's not that much to do every day. So like, to be fair, it would be the perfect addition to all of our gaming diets, because it wouldn't be taking too much from us, not time-wise. Yo, good morning, Wobbleina and Jess Jackie and Lazy Stoneheart. Tara from Gaia. Happy birthday to Kels in the chat. The grass is green, right? We got some green grass right now for show. Happy birthday, Kels. Birthday love in the chat. Good morning. And happy birthday to Animal Crossing. I didn't say that this morning. I forgot. But happy birthday to Animal Crossing. It happened yesterday for those that weren't in the know, which it's always okay to not be in the know. Good morning, Talnov and DKC2 David. Yeah, they released, for those that are just tuning in, on Nintendo's social media, on the Animal Crossing social media, they released a post and a free update for New Horizons that gives you a letter from Nintendo and a free item celebrating Animal Crossing's 25th birthday. And you can log into the game and pick that up right now. There it is. Look at that. Dear future Hylian. 25 years of Animal Crossing. Isn't that super crazy? When Rossetti visits your island, he offers you one free reset that day. Otherwise, you have to like pay for it or something. So all Rossetti does when he visits is he offers you a free reset for that day, and then you have to pay for the rest. You can normally use Rossetti and you just have to pay for it no matter what. But when he visits, you get one free one that day. So it's like a little, it was a way for them to add a new NPC to the game, which I really like that they did that. He seems kind of useless because like nobody really minds paying for him. But it was cool that they did that, yeah. Yeah, Neanderthal, that's exactly why. They were celebrating 25.
All I need for my B-Day is this. I'm so grateful for you and this community.
Oh, thank you for the 500 biddies. You don't have to gift biddies on your birthday. What are you doing, homie? Chill. Thank you. Thank you very much. I was just looking around to see the little void must have went to sleep. She usually understands. I think she understands by the lights, if I had to guess. Because I'm trying to think of everything else that she might, maybe the amount of talking I'm doing or the position I'm sitting, because cats, you know, they pick up on routine, but there's something about streaming that she actually fully understands what I'm doing, and she doesn't like try to get my attention too much when I'm doing this, because she knows I'm very distracted. So she'll like pop in and she'll try to get my attention. She'll even get a little mischievous and try to like mess with something to get my attention. But after a couple minutes, she'll just leave because she knows like, oh, it's that time of day where my human's busy. I'm going to go sleep until he's done. It's pretty cute. So I imagine it's the lights, right? Because I noticed that when I turned the green screen off, she was in here a little bit more those mornings when I didn't have the green screen up and all that. So I think it has to be maybe the green screen or the lights. Something is triggering her to say, okay, it's time for bed. Because the thing is like on my days off, she'll hang out with me for like a couple extra hours in the morning. Cause like I'm not like in my office, you know, or I'm not busy. So I'm giving her attention and she's like, oh, I'll hang out. And then she didn't go to bed yesterday until like noon. Like 11, she finally went to sleep and she was conked out to like 8 p.m. So I was shocked because she doesn't do that. You know what I mean? Like, whereas today she'll be up by like 5 o'clock looking for food. Most assuredly. Don't get used to that. Hey dad, notice me. Okay, bye. My cat knows when I'm about to start working and hops on my desk every morning. She's learning your routine. Yeah, exactly. Yo, it's up and off day. What up, Shadows Benji? Tamadachi tomorrow. What up, Rebecca? How you feeling today? Good morning, Neanderthal. Tales from the Fandom says, the reason I bought a GameCube for Animal Crossing. Bought my GameCube to Japan to play it. Had US Wild World shipped to me from the US to play on my DS. AC love to all. What a legend. Here, let's get some Animal Crossing music rotating in here, yeah? Let's rotate some Animal Crossing GameCube music this morning. I think I have the whole OST in a playlist somewhere. Let me go dig it up really quick. Stream music playlist. All right, is it in here somewhere? I actually wouldn't mind a blend of all of the old music. Okay, what is this? What is this random playlist here? This one looks like exactly what we want. You guys down? Let's see. Like, let's see here. Oh, the whole video's in Japanese. I can't read anything. It's from Japanese YouTube. I don't know what any of the song names are. I can't read anything. Here, can I like right click and say translate this? Translate selection to English. Is there not a translate this page option on Mozilla, dude? Mozilla needs to step it up. So we have, here's what this album has. It looks like we have a blend of Animal Forest, of Animal Crossing Let's Go to the City. It seems like it's a blend of mostly the OG stuff. Let's see if we like it. I've used this playlist on stream before. Do 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 do. Bow 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 bow. Oh wait, I was writing a letter to my future self. All right, just sending some love to myself. How far into the future should I send this? Exactly a year from today. I'll forget by then. Well, it's not exactly a year. It's a year and a day from today. I didn't realize it went up a day for some reason. Yeah, dude, Armazale, they're getting there. They already got New Leaf and OG AC, so they must be getting there. First game I got for my GameCube was actually Donkey Konga. Then I walked around Circuit City and grabbed Chibi Robo and AC. No way, dude. Now I can listen to 2 a.m. music nonstop. Dude, I was going to tell the chat, don't sleep on the 2 a.m. track. Don't sleep on the 2 a.m. track. I was going to say that. I was going to say that this morning. Like, for those of you listening to the Animal Crossing GameCube soundtrack on the Nintendo Music app, this is not an ad. Don't sleep on the 2 a.m. track. But I'm not up at 2 a.m. Don't sleep on it. Just listen to it on your phone. How long will the leaf stay in our mailbox? I think for up to 300 mails. So the way the mail system works is that it'll just stay there forever. So the way the mail system works is that you have 300 mailbox slots and 100 of them can be favorited. Out of the 100 that are favorited, the other 200 cycle out. But they stop cycling out if there's item attachments to it. So once you have 200 unread mail with items and 100 favorited, or let's say 300 unread mails with items, your mailbox eventually is full. Once your mailbox is full, you're screwed and you can't get mail. But up until then, the game will just slowly delete old mail to make room for new mail, all the way up until the point to where you're full. If you are full, then you're just completely screwed. I'm pretty sure you'll just miss mail. So you want to make sure that you log in every once in a while and clear your mailbox out a little bit. But if it's in there, if it appears in your mailbox, it's not going to go anywhere. It's going to sit there until you open it. I hope that makes sense, but I'm fairly certain that's exactly how the mail works. So if you got the Animal Crossing letter from Nintendo, it's going to be in your mailbox forever. It won't go anywhere. Because they won't delete something that has an item attached to it. Also, when did I get a Game Boy? Did somebody gift me the Game Boy? Yeah, from an island tour. Yeah. Sick. Oh yeah, Bloodraven mailed it to me. Yeah. That's what it was. I remember. Thanks, dude. Sick. We have to craft more stuff to unlock the game systems ourselves. We learned from the chat the other day that we have to do more crafting. It seems like we haven't been doing enough crafting for Cap'n. This has been our downfall. So if we do more crafting, we should unlock the stuff ourselves. It seems like that's what's stopping us right now, is crafting. All right, we need pears. Wow, I have a lot of clay. Yo, what up, Lao Boys? Good to see you today, dude. Good morning, Abby May, and good morning, Lizzie J. Making more VIP rooms helped me as well. dun, dun. This is one of my favorite Animal Crossing songs of all time. I used to just put this on during a rainy day, and it would be my theme for walking around the house all day. I keep forgetting to change the amount. Boom, boom. I got distracted there for a second because I was hearing weird noises. Turns out it was just Herbert. Was that his name from that episode of Rugrats? Anybody know my obscure reference right now? Was his name Herbie? Herbert? The monster? Yo, what up, crybaby? Thank you for the 13 months. I can't remember. There was an episode of Rugrats where Tommy Pickles names the garbage truck because every morning this monster, this trash truck would drive by and it would eat all the garbage that the adults would put out. And the guy who would take the garbage cans and empty them would call out the name Herbert, I believe, to the driver to tell the driver to move on to the next house. So he'd be like, all right, Herbert, let's go. And he'd tap to the side of the truck. So then Tommy Pickles imagines that this truck is a monster named Herbert, and that if you don't feed Herbert garbage, he's gonna eat everybody. I think Angelica tells him that, like, it'll eat babies if it doesn't eat garbage. Yeah. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Angelica tells him that it'll eat babies if it doesn't get the food that it wants. So Tommy Pickles goes on a mission to make sure that Herbert gets fed because he's like afraid that the babies are gonna get eaten instead. I swear that was the episode. That was I swear that was the episode. I swear, dude. Yeah, Hubert, something like that. Hearing my name always sends me to a whiplash. Being a 90s baby with the name Angelica was rough. That's funny. Angelica is the OG of trolling. Seriously, she really is. Memory unlocked. What a great show. What a great show, dude. Bam, 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 bam. Everyone always asks me if I hated babies. No kidding. The music for AC is my favorite song in the series. It activates a lot of memories of staying up late all alone after everyone went to sleep before midnight. Aw, dude, that's so sick. Dude, I love the New Year's Eve music. That's a super special memory. I love you sharing that with us today. Yeah, y'all, 25 years of Animal Crossing. It's pretty special stuff, man. We're doing some reminiscing. Some people have been sharing their first Animal Crossing experiences here with the chat. I'm sure I'll celebrate, or I'll share some of my story as well here as the day goes on. I don't know what Weedster is. Is that a Weezer Easter where you celebrate Easter, but with Weezer? I don't know what that is. So that answers your question. I didn't celebrate. I think I've heard of this before, though. Oh, a golden slingshot. I think I've heard of this before, though. I swear I've heard of this. But I don't remember. Oh, nice. We actually had the carrots to craft this. Sick. Memories of the past. That's right, Lao Boys. How are you doing today, bud? You might just get a game on Steam. What game are you going to pick up? Are y'all going to play PI or whatever? Do y'all know what I'm talking about? Some Mouse PI or whatever just released today, I think. It's like a newer first person shooter. It's like super goofy. I need to craft one more of these carrot dishes. I failed to remind you. Dang it, dude. I don't remember what it is. I love me Toy Day from ACGC. The others are okay, but they're missing that organ, and remove a section or 2 of it from the AC game in the future, but of course I still love 8 a.m. ACGC, best hourly music in the series. 8 a.m. ACGC. I think 8 a.m. is pretty top tier. 7 and 8 a.m. are probably my 2 favorite songs, and they're the most nostalgic for me. Yo, what up, Alyssasaurus? My sister and I are staying up until midnight for New Leaf release at the eShop. There was nothing to do since it was night, but we had so much fun. That's the beautiful thing. It doesn't matter if there's anything to do. When you love AC, you just figure out how to have fun yourself. I played AC music for my daughter when she was a baby and wouldn't fall asleep. It worked every time. Wait, really? Dude, an off day, what? Seriously, it worked? That's so cool. Have you been enjoying Pokemon Champions on the side? Yeah, I stopped playing it the past 2 days. And I was just trying to focus on doing stuff around the house and like catching up on stuff. I have almost like 40 things that are going to be mailed out of this house. I have 40 packages, 40 letters, 40 stamped envelopes, written addresses, loaded up, licked, all ready to go. And I just need to take everything all to the post office and I'll have like 90% of everything mailed out. I worked really hard the past 2 days. I worked really hard the past 2 days to get this stuff done because I've been pushing it off way too hard for like years. Some people have been waiting like over a year for certain things. It's like, that's my bad. That's a conversation for another day, and I'll probably open up and talk about that stuff eventually. But for now, just know that I made a lot of progress yesterday. We were doing a lot of licking. Yeah. Well, more licking than taping, but we were doing some taping as well. You know, some good old packaging tape. Some good old packaging tape. I remember playing ACGC at my friend's place because I didn't own a GameCube growing up. So we played together on her save with friends. Then when we all got older and Wild World came out, we were all playing together before class started. Aw. So my story is similar. So when I got ACGC, I was pretty much the only dude who even knew the game existed. And I rarely got a chance to play it with people. And it wasn't until it wasn't really, I did play it with friends, but like very little. Like I had a couple friends I talked into playing the game, and I got a little bit of that feeling of having somebody live in your town. I also had a couple visits where I had people visit my town, or I visited my friends' towns via memory cards, but I didn't have a ton of interactions multiplayer wise. And it wasn't until Wild World, and I'll never forget, I've told this story, me and my buddy Danny both picked up Wild World pretty much on release. And like I'll never forget. Oh, you needed a regular slingshot. Okay, let me craft another one for my inventory. And I'll never forget going into my buddy Danny's house, which I'll be honest was weird because his parents were kind of weird. And like his parents would like make him come home at like 6, like really early compared to all the other kids. And like, I don't know, I'm not calling his parents out. I'm just saying like he had a weird friend's house. You know, that one friend's house that like you had to be like extra proper at their house and like you were a little less comfortable there. You had to be like on your best behavior. It was kind of one of those house kind of energies. So I remember going into his room and sitting on his brother's bed, and I was playing Wild World and he was on his bed across from me playing Wild World, and we sat there for like 3 to 4 hours running around and playing in each other's towns, fishing and doing all the goofy stuff you do at the beginning of Wild World. And man, it was pretty special stuff, dude. Wait, why doesn't the golden slingshot want to go? Is it because it's favorited? It was pretty special stuff, dude. It was real cool. I'll never forget that. That was the first time I truly got to enjoy Animal Crossing with somebody. Like, and it was amazing because up until then, it was all like Like you would almost like role play you were playing with people. Because a lot of people don't understand this, but the original Animal Crossing wasn't actually multiplayer, everybody. Let me tell this story, y'all. The original Animal Crossing wasn't actually multiplayer. Here's how it worked. You could only have somebody log into your memory card and make a town, like make a character when you weren't playing the game. It was only one player at a time. Even when you visited somebody else's save file, you visited their save file by yourself. You would go to their town and it was just you running around by yourself. There was no multiplayer like interactions in Animal Crossing GameCube. So the game had this weird, like, kind of like alone feeling. It really did feel like you went out of town and you moved away from home and you were by yourself. Unless you had the luxury of having like family members and stuff make characters in your town, then it would start to feel more alive. But if you were playing the game by yourself, the game did have a little bit of a lonely feel to it in some cases, just sometimes, you know, but the villagers like made up for that. And it wasn't until Wild World that you could officially have two players running around an island at the same time. It was mind-blowing, right? It was like, wait a second. True multiplayer did not enter the Animal Crossing franchise until the DS, until Wild World. So I can't express enough how monumental it was when I got to load up Wild World and play with my friend. It was like it blew our minds. It was like, whoa, dude, you know, like what? We're actually playing with each other, you know? It was a pretty big deal back then. I know I sound like an old man, but it was a pretty big deal back then. Yo, what up, Panka? We're yapping about Animal Crossing's 25th birthday. I didn't officially play AC till New Leaf, but I remember watching my friend play City Folk on their Wii. Nice. What up, Teddy Mackerel? Nice. Belser, good morning. They say, I remember having my parents rent ACGC for me at an old video store. I kept re-renting it and working for Tom Nook over and over because of no memory card. Whoa, dude. Maybe it was dinner time. Yeah, I don't know, but he always had to go home super early. It probably was dinner time. Congrats on getting it done. Now it doesn't have to live in the back of your brain anymore. Yeah, dude, I appreciate you. Thank you. What up, Carlos Blue? Welcome to the show today. Are you going to be playing the Dave the Diver DLC? No, I had no plans to play that. What's the Dave the Diver DLC entail? Yeah, what's up, Cast the Casual? Good to see you today. Ooh, some clay from a balloon. What is this? What is this? ACHD? What is this? What is this? Y'all thought I just made that up or something? No, I'm following all the rules. I get it. Newer players who started with the newer games aren't going to remember how rustic the games used to be. Like there was so much in-person interaction involved and local multiplayer. To be honest, I really miss that era of gaming. Yeah, me too. The thing is, though, is that there's a lot of games that still have local multiplayer and stuff, and we don't tap into it. So anytime I have like a nostalgic thought where I'm like, man, I miss couch co-op and I miss local co-op, I remind myself that in all reality, that stuff is still readily available, but what I'm missing is actually finding the time to do that stuff with people. And I'm not trying to call you out or anything, but this is just a fun, like a friendly reminder to all of you, like, of how special it is to play video games with people in the same room as you. I recently have had that reintroduced into my life, and I swear to you, for the first time in what felt like 10 years, a decade, and I've been playing Smash Brothers with my buddies and a little bit of Mario Golf. At one point, there was 5 of us all in the room together playing Smash Brothers on the couch. I forgot what it felt like. I don't think you guys, like, dude, at one point, my buddy J-Rod started talking smack. At one point, it went down to a 1v1, and my buddy Jared was like, I'm sorry to tell everyone this in the room, but I'm going to two-stock this match because I'm on fire right now. In the middle of everybody, and all of a sudden, challenged in the middle of everybody, was like, I'm about to two-stock this match. I'm on fire. No one could take me down. At one point, my other buddy was like, ooh, dude, that's big talking. And then the other dude's like, whoa. And then I choked. I froze up and choked, and he two-stocked me. But I kind of gave him a fight. But like, that's a feeling you do not feel anymore when you only play video games online. That feeling of being challenged by somebody in a room, I was like, oh my God, like I hadn't felt that in a decade. A little bit of trash talking, right? A little bit of anxiety, a little bit of adrenaline running through the room. You know, like, so like if you have the opportunity to bring it back, dude, reach out to a friend, start a game night, dude.
Oops,
I just wanted to throw that out there.
Unsubbed. Thanks for 9 months of good vibes.
Oh, thank you, dude. You never have to worry about that. Thank you for 9 months. Thank you again, Crybaby Uwu, for the 13-month Prime as well. I appreciate that. Just a reminder, dude, because I'm telling you, a lot of games do still release with like super cool couch co-op features, and like sometimes we forget that like it just comes down to our priorities, you know? That era of local co-op will never come back. And I do understand, to go back to that original comment, just in general, I get it, you know, that era of local co-op's always gonna return. It's never gonna come back. That feeling of like it being organic and not forced, and not just like a game night, but something that you had to do organically. You had to interact with people to you know, to do certain things. Like it was a very organic thing like that. You're right. Like that's probably never going to come back. And that is something we could always be nostalgic about, you know? But I will say that again, and this was just like a weird PSA, couch co-op gaming returning into my life after like 10 years. And even then, I did it 10 years ago, but I wasn't doing it regularly. So it's probably been 15 years since I was like regularly doing couch co-op gaming. And it really did reinvigorate something in me as a gamer. And it reminded me of like the shared experience of gaming outside of what we do here every day on Twitch, you know? Because the truth is for me, I get the blessing of being able to share gaming like pretty heavily with all of y'all, you know? So it's not like I'm starving to share my favorite hobby with people, but doing it in person did feel pretty good. We used to do LAN parties at my house, but sometimes it was just 3 or 4 TVs in the basement all playing different games. Yeah, dude, that's what we used to do, dude. I'd be on my computer. The next dude would bring his TV and be playing his PlayStation 2. The next dude would be on another TV playing my GameCube. But here's what we would do. Every hour we would rotate. That was the thing, is like every hour we'd be like, rotate, and then we would all just play different games. I mean, every like 2 hours we would rotate and play different games on different consoles and like mix it up, dude. Yeah, those were different than LAN parties, because LAN parties imply you're playing together, whereas like this type of LAN party, it was like a solo adventure, but like just with your buddies, you know? It was weird. It was like a little bit of a different type of LAN party. The screen peeking while playing first-person shooters. All right, let me catch up with some chat, though. I'm a little behind on chat. I would still like to see more couch co-op options. It's hard for my partner to find things that aren't Nintendo games. I mean, true. Nintendo's the ones that are still holding down the couch co-op front. Yeah, true. I forget sometimes that it's like only Nintendo. True. And like a little bit of the indie space, right? Yeah, true. I'm just catching up on chat really quick, y'all. Sad that I missed out on old AC. Aw, I understand that feeling of sadness, but I feel like, you know, it's... I understand. I really do. I started with ACNH this year, but the vibes of the old ones from what I've seen on stream are more my jam. I like the villager dialogue in the old games. Yeah, and hopefully you'll get a chance to interact with more of those old games as you journey alongside, you know, the Animal Crossing franchise. Emulating is not a bad option, Cass, and if you ever need help with that stuff, I'm sure if you don't have somebody in your life, you could always reach out to me. And then otherwise, hopefully Nintendo makes itchy nose. Hopefully Nintendo makes some of those older games more readily available, you know? Yo, good morning, Nerdy Nurse. Welcome to the show today. My neighbor and I went to a store that like Blockbuster that had games for sale, and we found Animal Crossing GameCube and spent the summer going to each other's houses to watch the other play, because in those days there was no playing in the same town. Yeah, dude. Yeah, what's the Dave the Diver DLC? I don't know if I'll be playing that. Yo, good morning, Strawberry Grass. Good morning to Mrs. Pirate. The new survival crafting pirate game, Wind Rose. Yeah, when's that come out? My sister and I stayed up late for midnight. Yeah, I'm just catching up. Yo, what up, Unitato? Good to see you today as well. All right, I don't think I missed too much. I think we're caught up.
Happiest White Wednesday to you all white people.
Ooh, there's a Pokemon Pokopia event. Jump rope with Bulbasaur. Limited a time until April 26th. What does that mean? It's like an event where if you do the jump rope, you get like a special item or something? Dude, I love that. I'll go do jump rope with Bulbasaur. He'll give you a trophy. You get a Bulbasaur trophy? Dude, that's so cute, man. Bum 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 ba-da-da. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. I love playing Jump Rope with Bulbasaur. I admittedly haven't played a lot of Jump Rope. It's Dr. Mario. Oh, get out of here, itchy nose, man. It's Dr. Mario. All right, we can play this for a hot second. I suck at this game, though. Rotate right, rotate left. Move, vitamin, quick drop. Okay. Is there not music? This is the classic song. All right. I don't know the rules of this game. What are the rules? How many do you have to stack? Okay, it's 4. You have to stack 4. Boom, bam, bam. Bam, 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 bam. No, I clicked over faster than that. Oh, it doesn't get the stuff next to it. Oh, well, we learned our lesson there. I'm not going to be able to slide that in. I'm just going to have to start fresh here. That's fine. Bum 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 bum. Do 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 do. Beep bo 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 bo. Do 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 do. Wait, that's a different color. That's green. Let's just get this out of our way here. Ooh, we got a double. Don't know what that means, but that sound effect was sick. It's all green? That's what I'm saying, dude. How am I supposed to understand? Okay, it works 4 in that direction as well. All right, there you guys go. Sick. I'm a legend. I'm out of here. I'm gonna quit while I'm ahead. I'm gonna quit while I'm ahead. Nice. Yo, what's up? How you doing today, Taz? Yo, I hope you're feeling good today. I took off an extra 2 days a little bit earlier this week, so you haven't missed too much. Good morning, Slow. Welcome to the show today. Just got my Switch 2 yesterday. First time getting an Uber and going on my own too. It was a bit of an adventure, but I'm so excited to dive into Pokopia. You Tato, dude, enjoy Pokopia. Congratulations, man. Yeah, we played Farm Together 2 on a bunch together on Twitch. Yeah, you could find my VODs on YouTube if you go to the live tab and just type Farm Together 2 and it'll probably come up. It'll probably come up here. All right, let's get to some designing here. We finally filled up all of the trees and now we could start cutting into all of these trees that we posted and start actually designing what these woods are going to look like a little bit more. Let's go ahead and familiarize ourselves with what the work that we did. The last big project we did here was we created a massive cave network and like tunnel that we're going to be using here. This was like the last big thing we did. Yeah, I talked to Dr. Mario relatively frequently. The last I heard, he's just grinding away getting his PhD. Yeah, I can report a little bit. I talk to him relatively frequently. I'll let him know that the chat was thinking about him, all right? I'll send him a message. I kept thinking it's the Monday morning show. I'm so thrown off. I know, dude. I know. It's if you're feeling that way, imagine how I'm feeling the same, you know? Because it is mutual, right? I get used to being here every day as well. Definitely weird to start my week on a Wednesday, I'll tell you that much. Dun, 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 dun. Yo, thanks for the follows coming in and good morning. Happy 25th anniversary to Animal Crossing. Down, bow, 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 bow. All right, we'll eventually pick up all these weeds. So yeah, we're trying to create like a tunnel kind of crack in here, and it might not be perfect. I might still manipulate it a little bit more. I think I gave up on trying to create the space I wanted. I wanted to fit a tree down there, but I'm not going to be able to fit a tree down there unless I cut into the cliff a little bit more. I was trying to get some like real goofy shapes going. And I wanted to fit a tree here, and I can't unless I kind of mess with the shape some more. It'd be nice to get a tree right here though. That would be cool. But just some bushes would be just fine. What are we supposed to do with the Nook Leaf statue? I don't know, just decorate with it. It's a light. So you might not realize that, but it actually is a light you can turn on and off. So you might just maybe create a shrine to New Leaf or something cool like that. No, we haven't continued the hide and seek island project in a little while. I'm not done with it though. We've just been distracted. We've had a lot going on the past couple months, especially with the release of Pokopia. Yeah, and then 7 years of Hylian. Yeah. Oh, here she comes for some loves. All I want to do is stay home and play Pokopia, but between work, looking for houses, and packing, I don't have the time. Oh, that sucks. Hopefully you find some time for you to game here soon, Quelth. Definitely understand that. I knew it was a light thing. Maybe I'll just save the space for 3 of them and make a Nook henge. Yeah. It's just a little commemorative gift to celebrate Animal Crossing's birthday. I definitely don't think you want to think about it too hard. All right, let's see here. So this is the side of the forest that we've actually gotten. This is actually the side of the forest that we've actually started making some progress. I miss having an overhead view of things from Pokopia. That's such a nice feature. That's such a nice feature for decorating. Like Happy Home Paradise. Boom, 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 boom. Put them in a botanical garden. Ooh, now we're thinking. Now we're cooking out here. Playing DDV on the Switch too, and it makes me happy. It runs so much better. We'll be checking out Tamagotchi Life tomorrow for a little bit. I don't think I'll be playing it for too much though. But we'll check it out for a little bit tomorrow in the morning. I think it releases tonight at midnight. Yeah. Yeah, Tamagotchi Life is out tomorrow, correct. We'll check it out for a couple hours, but I'm not looking to play it for too long, I'll be honest. I added the leaf lamp thing in my shopping plaza. Yeah, I think you could like do something cute with it if you wanted. All right, so this path is gonna go up towards Tengi's property. Let's go ahead and try to get Tengi's property looking all right. And then that'll help us kind of gauge the rest of the forest. More so, I guess I want to kind of figure out Tengi's property line. Like, where am I actually going to be cutting off Tengi's property? So let's use some... I guess I'm going to be kind of cutting it off like around here. It's going to be pretty similar to what it was before. All right, I need some food so I can pick up stuff and rearrange it. And then we're ready to lock in. We might need to craft a new shovel as well. But yeah, I just need some food. Yo, thank you, Britt, please, for the kind message and the 25 streaker. Thank you again, Jordan Afternoon, for 59 as well. I need to stop drinking that coffee because I'm not feeling too good. This coffee's making me feel worse. Yikes. Ugh. I can't help but reach over and give her some more pets. She's being so nice and quiet, just sitting next to me. She's a good little bottom when she's not being a punk. No, it was water. Yeah. Yeah, dude. I'm a masochist, but not on that level. Show cat. I know. I'll figure out the camera thing. I haven't quite figured out what I want to do with the camera thing yet. But we'll rig something up here. Don't worry. We'll get something rigged up here for y'all. Nah, she's not about getting picked up. She's not about that life. You know, I've made assumptions about this cat before, so maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, but if I had to like guess, not argue, I don't think she's ever going to be a pick-me-up cat. She's very, very timid about that kind of stuff. I don't think she's ever going to be a pick-me-up cat. But we'll see. Like I said, I've made assumptions like that before, and she ended up being a sweetheart. So maybe I just need more time with her. But she doesn't seem like she wants anything to do with being picked up. I'm so glad that we don't have the ingredients to our actual immediate inventory anymore. Oh yeah, dude, that changed the whole game. It's the kind of thing that almost pisses you off that it wasn't in the game the whole time, though. That's the only problem with those types of quality of life updates, is that it's almost like a brutal reminder of like, yeah, we should have had that feature in the beginning. Like, why did I play this game for 5 years for 6,000 hours without these crafting features? You know what I mean? Like you have to admit, like, that's a little bit annoying, you know? It's like, why did I have to wait 6 years to be able to bulk craft? But, you know, I'm not complaining. Who's complaining? You know, whatever. Yo, enjoy your work, Lurk, dude. I have no idea how any of you played without those features. Yeah, it's like the world of gaming in this isn't a criticism of Animal Crossing, this is a criticism of gaming in 2026, right? Like, it's like that problem with modern gaming where games get shipped loosely because they know they can just fix stuff later. That mindset makes games less complete because there's always the option to fix it later. But I feel like back in the day, you either would get two options. You would either get an unfinished game and that was it. That was the game. It was over. Or you would potentially get a game that was as complete as possible because they knew they only had one shot. So while it was a little bit of a more difficult world to navigate, you could argue, right? Like, because it was like, yeah, a lot of times you would get a game that was just garbage and like, that was just the breaks, right? Like, oh, but like the amount of fully complete games that we got in that era made up for that. That made up for that. Getting fully completed games made up for that. So I don't know, man. I feel like in the modern era, the trade-off doesn't feel as good as it should. Like, far too often are we getting features for a game 5 years later, a decade later, and it's like, cool for all of you that haven't played the game yet. But if you already played the game before, like, you know, you're just kind of like, oh, well, I already put 5,000 hours into this game. I'm kind of ready to move on, but now you just added some cool features that I would really have loved for those 5,000 hours. Like, you just kind of feel a little bit burned in the modern era of gaming, you know? I'm going to destroy this rock, actually. Nice. You should totally have Groose on your Tamagotchi Life Island. You know, I was thinking about that game this morning. I don't want to talk too much about it because I think I might come off a little bit more negative than I mean to, but so some of you might know this about me. Some of you might not, but like, I'm not like the biggest fan of character creation in video games. So this morning when I was in my shower, and it had to be a pretty fast shower, I couldn't relax because I was running late. I came to the conclusion that like my least favorite thing about video games sometimes is character creation. So now like there's this game coming out and I'm like, I started thinking about like how am I going to really sit there and like try to design like these characters? Like, no way. Like, I hate that. Like, so how am I even going to make characters look like, cause like my original plan was like, oh, I'll like make my characters look like movie stars or something stupid. And then we can have fun for a couple hours. And I'm like, dude, it would take me a couple hours to even do that. So I'm just like, actually, like, I'm probably not doing anything like that. Like, I'm probably just going to speed run the beginning of the game and then turn it off. That's just what tomorrow's going to be like. I'm just going to be 100%. I'm just going to set the expectations right now. Like, I'm just going to speed run the game and then I'm going to turn it off. Like, I'm not trying to play Tamagotchi Life. I'm just being, it's just not the game. I don't want to play the game. I just don't want to play the game, dude. Yeah, I'm playing it for maybe I'm going to try to give you guys at least 4 hours. I'm going to try to give you at least 4 hours, but do not be surprised if you tune in tomorrow at noon and I'm already doing something else. Do not be surprised if you tune in at noon tomorrow, maybe 3-4 hours into the show, and I'm doing something else. Like, cause I'm probably going to be game switching very early into the day. And like, I don't want to like put down a line of defense and like give you a reason not to tune into my show. I'm not trying to like overspeak here, but I am trying to be as honest as possible. Like, the more I think about playing Tamagotchi Life, the more I want to cringe out of my whole existence. Like, I don't know what it is about this game. I do not want to play it. Like, I cannot wrap my head around enjoying this game. I can't wrap my head around playing the game. And I feel like it's going to be a waste of 4 hours of my life. And I don't really feel this way often about video games. Like, I'll be real. Like, rarely do I ever feel this way about showcasing a game on stream. I never feel this way. Rarely do I ever, like, I didn't even feel this way about DDV. I didn't feel this way about Hello Kitty Island. I really didn't, because those games, I was like, whatever, maybe I'll like it. But like Tamagotchi Life, I know for a fact that there is nothing in this game that is for me as a person. So much that like I've only ever felt this way about a game a handful of times in my life. And like, so like, I don't know. I just want to be real with y'all. Like, we're going to check it out. I don't even have to buy it. So like, it's going to be cool because I'm just going to be able to check it out guilt-free without spending the $60. So I'm super lucky in that regard. So we're just going to check it out for fun, you know, like, because I have access to a free copy of the game, I'm just going to hang out and play the free copy of the game. Like, I'm going to have fun with it, you know? But to be fair, like, I really don't think the game's for me, dude. It's not. So we're going to play the free copy I have access to. We're going to have a blast. We're going to have fun for a couple hours. But I just, and I wouldn't normally pull back the fourth wall so heavily, but like, I'm just like expressing how I've like the actual thoughts that went through my brain in the shower this morning. I like that's all I'm sharing with you. I haven't been thinking about it too much or anything. I don't care that much. I don't want people to think I'm like forcing myself to do something I don't want to do. Like, believe me, like, I'm not like sick to my, oh, what am I doing with my life? Like, It's nothing too weird. As I was in the shower this morning, these are the thoughts that crossed my mind. And I was like, it's just like, I don't know, dude. I don't know, man. I don't know, dude. Oh man, yo, what up, Retro Top 10? Thanks for the happy 25, homie. Well, you're talking about Animal Crossing. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, well, how you doing today, Retro? And yeah, 25 years of Animal Crossing. We're kind of poking around Animal Crossing and talking, sharing stories about how we first interacted with Animal Crossing, kind of reminiscing and reflecting, and just embracing the energy of the idea, the concept around, the energy around the idea. 25 years of Animal Crossing. It's pretty cool. What up, Super Smash Bros? Yo, enjoy the work, Lurk, JR Prisma. The characters freak me out. You can do a questionnaire for designing the Miis. Oh, that makes me feel so much better. Oh my gosh, you could just design the Miis with the questionnaire. Oh my gosh, I feel so much better, dude. I don't know why I was dreading designing the Miis so much. I was seriously in dread thinking about having to care about designing these Miis. I'm like, dude, I barely care about designing characters that I'll play for 100 hours. Like, I don't think people understand. Like, I barely care about designing a character for Skyrim or something that I will put 100 hours of time into. Like, let alone
Good morning.
caring about like creating characters for this kind of game. You know what I mean? Like I it's not even a thing that's on my radar. I have such zero interest in character creation. It's just not my bag, dude. It's such a weird take. I know, dude. Like, it's such a weird take. So many people don't understand my gamer brain, dude. Yeah, like for some reason, I am just not into character creation. I'm not into character customization. I don't really care. You know, I'll do it every once in a while. Every once in a while, I'll sit down and I'll try to like actively make my character look like something, like me, or like the role play that I have in mind, but rarely. Yeah, I know it's me. I'm the one with the weird take on this. I think most people like character customization. I'm just a super goober. I just don't care. I feel like character creation is kind of pointless given that most games don't focus on how your character looks. Some games really make it shine though, like Saints Row. Yeah, right. Like you'll find that games where role playing is kind of the theme, character creation feels a lot better. And that's the games that I'll do it a little bit more. But even then, you know, I wasn't being hyperbolic when I said like, but even then, for some reason, I am just not that interested in character creation. Like, I don't know why. I'm just like, not. I just have such a disconnect with that side of gaming. Most people I know feel the same way. Oh, that makes me feel a little bit better. Let chat answer the questionnaire. Sure, you guys can create all my characters if it comes down to questions. That sounds like a blast. What up, Logan Brook? Good to see you today, Logan. Welcome in. Lazy Stoneheart, true. Yo, what up, Miss Beans Gaming? Yeah, but I'm not trying to yuck any yums, so I'll leave it there. I'll stop talking about it for now. Yeah, I don't want to yuck yum because I don't. This isn't a commentary on the game. I'm sure the game's going to be awesome, dude. You know, here, let's actually talk about something positive really quick. So an interview came out, and apparently they've been working on Tamagotchi Life for a decade. Dude, they've been working on this game for a decade. And apparently the developers, they said, when they decided to make the next Tamagotchi game was when they ran out of stuff to do in the old one. So apparently they played so much of the old Tamagotchi that they said to themselves, there's no more new interactions and that there's nothing else to like do. So now it's time to make a new game. And then they sat there and they spent a decade putting together a brand new Tamagotchi life for all of you. You guys are getting a decade-long development game. You guys are getting a game that could potentially last you hundreds of hours of interactions. Unique interactions, fun little Easter eggs, and little moments to discover. If it's a game you're excited for, you're probably in it to like for a wonderful experience. You really are. Like, so don't let my attitude at all stop your excitement for this game. I'm telling you, I think you are in for such a gem of a game. And maybe I am as well. You know, I'm still going in with an open mind, even if I do have some weird takes on it. So I just wanted to share that with all of you because the game looks really good and really promising for the amount of effort, you know, because of the amount of effort they put into it. So we're talking about Tamagotchi Life. Tamagotchi Life. I think it's the new game coming out tomorrow. I was getting ready for Plumber. Reminds me of an extended version of Tamagotchi. Before
Good afternoon, folks.
It was a great before bed game.
Animal Crossing New Horizons folks get your lamp in the mail with the new update?
Yes, I did. Yes, Gunblade, and that's what we're here talking about and celebrating today. I even pulled out my original cartridge for 64 to show the chat room here what they actually based the letter off of. So for those of you that are logging in the ACNH this morning, this is the box for Nintendo 64 that they based the letter that you got in the mail today off of. Look, there's the grass, there's the pattern of trees, there's KK Slider. So I'm really proud to own this. It was a gift about 5 years ago. And I have the complete in-box Japanese Animal Crossing for Nintendo 64. I'm pretty proud to own that. And I don't have many things I'd say that about. Like proud to own, you know? Yeah, pretty cool stuff, right? Pretty cool stuff. What up, Gunblade? Thanks for 83. Can we get some love? And then Exhaustion came in with 13 months. I didn't miss you there, Exhaustion. Thank you. And Teddy Mackerel, thanks for sharing that link in the Discord, by the way. Thank you. I'll have to check that out here a little bit later. All right, so what I did is marked off Tangy's property line so that we could decorate Tangy's property later. I just needed a visual on what Tangy's property line was going to look like because the rest of everything else is going to be pretty heavy with trees. Let's go grab a couple more trees and move them up here, and then let's start our progress. Let's start our process of building the Lost Woods here, man. It's Lost Woods time. We got to start designing here. And then we will be switching over to some Pokopia today. And we're going to be doing some designing in Pokopia today as well. Very design heavy stream, nice and slow paced. Excuse my voice crack. Nice and slow paced here today. A little bit of designing, relaxing, and just kind of coming back after taking a couple days off. Needed to do a little bit of a recharge and wanted to take care of some chores and some obligations, and I'm back. I will likely be here for the next, 5 to 7 days, and we'll probably try to lock in, as I like to say, these next couple days here, and not necessarily make up for lost time, but make up for a little bit of lost time. Not quite the energy I'm looking to express, but basically. And we got some games to play, right? We got Zelda to play. We got Stardew to play. We got Pokopia to play. I've been inspired to kind of go back and play some Scarlet and Violet and stuff. And I might even do some of that. And so we got some we got some content to do and some games to play. I've been, somebody asked earlier, I've been enjoying Champions? And I have, dude. I built a team and it got all the way up to Great Ball 2. And then I took a break and I decided to build version 2 of the team. Version 2.0, if you will, of the team. And that's what I've been working on now. And I have 3 of the 6 Pokemon decided for version 2.0 of my Fortress team. And it's looking pretty good. Primanara, Fortress, and Starmie are the first 3. And then I'm trying to decide what I'm going to slot in for the 4th to have. I want to have multiple cores, and I want to have a 3 Pokemon core, a 4 Pokemon core times 2, and then I want to go from there. I guess to give you guys the short of it, because this is pretty nerdy with Pokemon team building, I'm doing a lot of thinking. A lot of thinking and like perfectly curating this team, and it's taking a lot of my brain, but it's a lot of fun. I really enjoy Pokemon team building. It's like my favorite part of. I almost like the team building more than playing the game. I'm like hooked on it. Yeah, I got to go back to Pokemon ZA because apparently I didn't get my Mega Floette. I didn't get my freaking Floette in ZA. And you get a Floette after you do a certain amount of story, and apparently I just been missing out. So I got to go back and play some more ZA. Found a nice little Easter egg. The leaf statue Nintendo sends you in the mail. Timmy and Tommy will buy it for 25 414 coins, and the sell amount is a little Easter egg. Dude, that's so cute. What the heck? Our baby ducks are getting big. Have you taken any new pictures? I got a couple new pictures of my little Budum. I can share just like a couple. I'm trying to take more pictures. I don't do it naturally. Like I don't think about it in the moment too often, but you got a new mug for hot drinks the other day? Nice. All right. So now that we have an idea of the forest we're going to be working on today, we gotta start creating some dead ends and figuring out exactly how we're going to be blocking people from entering the woods outside of the area that we choose. All right, these are going to all be bushes here, I suppose, even though I would love a tree right here. Assassin's Creed Shadows. Ooh, nice. Didius Maximus. Got a new game coming in the mail. We like that. All right, a tree here works. So we need to get on our handy dandy island designer kit, and we need to start putting down some paths. Where do you get Mega Floette? You have to beat the story, and then you have to do the Infinite Royale. Yeah, you beat the story, and then you do the Infinite Royale, and after a certain amount of battles, just to avoid spoilers, you'll get it. After a certain amount of battles, you will get the Omega Floette. Boom, boom, boom. All right, and then is this where the line that I'm looking to? Yeah, honestly, even a little closer. So like, we can start thinning out the trees a little bit more right here. I'm gonna need more food. Barely touched Infinite Royale. Same. That's what happened to me. I barely got up to 10 before I got a little burnt out. So the same thing happened to me. I barely got up to 10 before I ended up just walking away. I'm just quickly checking to see if I want to throw some tunes on. We could do a little bit of ACNH music. Nah. We'll do this. Let's put on thing. Where's my other favorite Animal Crossing playlist? Is this it? I thought I had 2 of them that were super cool. Ooh, some Cassiopeia though. Welcome to the show. It's Wednesday here, and April 15th. It's tax day. If you haven't gotten your taxes done, get out there and get them done. Stateside fam, welcome to the show. It's your host, Heinley in Descent, and you're tuned in for some Animal Crossing New Horizons and chill. All right, no, I need to chill though, because that'll get me doxxed real quick, or not doxxed, but DMCA'd. That's that Cassiopeia, baby. Yeah, we did talk about the Animal Crossing GameCube on the app. I talked a little bit of copium. I didn't talk too much copium, but I talked a little bit of copium this morning. It certainly feels very purposeful. Let's just say that. It feels very purposeful for them to all of a sudden celebrate the 25th anniversary of Animal Crossing. And the reason it feels so purposeful is because, as I stated earlier, they haven't really done this since 2021. 5 years ago, they did a little something for New Horizons' birthday.
H-Day Wiggle, Happy Wednesday.
And that was the closest thing we got to them even acknowledging Animal Crossing's birthday outside of maybe a social media post. So it feels very purposeful. It does feel like they're cooking. And again, we talked about this, right? Did we not talk about this? So 3.0 gets announced and then released, and they're starting to ramp up conversation, right? So all of a sudden, Pokopia comes out. A couple weeks after Pokopia, another little mini update to New Horizons. Again, reminding us that Animal Crossing exists, sparking more conversation around Animal Crossing. It does feel very purposeful. It does feel purposeful. However, I want to be careful about going too deep on the copium this morning, because we are going deep on the copium right now. Like, this is copium deep. We are deep in the copium. So like, we gotta be careful. But yes, I do see the conversation that can be had here about them and their weird timing. Pokopia.
White Tangy Wiggle, it's White Wednesday and AC's B-Day dang White Tangy Wiggle. Appreciate ya being here, my dude.
Yo, thank you. The back-to-back tier 2s. We gotta hit it again. We gotta hit it again.
The best place to be every morning. Thanks for doing what you do. H-Day Link.
M Bliss and Raina B with the tier 2s. 26 and 35. Round of love in the chat for that, dude. Holy bananas. I would say that's a bit of a Hawa moment for sure. Yeah, I think I agree with that decision. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for the 169 biddies. Thank you. Sure. I think that was appropriate. Yes. What's up, Bookie Proud Mama? Good to see you today. All right, let's turn this AC off for now. We don't need it. Yo, we'll see you later, Doomslayer. Good luck with your lab work. Okay. Bam, bam. Bam, 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 bam. All right, we're putting this right here. Oh, let me get my chat back here. I wanted to scroll up really quick. I was watching your VODs for ZA and came across the Spupa mishap and realized I too had gotten rid of the Spupa. And if I wanted one, I'd have to start a new save file on another Switch account and then move the Spupa to home and then remove it from home to move it to my original save file. I started, but the quest gets locked later in the game. Unlocked later in the game and not so early. Yeah, you would have to do some grinding for sure. It'd be super cool if they would let me listen to the Nintendo Music app on my Nintendo Switch, like while playing other games or something like that. Wouldn't that be super rad? That would be nuts, dude. That would break my brain. Finally got the base set and base set 2 Pokemon cards in a binder. Oh, nice. Congrats. It would make sense. Well, yeah, because like, so here's what my brain started thinking about. My brain started thinking, so what if this was all just to get people to use their music app? And what if this has nothing to do with the games at all? And we really are just over copying, Pokopium, aiming. Like that combination of words was just not coming out. Right? Like, what if like actually it really just has nothing to do with more than them just like, use our app, please. You know, like, I hate to say it. I hate to be the person to say it, you know, but it's like, use our music app. So here's a reason to do it. Like, I don't know, man. That's more likely, but less fun. Well, because like, think about it. Whoever designed the product for the music app is tasked with trying to get people to use it. Or it's just a wasted piece of media in Nintendo's eyes. So they have to get more people to install and use it. That's probably like somebody's job. So if you think about like, okay, so somebody's job is to get me to use their music app. Well, then they're probably the ones, in theory, this is all just a weird theory. Then they could be the ones who are provoking a little bit of Animal Crossing love, because they could be reaching out to like Nintendo higher ups, like, hey, we have an idea to get more people on the music app. And then they say, okay, well, what's the idea? And they go, well, the idea is, what if we do a little mini update for the 25th anniversary of Animal Crossing and then get a little bit of hype drumming and then direct people to the music app? Because they did the same thing with New Leaf. If you remember, like when New Leaf dropped, it was like around the time that they were talking about Animal Crossing again. I don't remember the exact details, but it did. Like it totally, the New Leaf album dropped around the time when they were like getting hype again with AC, I swear, if I remember correctly. So it's like, it just makes me wonder, like, I wonder if a lot of what's going on has to just do with their stupid music app. And they're just trying to get more people to use it. And like, that would suck. It sucks to think that way. I know, I'm sorry I'm being a downer, but it does make too much sense for my brain. Yeah, Dolore, I hope that the music app gets more usable in the future. It feels like it's not that usable because it's stuck on the phone. All right, we are putting this tree back here. Have we knuckled? We have not knuckled. Well, we could do a knuckle before I game switch later, sure. If they started cooking on the new Tamagotchi Life so long ago, you know they had to have started cooking on the new AC years ago as well. Oh, I 100%, yeah. 100%, yeah. Dude, the new AC has to have been at least conceptualized for a while now. at least, like for a while now, it had to have been conceptualized. They have to have a rough idea of what they're doing, and had to have had a rough idea of what they're doing for a while now. Right? Even if the people always jump up to say, but the Splatoon team is the same, and what if they've been working on Splatoon? And it's like, well, that's actually not really a fact anymore. That's pretty old information that no one ever even confirmed really outside of like one interview. And we don't know if that's still the case. And I always like to bring up the argument that I think that after New Horizons' success, they likely gave Animal Crossing their own team. There's no reason why they would be the same exact team after so much success. So I don't think that that's what's going on. I don't think that's the case. If I had to imagine, Animal Crossing New Horizons warranted a pretty big change in how they were handling the Animal Crossing games, like to some extent. Like they hired some more people, they shifted some people around, like I don't know, maybe not, but like straight up when we were deep in AC&H, they were cooking. Yeah, they probably were. I think so anyways. I'd like to think that that's a very true statement. Boom, 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 boom. Yo, thank you again for the support coming in, you bunch of hooligans. All right, perfect. However, I guess Nintendo's willingness to work on games for a super long time is a little sketchy because, like, who knows how long they're going to be willing to just ride out New Horizons, That's like the age-old conversation. How long are they going to be willing to just ride it out, right? Oh, wait, my storage is up here. All right, some tree rearranging has been doing us wonders here. And did I pick my storage back up? I did. I can't stop thinking about Pokopia. Dude, we finished our Pokedex in Pokopia. I'm so excited. We actually did it, dude. It was on the last episode. It was fun. All right, let's go grab some bushes here. Yo, good morning, Baxter. Good to see you. Alith Zana. Leafeon with coffee. Hope you're feeling good today. And good morning, y'all. Thanks for hitting that like button over on YouTube as well. Ooh, look at all these trees we have. Holy heck. I didn't realize I had so many hardwood trees in here as well to use. And a lot of fruit trees. Oh, and we still have some... Oh, these are young cedars. These are not fully grown. So we would add those later once we get to the point to where we're doing like fine details. All right, first off, we need to figure out what bushes we're using in the forest. Because likely we're going to be using holly bushes in the heart of the woods. All right, what is this bush right here? Plumera bushes. All right, and then what's this right here? Tea olive bushes. All right, and then what else we got in here? Looks like we're doing kind of a blend of everything, which is very forest-like. Red hibiscus. All right, so tea olive, red hibiscus, and the plumera. Is that what I'm pulling from this? And then what's this right here? This looks different as well. Nope, just more hibiscus here. Boom. All right, plumera, hibiscus, and a little bit of tea olive looks like is what we're working with. We'll do holly in the very center of the forest and by my house. It sucks when you play games way after the hype and no one's playing. Like by the time I can play Pokopia, no one will be playing it and I'll miss out on being able to get help from others who are playing. Like right now, with ZA doing the link trade evolution is going to be tough. Oh, I can help you out. That's the one thing I got to remind you is that you have this community though. Don't forget that. And if you're in the Discord, you will find 1 or 2 people that are willing to load up the game and help you out. But you are still correct, by the way. That feeling of getting to a game late and kind of missing the hype is totally valid, dude. I understand that. I get that for sure. But don't worry. We'll be able to help you out, man. Between myself and other people in the community, we'll be able to help you out for sure. And, you know, the same way with Pokopia, you know, I do think Pokopia has enough staying power that I'll be interacting with it for quite a while. And I'm sure that there's other people that feel a pretty similar vibe towards that game. So I don't know. I don't think you'll be too alone in Pokopia. I think that game has a lot of staying power, at least for myself in the channel, and then the community at large. But again, I didn't want to take away from your comment, because like the truth is that you're right. That feeling does kind of suck, and I definitely understand that feeling of, you know, oh man, you getting to a game a little bit later, and you definitely feel when the energy leaves the room when it comes to like that kind of stuff. You do feel that. All right, let's go. Let's start getting these bushes down. Bam, 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 bam. Put a tea olive here. Put another one here as well. Yo, what up, Tamperp? Yeah. So don't forget that, because while you do feel that way and while your feelings are valid, really what I just wanted to remind you was that that's why you're here. Right? Like that's kind of why you're here, and that's why this community exists. Like for that exact situation, so that when you do pick up a game way later, you can jump into the Discord if you're a Discord person, and you can say, you know, reach out to someone and say, hey man, like I'm playing this old dusty game. Is anybody around to help me out? And like, you'll actually probably get somebody to help you out. Like, you more likely than not, you know, it might take a day or two for people to reply, but as I put the work in to build this community, and as those of you that call this community home also put the work in by bringing energy and light to our space, we're slowly building a place where you can pretty much guarantee that you'll find some gamers to hang out with, you know? That's kind of been my goal from the beginning. That's what I did with the Hyro Gaming Group, you know? My whole goal was to just like create a space that gets big enough that there's enough people around and there's enough going on that you're guaranteed, like if you're looking to play some Minecraft, there's probably somebody playing Minecraft. If you're looking to play some Fortnite, there's probably somebody around playing some Fortnite. And, you know, again, now maybe those people aren't looking at the Discord the moment that you're looking to play those games. And it might take a couple days for someone to see your message and engage with it. It's not always going to happen like instantly, because our community's big, but it's not like that big, right? That's like a dream, to have a community so big that like, you know, people are around the clock gaming and interacting with each other, you know, but we're kind of getting there. To be fair, like we're kind of getting there. We have a pretty awesome community. So, so yeah, don't be shy. Can we get an island tour? So my island's not really put together right now. Yeah, sorry, no inspiration here. What I recommend you do is go check out my dream address, and you can see the best island I've ever put together. It was pretty much the most pure form of my island is at my dream address. I won't say that it's the best version of my island, but I'd say that it's pretty darn close to being the best version that my island ever was. It's pretty darn close. But right now my island's kind of on a reset. We're kind of on reset at the moment. Yo, Mike Travis with the 48. Let's go, baby. Yeah, so big shout outs to the mod team. Big shout outs to all of you that call the community home. Those little interactions, those memes you share, you know, those times where you post in the Discord and say, check out this cool article, those, you know, jumping in voice chats and hanging out, joining movie nights, like all that stuff helps continue to build that experience that I just mentioned. That a community and a place where you can go and hang out and ask questions and chat, and you know, it doesn't have to be the thing that I'm streaming, you know. And on one more little note alongside this conversation, don't ever be afraid to jump into my live chat and ask for help as well. That's the secret cheat code that I think a lot of people overlook. A lot of people, they get worried, they're like, oh, he's playing Animal Crossing, I shouldn't ask for help about Pokemon. Dude, if you popped into our chat right now and you were like, hey, I need somebody to help me with the link trade. Is anybody around? There might be somebody right now that's just hanging out and they're like, sure, I'll load up that game real quick. I got you right now. That's like the cheat code as well. A lot of people, they won't say something because they are like, oh, well, he's not playing Pokemon right now, I shouldn't bother. It's like, nah, man, there's probably plenty of people here right now that are playing Pokemon that are watching me play Animal Crossing. Yo, what up, Atomic Potato? Pixelated Ghoul, good morning. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum. Some farty bass. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum. Bam, bam, bam. Some nice stinky bass. You can see the game in my cup. Yeah, it's because it's got a green ring around it. Trying to think, what do I want to put here as a blocker? For now, I'll use a bush, but I might end up changing that. All right, let's do one more tea olive bush, and then we're going to take a break from these. The only fart that never stinks, the farty bass. Why is that so true? All right, boom. Doom, doom, doo, 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 doo. So this area right here is blocked off. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, we got some tea olives right here as well. Okay, so this is kind of like Tea Olive Nation, which now I kind of like that vibe. Played this yesterday, got my anniversary statue and placed it, talked to some villagers and abandoned them for another few weeks and months until more stuff gets released. Yo, this guy's playing Animal Crossing. He knows how to play. He knows exactly what to do. Checks out. Oh, you finally got Magnet Rise. Congratulations, Pessimosaurus. Are you, how are you feeling? How does it feel to finally hit that point? We should maybe go red, yellow here. Your Absol came to my island and I gave him a star. They gave me a gift and now I have an Absol of my own. That, oh, nice. That is how it works. We were curious how that was going to work with giving stars out if they visit your island. That's pretty cool. Do 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 do. Bum 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 bum. Do 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 do. Beep a bopo. Okay, so this is red. So this would be yellow, and then this would be red. Okay, so I messed up. Let's just go ahead and, I don't know. You know, I like. I don't like to do every other bush in the nature scenes, so I am gonna mix it up. I'm overthinking this a little bit, but I fell asleep last night while searching for shiny spots on the ground. Nice. The journey continues. That's how you know you're on the verge of like, that's how you know you're playing an amazing game, right? When like, that's how you know you're playing an amazing game when you get to a point of completion, like seeing the credits roll, and you get to a point like seeing, you know, like getting your magnet rise, and it doesn't slow you down from playing more of the game. Like it doesn't slow you down from playing more of the game at all. It's just like, yep. And I'm still going. Like, and now I have all this other stuff I need to do. Like, that's how you know you're really cooking on a game. Like, you might take a couple days off. That's pretty natural, but what's up, Pixelated Ghoul? What are the options of games should you play? Should I play Minecraft or this game? Play this game. Have you logged in to get your reward yet? Yeah, play this game. Do 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 do. You loved it? Okay, cool. What up, Sealy? Hey. I replaced the left stick on my Switch Lite today. It was a success. Oh, that has to feel great. So what was going on? Was the left stick... So what was going on? Was the left stick drifting? Is that what you had to fix? Some crusty old drift? Some crusty old drift? Is that what you were fixing, dude? Yeah, you were explaining it to your husband. Oh, so the game's over. Oh, you're going to be doing something else. No, the game's just beginning. Best thing ever. No. In fact, contrary, the game's just beginning. Bum, 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 bum. Dun, 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 dun. Beep-bo, beep-bo-bo, beep-bo-bo-bo. I was like, yo, whoa. And she looked at me and slapped me in my face. Sorry, that last part didn't rhyme. I couldn't figure it out. All right, so you cannot climb up this. Perfect. Dun, 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 dun. All right, you can climb up here, but we're going to put a bush here to stop it. All right, so for those that are not sure what's going on here, I'm creating the Lost Woods, and there's something I need to happen with the Lost Woods here. I specifically need the Lost Woods to only be accessible from one location. So I'm going to be going around the whole cliff line and surrounding it with bushes and trees and things that will stop you from being able to use a ladder everywhere. You will not be able to use a ladder to get down from any location around this whole thing. You will not be able to get down. So you're going to have to find the one actual entrance to the Lost Woods. And the only thing that I haven't figured out is how I'm going to stop you from entering along this little path here. Because I wasn't planning on putting on a bunch of bushes lining this, but I'm going to have to, I think. So I really want to keep this little cave area. I think this is a really cool idea. But I didn't think about it until this morning. But that means I would have to do what I just said along this whole snake way. And that does sound like a lot. It's like, holy heck. But... Do you have a good method for storage in Pokopia? No, not really. Just making sure that you use the best method that I know of is using an item frame to mark what's in a chest. That feels like the best method. So then at least you know what's in a chest before you open it. And then spending the time to just like fully commit to that. Just spending the time to fully commit to that. Did you know that the Majora's Mask glows in the dark? I don't think I did know that. That's awesome. Do. I randomly stumbled across this TikTok where some father said that some father was like trying to get his kid. So some father's kid, this is probably like, fake, but whatever. It was still funny. He goes, he tells a story about how his kid took his Majora's Mask. He had like a Majora's Mask like replica that was like smaller. His kid took it out of his like office or whatever and put it in his room. And when his dad asked him why he took his stuff and was like, "Hey, why did you take this? Like, what are you doing?" The kid replied, "Because the mask told me to. It told me that it wasn't going to be taken care of if it was in your bedroom, Daddy." And then the dude looks at the mask and he's like, "What are you telling my kid to do?" And it was a super silly TikTok because that's like what the Majora's Mask does. If you guys don't know, it's like it like talks to you and creeps on you and makes you do bad things. Possessed, yeah. Now, obviously, this was like not real, but it could have been. I mean, it could have been, I guess. Like, I don't know. Nowadays, nothing on TikTok is real, but like it could have been, I don't know. Spooky, yeah. Bum, bum, bum. You should buy one and test it. I have a perler art Majora's Mask, but that one hasn't spoken to me yet, so maybe the perler doesn't count, right? maybe the perler art doesn't count. Do. All right, we need more bushes. That's okay. You can lay down. You can lay down there. You little cutie, go ahead. I'm surprised she's not asleep yet. I must have thrown off her schedule the past couple days. I think she's looking for a place to relax. I'll stop moving my body so much and we'll see if she'll go between my legs and go to sleep. That's what she was investigating just now. But if I'm too antsy, she doesn't like to. I can't be like bopping around too much. We'll see if she'll told you not to get used to it. Yeah, I might have messed her schedule up. All right, put something away. No. Sure, we'll put this stuff away. I had a Majora's Mask made for me once, and I'm afraid the story isn't great. Any new pics? I did take a couple new pictures, but I haven't shared them yet. All right, let's grab one more of each of the Plumera bushes. Let's grab a couple more tea leaf. Couple more hibiscus. All right, I'll actually grab a little bit more tea leaf as well. We got a lot of bushes that we need to use up, and we got plenty of places for them to go. So we're trying to create the false paths right now. So the goal is to create these false paths so that you, the player, or the person who's investigating my island, is gonna be stopped at a lot of different areas from being able to go through the Lost Woods. You're going to be stopped in a lot of different areas, and a lot of different paths are going to stop you So it's going to be a game of you discovering the right path, because there is going to be a right path and there's going to be kind of a wrong path, and a lot of wrong paths, and you're going to have to kind of figure that out for yourself. Can't wait for the first experience of Hylian watch. Oh, that's so cute. Yeah, she'll be hiding. And she went and laid between my legs, so now I'm not allowed to move. I need to say stoic. I'm not allowed to move. She's been doing this a lot. So then I just like relax and I just let her do her thing, and I try to chill out. Let her get some sleep. Yeah, we're doing a Lost Woods theme from The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild is kind of the goal what we're going for here. The Lost Woods from Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. Do 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 do.
30 months woot woot. Thanks for all the fun times and good vibes, my dude.
Dude, thank you, Zella. Zella with the 30. Can we get some HDes heroes in the chat? Zella coming through. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah. Do, 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 do. Yeah, yeah. All right. Yep. Yeah, tell them. Do, do, do. Pink. All right, let's do 2 white Plumeras here. What's the Plumera that's right here? That's also a white. Okay, what about the one over here? We're gonna have to get a new shovel soon, aren't we? Okay, all right, I like this. All right, let's get some more. Let's line this whole path with white Plumeras. That'll be super cute. Up to Tengi's property. This would be super cute, actually. Boom, 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 boom. May I ask for luck? I'm going to unlock my Wii. Oh, dude, it's such an easy process. You got this. But HDes blesses in the chat. We also have the bless command for those that are lazy like me and don't feel like typing. Or sorry, don't feel like looking for emotes. You have to type, technically. If I remember correctly, Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask is one of my most favorite games I've ever played. You know, if you didn't know this, Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask are actually considered to be... Ocarina of Time is considered to be the best game ever made by some people. There are some people that exist out there on planet Earth that would tell you that Ocarina of Time is the best game ever made. Fun fact, those people exist. That's an actual conversation people will toy around with. Like, what I'm trying to say is, like, that's a real conversation that people will have on the internet. Is Ocarina of Time the best game ever made? Like, think about that. Like, that's a heavy conversation to have. The best game ever made? Like, what? Like, what are you even saying right now? Like, how can you even quantify that? Like, how can you even, you know? Like, what? Yeah, dude, there's some people who consider it the best game ever made. Best game ever made. Highly in the sense trying to start a Zelda war. No, I just that's funny. I just bring it up because it's a fun fact. Like, it's a fact. Like, that game has had such an impact on people and gamers that they consider it to be the best game of all time. I got you on my TV. Please don't teach my doggo naughty words. The amount of restraint that I had to have just now to not bark vigorously at your dog through the TV. Oof. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, dude. If I didn't have a cat between my legs, I would have just full on barked. If I didn't have a cat between my legs, I would have just full on barked. Bark, bark. Yo, what up, M Swear? I would have full on gave you the full treatment, the full Hylian descent treatment right there. You would have got the whole thing. If you say the W word, I'm in trouble. Wishbone? What's the story, Wishbone? Listen, if I was a dog and Wishbone came on stream or on TV, dude, I would freak. That was probably some dog's favorite part of their day. What's the story, Wishbone? All right. Let's make this. Let's put another one here. No, I knew what they meant. I wasn't gonna do it to him. I too was a PBS kid. What's the story, Wishbone? What's the story, Wishbone? If Cozy wasn't on an event at work, they would totally be into singing the song with us. Speaking of OOT, the leak of the remake happening, I put my tinfoil hat on and was having fun reading about the leak, saying Nintendo is purposely putting out fake info to find the leakers. No way. I like tinfoil hatting occasionally too. It can be fun. Tinfoil hatting is a bit of a pastime in my life. Anybody else have a bit of a tinfoil hat pastime? Just sitting back and tinfoil hatting in your free time? Ah, yes. As all good chronically online folks, I dabble in tinfoiling. Well, even before the internet, though. Y'all weren't tinfoiling before the internet? Just sitting around with your boys and conjuring up what-if scenarios? Or gals, or non-binary pals. What up, Bong Chop? No. What up, Eat Shabooti? What pizza topping do you think is overrated? Let me think about it for a second. I'm also trying to think about what I need to do for my design, so give me 1 second. Are we done with tea olives yet? Let's grab like one more. A couple more hibiscus, please. Lots of hibiscus. Let's grab 3 of each, actually. Overrated pizza topping is probably... I don't know, probably ham. Ham is probably the most overrated pizza topping. So when you get asked the question overrating, my brain goes, so it has to be popular. It has to be super popular and a lot of different people's favorite pizzas list. Stuff like the Hawaiian, right? So that's why I think it's ham. Honestly, though, my answer was almost pepperoni. I love pepperoni, don't get me wrong, but I would argue pepperoni is pretty overrated. I would. It's like pepperoni is not the end all be all pizza topping. Like, not even close. So, and I wonder if there are a lot of people that maybe overrate pepperoni as being this like ultimate pizza topper, when it's like, dude, pepperoni's not the end all be all, dude. Like, not even close. Like, it's great, but it's overrated. Like, it's not like if you don't have pepperoni on a pizza, it's not real or something like that. Like, I think a lot of people do put a little bit too much stock in pepperoni as a topping. Wait, what the heck? My playlist jumped over to some Mega Man jazz. Let's get it. But I think the answer is ham. I think ham is the most overrated topping. I think ham is boring. I think a random slice of ham on a pizza is stupid. Like, bacon does the job of pork. Sausage does the job of pork. You don't need ham. Who thought putting ham on a pizza was like a delectable thing? Now, before I get too far into the hole here, hold on. Everything can be a pizza topping, to be fair. So this isn't about ham not being worthy of being a pizza topping. It's not what I'm trying to say, all right? All I'm trying to say is that really, at the end of the day, ham is just super overrated. Like, ham doesn't make the Hawaiian. Ham doesn't make any pizza. You don't need ham on any pizza. It's just there because, like, we're used to it being there. If you're somebody who calls a pizza place and says, I want blank blank and ham on my pizza, and you're not ordering a Hawaiian, I don't even know if I want to know you. I don't know if I've ever met you. I don't know if I ever want to meet you. Like that's weird. Like, that's weird. If you're calling a pizza place and you're like, oh yeah, give me some ham. Like, what? What is that? What are you doing? Like that's weird, dude. I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm just saying that's not normal. That's not a thing. Right. So to answer your question, I think ham is the most overrated pizza topping. It's not good. It's just really not that good. Chicken, ham, and a tie between bacon and sausage. I almost said sausage. I almost said bacon, but like, you can't really say bacon, right? Like, come on, like, you can't. Like, regular bacon, like American bacon, is far from overrated. Bacon goes so good on so many different pizzas. Yeah, so like, I couldn't answer bacon. I thought about sausage, but I was like, nah, man, traditional sausage on a pizza is super OG. And that's why I didn't answer pepperoni either, because it's like, as much as I think pepperoni and sausage could be technically overrated, I don't think that I think they're rated just right. I think pepperoni maybe is a little overrated because it is a little more popular than it probably needs to be. Sausage is perfectly rated. Bacon is perfectly rated. It's not overly rated. It's not underly rated. I think it's perfect where it's at, right? Pepperoni's the one that popped in my mind, but even that I decided to back off of. What up, Stormy? How you doing today? It's called a Hawaiian pizza because of dole. I believe that. Freaking dole. I think it's because in Italy they use higher quality cuts, and over here they use ham as a replacement. Yeah, true. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Yeah. Pizza Hut's doing hot dog stuffed crust. Yo, Noko, thank you for 45 months, dude. I just can't. Like, no way, dude. Listen, I'm a pretty experimenter of food, you know. I'll try some goofy goober stuff. But don't come at me with the hot dog stuffed crust. Like, what is happening? What is going on? That's how you know that the world is in a sour, poor condition. You know, let's not get into politics, but that's how you know that the world's in a weird place. When Pizza Hut starts dropping hot dog stuffed crust, you know the world's just not in like a weird place. It's like, wait, what's going on right now? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, man. Like, that's I don't know if that bodes well for society right now. So that's what I'm trying to say. Like, I don't know if this bodes well for society right now. I just don't think so. I think it's in Canada, of all places. That's so crazy. No, I've never heard of a hot dog stuffed crust. Jokes aside, I would probably try it. Jokes aside, I would probably try it. I would do it. I would try it. Anybody else? Any other experimenters out there that would give it the old one too, the old biter too? I would give it a try. I would give it a try, man. I would give it a taste-a-rooney. Something I would eat while Chewbacca'd. When you're so stoned that you can't speak words, aka Chewbacca'd. Yeah, I'm shoving hot dog stuffed crust in my mouth for sure. I am for sure shoving hot dog stuffed crust in my mouth at that point. I would expect that to be something Walmart or Sam's would do before Pizza Hut. I would eat it as a pizza bread option, maybe. Yeah, sure. I mean, well, if you think about it, pizza dough and like pizza in general is just a vessel. Like, don't ever forget that. Like, a calzone's just a folded up pizza. Like, I know that there's some rules, right? Like, the difference between a calzone and a stromboli is like the sauce. There's all these rules, right? Like, I worked with a pretty official pizza place that followed all the original like Italian rules. There are rules. Like, if you're ever curious what the difference between like a stromboli and a calzone is sauce. Traditionally, calzones don't have sauce in them, I believe. They're just ricotta and usually like a meat. Whereas like traditionally, you know, stromboli is this, blank, that, whatever. Like, I'm not trying to get into the weeds. I'm just sharing that there is a difference. There is like an actual term that is used in a certain way in these situations. And I learned that while working like an official Italian food and like some pretty high-end restaurants, that, dude, dough is nothing more than a vessel. You can do anything, right? So like, jokes aside, hot dog stuffed crust is not that weird if you take what Wavy said and you just like rotate it into a stromboli. Is it really that far-fetched to put like a hot dog in a like, all right, hold on, I can't even finish it because like putting cut up hot dogs into a calzone might be the biggest sin you could commit to Italian cuisine, and I might smack you in the mouth for even thinking about doing it. But like, in theoretically, you could put a hot dog in a calzone and like it would be okay. Like, in theoretically, you could do that. But like, I might have to give you the wrath of sweet baby Jesus in my left palm if you were to do. I'm just I don't promote violence. I'm just kidding. I'm I'm 5 and I still eat hot dogs and my mac and cheese. Hot dogs and mac and cheese is delicious. It's a pig in a giant blanket.
Hope everyone is having a good middle of the week. Back to work, lurk. I go H to scat.
Yo, thank you for the work lurk here, Anana's Bliss. Thank you for 2 months. Can we get some cat jams in the chat for Noko with the 45 as well? Yeah, no. The pig in the blanket's the perfect example. Like, jokes aside, the pig in the blanket is basically the idea that we're talking about, right? You take some dough, you wrap it up, boom. At the end of the day, the dough is there for it's just a vessel, man. It's just a vessel. I will put ketchup on hot dogs forever. Yes. Taking a hot dog and cutting it up into little circles, taking your fork and dipping it into ketchup is a wonderful treat that anybody of all ages can enjoy. Now, taking and putting ketchup on a hot dog that's inside of a bun, that's a sin. That is not delicious. That's something that you were taught by probably some ranchers or something that, you know, it's okay. I'm sure maybe it's okay, but like, that's not how that works. So like, ketchup and hot dogs go together when cut up in little circles, eaten with a fork. All right. But like, if you're pouring ketchup on your bun and you're getting your bun all gross and wet with ketchup and then you're eating the hot dog, like, you're not. I love a ketchup soaked bun. No, stop it. Okay, enough of this. Enough. I'm done. Enough of this, I say. Yeah, what up, Tim Tater? Your scientists were so preoccupied with whether they could, they didn't stop to think if they should. Yes, exactly. Exactly, dude. Exactly. No giveaway today. What's up, YouTube chat? Good to see you today, homie. We're just yapping this morning, and we're celebrating Animal Crossing's 25th birthday, which was yesterday. Salky Twitch says, hi, official Italian living in Italy. What the hell is a stromboli? All right, I don't know if a stromboli is like an American Italian thing or whatever. It is. It looks like it's an Italian American thing, all right? But here's a stromboli. Sorry to make y'all hungry, but this is what a stromboli is. Here's what a stromboli is. So here, let's go to Wikipedia. Strombolis are types of baked bread filled with various Italian cheeses, typically mozzarella, and Italian cold cuts, or vegetables in marinara sauce served hot. The dough is either Italian bread dough or pizza dough. Stromboli are Italian American dishes invented in Philadelphia by the mid-20th century. The dish is ultimately named for the volcanic island off the coast of Sicily by way of 1950 Roberto Rossellini film of the same name. Strombolis are similar to calzones, and the dishes are sometimes confused. Unlike calzones, which are always stuffed and folded into a crescent shape, stromboli are typically rolled or folded into a cylinder shape and may sometimes contain a thin layer of tomato sauce inside. And that's the difference. See, calzones do not have sauce in them. So if you go to a pizza place and they put pizza sauce in the calzone, that's not a real calzone. They lied to you and they sold you basically a stromboli. You're welcome. That's how that works. Have you ever thought of mayo on a hot dog with a bun with mustard and ketchup? I'm ultimate extra. Mayo is a weird topic because I used to not like mayo, but then I started finding lots of uses for mayo in my life. And the biggest one is making fake aiolis, where you take mayo and you blend it with something else, like buffalo sauce blended with mayo. Like 2/3 buffalo sauce, 1/3 mayo is like phenomenal. And that's like one of the best things ever to eat with some French fries. Or like if you do actual fresh garlic or you could even roast it in a pan for a little bit with some lemon juice, and you could make a very traditional lemon garlic aioli, like a very traditional garlic aioli, by just doing a little bit of lemon juice and fresh garlic that you maybe open up in the pan a little bit, and then you pour that into the mayo and you mix it. Whereas like traditionally aiolis are made with egg whites, so you're just doing like one step removed, and you're just adding like basically the oil from like the actual mayo, right? Because like the big difference between mayo and aioli is like a bunch of like vegetable oil and stuff that you don't necessarily need. We have a place that sells pizza rollies. It's like a cinnamon roll, but pizza dough. Ooh, it sounds great. I make aioli for my crab cakes, and now I want both. Yeah, dude, a solid aioli. And you can cheat, and you can just make it with mayo if you want. A lot of people won't know the difference. Only like cooks and chefs will like know the real difference. Right, yeah, the cheat doesn't even matter, right? It tastes great. Dude, especially if you use a really high quality mayo, like my favorite mayo to make aioli with is a yellow container. Does anybody know what's the brand? It's a yellow lid. It's a yellow it's like the best thing ever. Duke's for aioli is like the best thing ever. Duke's, baby, Duke's. Yeah, baby, Duke's. Now the Midwestern's coming out of me. Give me some of that Duke's, baby. Oh, wait. Let me get some of that Duke's. Duke's is good stuff. It's super expensive though. Like you can't be buying Duke's all the time. It's pretty pricey. I've never had duck mayo. That sounds cool. Ooh, am I gonna be able to fit another tree here? No, I'm not. Okay, that's not good. Sounds like some Stardew Valley mayo. Oh, nice, Law Boys. Some indie games might be shown off. Yeah, Duke's is expensive. I only ever really bought Duke's when I was cooking for other people, or if I was making something special. Like I said, like specifically like aioli. Like I still have some Duke's in my fridge right now because I made some aioli not too long ago and I wanted the good stuff. But I don't like eat a lot of mayo, you know. That stuff will sit in my fridge for a while. I might be a big guy, but I'm pretty conscious about what I put in my body. So I don't eat too much of that stuff. I try not to anyways. It's very smooth. All right, I think I want like maybe this right here. Yeah, I've never had duck mayo. That sounds great. Do 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 do. All right, I suppose we need to close this up here. Sure, let's do a Plumera bush here. Dual Master D, no! Once you start naming them, you can never do that again. Boom, 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 boom. Q-Pie mayo? Q-Pie mayo. I've never heard of that either. I woke her up from between my legs. I woke her up. Heading out to get ready for a job interview. Yo, Tim Tater, good luck. Some blesses in the chat for Tater and the job interview, dude. You got this, homie. Bam, 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 do 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 do, boo. All right, I want this area to be somewhat open. I don't want it to be too annoying to walk through, but I do have to specifically make it to where you can't enter. All right, so you can't go this way, but you can go this way. Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted and how that to work. Okay, perfect. All right, nice. So this is all working out exactly as planned. Perfect. Marvelous. Marvelous. And then we could put down some paths if we want. Oh, Japanese mail. And then we can put a couple paths down if we want to kind of throw the players off here. Just a couple little spots here. What's up, dude? You're excited for Tomodachi Life? I've got a list of all the characters I want to add already. Nice, dude. What up, Elliot? Yeah, we were chatting about that a little bit this morning, actually. Do 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 do. And we started off with some Animal Crossing today because today, well, this week, yesterday, was Animal Crossing's 25th birthday. And we had just been kind of chatting a little bit today about Animal Crossing and about this beautiful journey, you know, and I'm going to show y'all here. Let's go over here and pull up the other camera real quick. So take a look at this. So in game, they sent us a letter today that was a representation of this box, which is the original Animal Crossing N64 box with. So they sent us a letter in game today that is basically this box with like some stamps. It's really cute. It's really adorable. And they sent us a free item and everything. And I wanted to show this off a little bit more detailed here. Now that I have some time this morning, take a look at that. Here's what the back of the box looks like. And you can find this stuff online as well if you want a closer look. But it's super, super cool, man. They went out on a limb and they did something a little extra special for the 25th anniversary of AC today. And again, it was officially the 14th. But they were here today to celebrate and talk about it. And if you go into game, you'll actually get a letter. I'll show y'all really quick. If you go into the game, you'll actually get a letter that represents exactly that. They sent us a free item. This item right here. And then they sent us this letter with some super beautiful words. They said it's been 25 years since April 14th, 2001. It was said, better than one is two, better than two is four, and better than four is many. And there are so many of you now. Thank you. Enjoy your islands your way. And this was like kind of emotional for me because this is how I feel about Animal Crossing, you know? And I think a lot of people could agree with this. Like if you played the older games, not to gatekeep, it's always been this super niche thing. And like, not everyone really understood it. I used to call Animal Crossing a fake video game. I used to literally make jokes that it wasn't a real video game because people just didn't understand. And this right here is perfect because it perfectly encapsulates how I feel as an Animal Crosser. This idea that there used to only be a handful of people that really like fell in love with these games. It was a cult following. You know, this idea that you're only able to share this game with so many people. And while you had internet communities like Animal Crossing community, shout out to the OG, you know, you never really got to share this game with as many people as you do now. And nowadays it's like a completely different story. It's like night and day, you know. It's we have a massive universe of people who are loving Animal Crossing every day, you know, and I don't know, it's pretty special. Look at this. This is the first way that we used to connect. This is the first way that we used to connect Animal Crossing community. Animal Crossing community. This is how we used to connect. And now we have not only this resource, and not only do we have, you know, these websites and all of these fun things and the internet, Animal Crossing also is one of the most popular franchises in the Nintendo universe. So now not only do we have these wonderful forums and websites and streams and discords and all of this wonderful stuff, we also just have the energy around the game now, you know, the energy around the idea that like Animal Crossing is so much bigger than it's ever been. And probably ever even will be. I don't know if it'll ever, maybe it'll continue to grow. Maybe it'll get even bigger. You know, a boy can dream. But isn't that cool, man? It's super cool stuff, dude. Pretty exciting. I never heard of Animal Crossing, and I grew up playing the 64 and GameCube. I still got set up on here. What up, Amari Code? Hey. Bam, bam, bam. So yeah, get your letter and get your free item and tell us a little story about your first interactions with Animal Crossing. Welcome back, Majinx. Hope you're feeling good today. Yeah, tell us a little story, maybe about the first time you played AC and maybe how it impacted you and your journey. It doesn't have to be the old game. It could be New Horizons. But how did AC impact you? Did AC affect you in a way that, you know, has stuck with you over the years? Or was Animal Crossing, you know, just another game for you? Which is fair if that is the vibe. You know, if it was just another game, I don't think there's anything wrong with that either, you know? I know for me, my first instinct with AC was that I wouldn't like it. My first instinct was that I was going to hate it. And then I ended up falling in love with it, so. But to be fair, it's not like I had an ad or anything to watch. Like, I just was reading the back of the box, you know, and it just didn't look like a game that would appeal to me, and it totally did. 5 years ago in 5 days, played ACGC during a month-long marathon. Yeah, you know it, baby. That was a beautiful marathon. That was one of the first times I really felt like I was doing something super unique in the Animal Crossing space. I felt that way for a couple reasons over my Animal Crossing journey, over my years of streaming this game, but one of the times that really stuck with me was when I first ever got the opportunity to do a big marathon where we celebrated the game over years and years. What do I want to do here? I don't think I want the player to be able to go down here. Sure, it doesn't matter. I just need to block it off. Eventually, we just need to block this off. I don't know if we're going to keep this cliff, but I wasn't very struck by New Leaf. I like the music. the interactions with the animals. I thought it was cute, but it just got repetitive. I did the same things again. I don't know, it was just me. Yeah, that's funny. Like, that's the thing about Animal Crossing that I always make jokes about. Like, Animal Crossing isn't a real video game, you know? Like, so it makes sense that your first interaction with the game was like, what the hell is this? Yeah, that makes sense. Like, that's Animal Crossing. That's what I try to tell people. Like, it's not really a real video game. Like, it's not, dude. And it wasn't until this version of the game that they really kind of figured out how to make it a real game. But it just like wasn't, dude. I don't care. Nobody can argue me otherwise. So like, I imagine like a lot of people loaded up Animal Crossing for the first time and they were just like, what is this? Like, what am I doing? It's like, yeah. Downloaded some footage of Game Showcase in 2001 showing upcoming GameCube titles. Definitely remember Smash Bros. Melee, but the AC footage still stands out to me. I remember loving the creaking sound of the doors when entering homes. Looked neat, waited a year for release and grabbed it. Wish I could find the original video. That's nuts. That's nuts. That's cool. I never heard a story like that for AC. Like, that's really interesting to me, actually. Down, 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 down. Do 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 do. All right, we need a couple more bushes in here, but I definitely like giving the player freedom to walk through here pretty healthily. I want you to feel like, oh, I found the right way, and I want you to get that feeling of like, oh, I'm on the right path, and then you quickly realize that you're not and that you're completely lost. That's kind of the feeling I want you to get pretty often going through here. Like, oh, I'm on the right path. Oh, this is exactly where I'm supposed to be going. And then you're like, wait a second. And it's not. All right, we made a ton of progress. Finally, we're at the point where we're starting to like put down the foundation of our forest. And then once we start doing the bushes and creating the actual experience, then we can start putting down patterns and sticks and weeds and leaf piles and all that really fun stuff that goes along with this process. But right now we need to sit down and get all of these bushes down. This is a big part that I was not necessarily dreading, but I knew it was going to take a while, so I wasn't mentally ready for it yet. Yeah, she's doing very well. She's sleeping between my legs right now. My first game was ACWW. I got it from GameStop because I thought it was cute and I was like 9 years old. Apollo was one of my first villagers and he was a hard ass, but I absolutely loved him. One of my favorite villagers was Caesar the monkey. Caesar the great ape ended up being one of my favorite villagers early on. Yo, what's up, Krista? Good to see you here, Krista. Thanks for tuning in over on the YouTube. HDES waves in the chat. All right, more hibiscuses. Let's go. We have a lot of them for a reason. Five red, 5 yellow. And we'll grab a couple more plumeras and stuff to mix in as well. I think we're done with tea leaf, but just in case, I'll grab one of each. Yeah, her appointment's coming up fast, and she slept inside of the carrier the other day. She got buzzed off of some catnip and she went into the carrier and fell asleep. So that's the first positive step there. Like, that's a very good positive step to making sure that I'm actually going to be able to get her in that freaking carrier before we go to our trip to the vet. Because, like, as I said earlier to the chat, like, she ain't letting me pick her up or anything like that. So that day is going to be a hard day. No matter what, I don't think I can avoid it. That day is going to be a hard day, but we're going to get through it together. Yeah, because I'm not sure what to expect from her energy, trying to get her to go into a cage. I have catnip and I have treats. So I have all the tools and I have some toys. So I have all the tools, right? Like, it's just going to come down to her mood and, like, if she wants to play nice, you know? But she's not the kind of cat that, like, she never wants to be approached almost ever. If she's starts, like, running from me, she's staying in that run away from me mode until I sit down or something. Does that make sense? So, like, she's very much, like, made it clear, like, she's not about that life. Yeah, like it's gonna be tough. I'm gonna have to do like a fast grab and, like, but she has her claw. Like, I'm gonna get clawed up for sure. I'm gonna get beat up a little bit if I do a fast grab. But I do have a carrier that has 3 doors with a top entry, and she's already gotten warmed up to it. So I'm thinking what I can do is, like, maybe even as long as a couple of hours before the vet, I'm gonna try to coax her to go in there for like a treat or some catnip, and then I'm gonna zip it up as fast as possible. And I might just end up kind of making her hang out for, like, maybe a whole hour and a half or two, you know, inside of this crate. Like, that might be, like, the best thing, because even though that sounds like a super long time for her to be in the crate, that might, like, I might have to start the process as early as possible. You know what I mean? Because I don't want to miss the appointment. And if she goes and starts hiding, I'm screwed. Because, again, she's the kind of cat where, like, if she goes and starts hiding from me, I'm done. Like, I cannot, she's gonna just be gone until I, like, sit down and relax. So I'm thinking, like, I'm gonna start the process, like, hours ahead of time, and, like, try to get her to get comfortable going in there, and, like, we'll see what we can do. Yeah, I was thinking about that. Off leash, welcome to the show, by the way. Yeah, like, I was thinking that. I'm like, dude, I have a couple more weeks right now. It's not until May 13th. I might try to get her to go in there one day before. Right, like a practice. Yes, like, go in there, get her to go in and zip it, and then let her freak out for a second, and then let her come out, and then treat her with a gift. And say, hey, you did a great job. Here's a churro, you know? And try to get her, like, comfortable with it. And maybe she'll, like, build up the routine of, like, oh, he's gonna give me something if I do this, so let me try this. But yeah, either way. And then the only other stressful thing for me is that I'm gonna have to take a cab. And thankfully the vet's not far, but I hate the idea of her being, like, in a car and, like, you know, it's just like a whole thing. And I'm not gonna be able to sit in the car until her appointment. I am gonna have to, like, depending on the day, if it's, like, nice outside, I am gonna have to, like, hang out with her a little bit, either in the stupid office or, like, outside the building until her actual time. And that's a little stressful on her, right? Because, like, who knows how many people are going to be in the office? Who knows what other animals are going to be in there? That sucks a little bit. Everything online I read is, like, if you can sit in the car until the exact time, that really helps. Either way, it's a necessity. So once I figure it all out, and I get her in there, I think everything will be okay. From what I've read, the vets can handle it all from there. All I have to do is get her in the crate and get her there. Apparently the vets will handle everything well from there. Yeah, maybe getting like a towel in there. That's a good idea. Yeah, just in case she has an accident. Covering the carrier with a blanket. You see, I was thinking about doing that already to get her comfortable with it. It has a lot of openings, you know, to keep it nice and fresh, but and like breathable. But I'm thinking I might cover up all the sides but the entrance that I'm trying to get her comfortable with, so that she starts using it as a little place to sleep, like a little like home. Yeah, alongside one of my old t-shirts, right? And that's, again, she actually already, so for those that missed when I said it, and welcome in here, Jason, she successfully actually went and slept in there the other day. She got a little buzzed on some catnip that I brought home, and I sprinkled a little bit inside of that, of the thing we're talking about, this nice big spacious carrier. And she went in there and she slept in there. And here's why. 2 reasons. 1, because she was a little buzzed, and because there was some catnip in there. But 2 was because I don't have a ton of spaces in my living room where she can be close to me, but also like lay down and sleep, like, but feel like secure. Like, she loves to be close to me, but behind a wall, behind a barrier where she's like hidden, but she's in the same room, right? So she found that the carrier was the perfect spot for her to go and like hide, but sleep, but be in the room with me, which is awesome, right? So like I'm winning this battle so far. Like she's already started using the carrier as a bed, and she's getting comfortable with it. My shirt and stuff has been in there I've had it open and sitting in the house for like a couple days. So I have like, I'm doing the right things, but I can just, in my heart, I'm just like, oh, this is going to be a hard journey no matter what I do. But all of this talk here has made me feel a lot better. Yeah, you guys have calmed my nerves a little bit. And again, this is like not till like May 13th. So like I have plenty of time, but I am like nervous as I'm like, dude, she doesn't let me pick her up. She doesn't want me really to go near her while standing. That's a big thing of hers as well. But I have some ideas, and from everything you've all said, plus my own ideas, I think I'll be okay. I think it's going to be just fine. What up, Snickle Farts? Yeah, I think she'll be fine. I don't think it's going to be too big of a deal, but I'm prepared for the worst. I'm hoping for the best. You know what I mean? Like, I'm 100% prepared for her to be like, not about that stuff at all. But we'll get it. We'll get it. Like I said, worst case scenario, it's going to be a fast grab and some scratches, and we're going to be done. It'll be a fast grab and some scratches, and yep, that'll be it. Like, worst case scenario, that's exactly what we're going to do. Oh, what up, Jason? We're talking about my cat. So I've had a cat for about 4 weeks now. Wow, crazy to say that out loud. We've already gotten through the 3 weeks. Now we're into 3 months. She's really starting to show her attitude as well. And like almost in a negative way. She started biting cords, and I'm so mad, but like not at her, just at the idea that I thought that I could get away with all of the technology in my house without her messing with it. And I kind of knew that I was going to eventually have to deal with this, but man, I was still so sad that I eventually saw her doing it. I'm like, oh no. So I already ordered some wire loom, this wonderful wire loom you can get, and you can wrap all your cords up into the wire loom. It's already on my front porch, literally right now. And I'm going to be spending the next 3 days tightening up my whole cord ship. Everything from duct taping down cords on the floor to like moving where my power outlets and stuff. Like I might have to rearrange my whole office to an extent, because she's not just going after the cords. She's going after the connector pieces between devices, dude. Like she was like licking the literal connector piece between like a freaking, like a like an extension cable, and like where the thing was plugged in. And she's like, I'm like, that's the worst thing. Like if you're biting cords, a little, it's like, okay, that's bad. But you're like the connection part, like where? And I have to tell you, I use a lot of electricity. Like my house is like, I have a lot of electric devices. Like I'm a streamer, dude. Like my whole life is cords everywhere. So I did have my first unfortunate encounter with she's biting cords, and I'm like, oh no. So I'm trying to like keep her out of my office when I'm not in here now, which is like, she hates the doors closed, but I have to do what I have to do. The Ethernet cables aren't as big of a deal because they don't really provide any kind of electricity. So the Ethernet cables around the house aren't that big of a deal. I did a lot of reading on this, and like those are like not the worst. I still don't want her on those either, obviously, but it's the electric stuff that I'm like, for the first time I had to be like, hey, like, please stop that. I had to like actually put my foot down with her a little bit. I did it as kind as possible and was like, hey, like, please, you just can't do that. I'm like, I'm like, please, like, I don't want to yell at her. I don't want to give her any kind of like harsh reactions. I'm trying to be really kind with her because I think she might have had some of that in her past. So I'm just like, hey, you can't do that. And I'm just kind of keeping on her right now. But let's just say I have a ton of electric devices around the house. Yeah. My favorite villager on my island, it's Tangy. Tangy the legend, the tangerine cat. Yeah, cord biters, dude. Cord biters, man. So she's been getting bored a little bit if I'm busy, or if I don't get a chance to play with her. I'll get bored. She'll get bored and she'll start batting at cables that are dangling around my desk. And I'm like, oh no. Yeah, I know about the bitter apple spray. I know about the bitter spray. I read that it wasn't like the best solution because you have to keep applying it over time, which is why I went for the wire loom instead. The wire loom is just this like material, like it's just a thing that you can put all your cords in and like keep them all nice and keep them away from bites. But I am probably going to get some of the bitter spray as well and see if I can put that where some of the connections are, where I can't really do much about the connections. I can't wire loom the connection, you know what I mean? But I can move it all. So like anywhere I have an extension cable, I'm trying to figure out where I can mount it on the wall. That's what I'm trying to figure out where to mount it right now. Your favorite villager is Felicity. She's cute. What did you name her? So her given name from the pound, because she was a rescue. The given name, Krista was, if Krista's okay, her given name was Midnight. But I decided to call her Midna, which is a reference to Zelda. And then I also call her B. Exclamation point cat will give you some more info. Well, not on YouTube, unfortunately, but yeah. So we're kind of calling her Midna, kind of B. Midna's pretty much her name, though. I will say, for those that were curious how the naming saga was going, Midna's probably the name. It's just the one that I've used the most, so. Some cats just don't get the memo. Yeah, so I'm avoiding the spray for now, but I'm going with the wire loom instead. Ooh, yikes, Rossum, that's disgusting. So yeah, we'll see. Yeah, Crystal. Thank you, Crystal. Thank you very much. Yeah, so she's doing really well. That's a new development. Yeah, get her lots of toys in the house and play with her a lot. That's what I'm realizing, is that she's only doing it when she's bored, when she seems like she wants to get some energy out of her, or maybe she's trying to get my attention. I haven't quite figured out the playing with toys thing yet. I'm still kind of, I got to order a laser pointer. I'll do that today. And I got to get a better fishing rod with a toy on it, because the fishing rod that I have is too small. It's just like a wooden stick. And then I do have a bunch of like catnip toys that, and like I can like scatter around the house. So yeah, what I need to do is I need to get a handful of toys for my office, so that when she comes in here looking for my attention and she starts messing around with the cords in here, I can start playing with her just right here. That's the part that I've been disjointed with, because I normally would have to get up, but me getting up is already disrupting the whole vibe. You know, that's just how cats are sometimes. So that's the one thing that I realized just like yesterday is I'm like, yeah, I need to just get some toys and have them in my office and like figure that out. Yeah, catnip makes her crazy, but then mellow. So here's what catnip has done to her. I've done some studying. So the catnip mellows her out big time. So my cat, thankfully, is like a mellow outer. She mellows out with catnip. But after about 10-15 minutes, she gets crazy. And she gets like kind of like, and she's like that for like 30 minutes after. So like, it's funny. She starts off mellow and like goes to sleep, but then she gets up and she's like weirdly noided out for like another 20 minutes. It's and she's just like jumping at every little bump and skip, and she's like she's a little crackhead. But after the nap, she always takes a nap, and then she gets up and she's like a little crazy. Since when can you get a beard in AC and H? You get it from the pirate. Isn't it nice? Also, what's up, Marta? Welcome to the show, Marta. Welcome to the broadcast, and happy 25th anniversary to Animal Crossing. Yes. Happy 25th anniversary to Animal Crossing. Yes. Yeah, right. Some people, right. Laser pointers are something that should be used sparingly. A lot of people feel and stuff. Right. Well, I'm going to still get a laser pointer. I'm going to use it, but I won't make that her sole way of playing. And I have a plan. I actually got this plan from Reddit. Here's what people do. So they'll use the laser pointer and they'll have them chase it around, and then they'll throw a toy where the laser pointer is and then turn the laser pointer off, and that's how they'll wrap up the session. It was perfect. I was on Reddit and they were like, so use the laser pointer and have fun a little bit. Yes, Samantha, yes. Have some fun, you know, get them going crazy. And then when you're done and you go to turn the laser pointer off, throw a toy where it's at to show them like, oh, there's a thing, get it. And then they'll get the satisfaction of catching the thing. They'll play a little bit more and then they'll back off. Yeah, apparently like that's like the healthy way to do a laser pointer, is like a reward of some sort so that they feel like they did something. Yeah, I've tried to do a little bit of research on everything, but this chat has really helped with most of my knowledge. So thank you, everybody. Yeah, like just throwing a little toy or something. Yeah. The natural prey drive, because you know you want to nourish that stuff. You don't want them to feel like this is for us it's disappointment, but for them it could be frustration. That's what you're trying to avoid. For us it's like, you know, we would say, oh, the cat would be disappointed, but like, you know, they'll get over it. But it's more about how their instincts, there's a level of like frustration that can come out of that. And that's what I read. It's like, it feels like a bad thing. You know, it's not like the cats are out here talking to people and telling them like, yo, I'm mad frustrated. Don't keep doing that. You know, it's not like that. It's not like the cats are telling people. This is all stuff that's been studied and researched. And then they go based off of the cat's like body language. And there's actually still to this day, even all the time, studies and researches that are going on around cats. And like, the reason I say that so like shockingly, because you wouldn't think that, in my opinion, right? Like, I don't think, in my opinion, you wouldn't necessarily think like they're still actively studying cats all the time, but they are. And there's always like new studies and new findings happening in the world of cats and like how to better take care of our like felines and stuff. Like one of the studies that I read that was recent, that was like essentially a revisit to an old study about how cats actually developed meowing for humans. If you guys didn't know that, cats developed meowing specifically to interact with humans. Meowing is a form of communication for us. Cats don't meow to each other necessarily. Now, I think that they've been bred so much that maybe they do. Sometimes you might get your cats meowing at each other as like a modern thing, but generally speaking, if you didn't know, meowing is not something that cats do normally. Out in the wild, they don't meow. That is something they do to talk to us specifically. And the study went as far as saying that talking to your cat regularly is something that studies have shown to be super relaxing and stress relieving from cats. Like just talking to your cats as if they're a human is like apparently a really healthy thing for like a cat's stress levels. Just like talking to them like, hey, how you doing? How are you today? Because apparently like there is a part of a cat's brain and like instincts where like the way that they interact with humans over these years, and like it comes back to the whole meowing thing and how they basically created meowing to interact with us. So like the human voice is actually something that can be very comforting to a cat, and how you don't even have to like talk in like higher pitched voices and stuff if you don't want to. And how the like cats, unlike dogs, don't respond to like the pitch of our voice necessarily the same. Dogs will, but cats don't necessarily respond to different pitches in our voices. Some will. Every cat's different. But that's more of a dog thing. So like when you're talking to your cat, you don't feel the need to like change the inflection in your voice. Like you could just talk to them. Like, yo, what up? And they'll still like feel comfortable with that. But there is still like a use case for like changing the inflection in your voice. Like, for example, if I'm going to give, food, I will kind of create a curious inflection in my voice, like to kind of signal that I'm looking for something out of them. Like I was reading how like you could still play with the whole like, baby talk or whatever it may be, however you might interact with your animal. But that some studies have shown that it's not quite that, and you don't have to worry too much about like talking to your pet, your cat specifically with like a certain inflection in your voice. Like it's not quite the same as dogs. Like whereas dogs really do reply, like really do like listen to the tone of your voice, and they will apply that to the scenario. Dogs are really well known for doing that. Like if you talk to a dog, if you always yell at a dog when they do something wrong, and then you start yelling for a different reason, they're going to think they did something wrong. Right? Like that, like if you, every time you give a dog a snack, you use a certain pitch in your voice, then when you use that pitch in your voice, they're going to think it's snack time. So like dogs are very strong when it comes to like inflection in our voice, whereas cats not as much, from what I understand. Like they don't reply to inflection as much as dogs. Again, I think they still do, but not as much from what I read. Do cats have different types of meows? It feels like they do. It feels like you can learn when your cat's meowing for like snacks versus when your cat's meowing for like pets, for like, blank this or that. I think they do. Do you think Dusk Fade is coming to Switch 2? Yeah, I could see that. They just started studying redheads extensively about 20 years ago. I fully believe we're still studying Egyptian gods. Yeah, why not? I agree with that. I learned from Jackson Galaxy that laser pointers aren't good. The cat never catches it. Right. We were just talking about that. How you doing today, Mukwa? Good morning and welcome to the broadcast. And welcome to the show. We're celebrating Animal Crossing's 25th anniversary today. Well, celebrating, mostly observing and kind of talking about it, yapping about it a little bit. Blood Raven, I know, right? for me, I have my cat food stored in like a big container. So anytime I go into the kitchen, as soon as I grab that container and start spinning the top of the cat food off, like of the container off, she knows what's up. She knows. And then the other thing is just the smell of the wet food. She knows what's up with the smell of the wet food as well. Yo, Spooky Art Goth, it's good to see you, by the way. Yeah, I missed your first message. But yes, I got myself a kitty cat. Oh, dang. Okay, hold on. I want to read your message again really quick. Yeah, you got a fur baby. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I got a fur baby. It's been about 4 weeks, so she's very comfortable, and now she's getting too comfortable, and now she's starting to strut like she owns the place. But she's still pretty timid. I think she's going to be a timid baby for a while, but I don't know. I'm very surprised at how loving she is and how often she wants love and she wants to be around me. So I actually think that her timidness is going to wear off. And I think that she will potentially be a lap cat and a table and a desk cat, and she'll be hanging out in our streams. I think very strongly she will. I think her skittishness is really starting to wane. Like, for example, I can now walk around her and she barely jumps up and runs. I can walk around her and she barely jumps up and runs away. It's like if I move a little bit too fast or a little too erratically, she'll totally get up and run. But if I like am careful about my footsteps and I make a point to like acknowledge her, like a lot of times all I have to do is like look at her and like I'll tell her, I'm like, hey, I'm getting up. And then I'll like look at her, I'm like, I'm walking this way. And she'll like look at me and then she'll make a point to go in the other direction. And she'll be like, okay, he's walking in this way. Like, so I'll walk left and she'll go right and like she'll avoid my footsteps, but she doesn't like run and like get scared every time I move. You know what I mean? That's what she was like when she came home. So it's super cute, dude. She's definitely like figuring out that, you know, she can navigate. Like what she'll do now is she'll like watch my feet. She'll watch my legs to see like where they're going and how fast they're moving. Like they're their own specific threats. And to her, they are, right? So she'll like watch, like, wait a second, what's he doing? And like she'll watch both legs. I'll see her head bob back and forth between both of my legs, like she's not sure, like, okay, they're moving. It's pretty funny. But at this point, she sleeps in my bed every night. The first thing she does when she wakes up is come to get some pets. I just give her full body rub downs. Like I give her full body rub downs like 2 or 3 times a day minimum, where I just spend like 5 or 10 minutes just giving her full body rub downs, full belly, like sometimes multiple minutes of just belly rubs at a time. She loves pets, as most cats do. So she'll just let me sit there and give her a full body rub down, like I said, maybe like 2 or 3 times a day. And now she hears me talking about her. Yeah, super affectionate lab cat. Yeah, I think she's gonna be one. Yeah, she's gotten pretty comfortable. Surprisingly comfortable. Now she just chills. Bum 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 bum. All right, I need 2 more bushes for this spot here. And then we're done. Just 1 more. And then we're done with the holly bushes for now. No, I could put another one right here. And then another one right here. Okay, so I need 3 more. Mm-mm, 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 mm-mm. 25 years of Animal Crossing. Can you believe it? Your cat eats grass? They're little rascals, dude. They are little rascals. All right, 3 more of these holly bushes. And boy, is our Lost Woods really starting to come together. Boy, is our Lost Woods really starting to come together here. It doesn't look like I made a ton of progress today, but it feels like I made a ton of progress just due to the nature of putting down bushes and creating like an almost maze-like experience isn't something that can be done like visually well. You know what I mean? Like, that's not something you're gonna like see too well. So like, I'm not expecting to start seeing the visual progression until like we get to the detail phase. Then y'all will start to be blown away by my designs. Wild World was my first and I loved it, but New Leaf was the one that started my love for making islands and theme towns and islands. Yet I still have warm fuzzies for my Wild World villagers like Nan and Kurt. Do you by chance still have your original cartridge, or is that a lost relic in your life? Just out of curiosity. Yo, we'll see you later, Jason. Thanks for popping in, dude. Can we put this here? I don't think this can go here. I didn't think so. I can't wait to come and visit so I can find a hole. Yeah, I'm gonna need some testers. Yeah, I love that. I didn't think this would fit here either. We can't really have any trees in here, which is fine. The first one I could have in here would be like right here. And even this is gonna be a little too close. Boom, 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 boom. I'm afraid to start it up and possibly see all my favorites are long gone. Aw. You should know that Animal Crossing has worked this way for a long time, Aloe Boo, and I think I can safely say this to you. The way I think so. I want to make this clear, I think. So, Animal Crossing eventually falls into a stasis. This happens for every AC game, by the way, I believe. And after a certain amount of months go by, after a certain amount of weeks go by, the only thing that keeps tallying up is your weeds. I hate to break the like fourth wall here because I know we love AC, right? But the truth is that Animal Crossing doesn't keep playing without you after you get to a certain point away from the game. So like, the only thing that will keep tallying up is weeds generally. Generally, only weeds will keep tallying up, but like villagers will stop leaving and stuff. Basically, the game, if you don't log into an Animal Crossing game after about, let's say 6 weeks to 8 weeks, the game falls into a stasis, essentially. And villagers will stop moving out. Villagers will stop moving in, because those specific processes do require you to be playing the game regularly. So let me give you a quick example of how this would work if you were to be playing a different way. Let's say you log into Animal Crossing 1 day a week, every week. You would be keeping the system out of stasis. And yes, in that case, you could very well lose a favorite villager every week. Every couple weeks, villagers could be dropping like flies because you're keeping the game out of hibernation. You're keeping the game out of stasis because you're playing at least one day a week. So if you play the game every couple weeks, you can lose your favorite villagers over an extended period of time. But for all of you out there who haven't loaded up an Animal Crossing save file in a long time, fret not. The game is likely in hibernation or stasis, and you might have only lost 1 or 2 villagers at most. You probably didn't lose more than 1. And knowing Wild World, fun fact, you might not have lost any. Instead, you might have somebody in boxes getting ready to leave right now. The game's kind of waiting for you to come back to acknowledge they're leaving. So just a little fun fact about the Animal Crossing universe. Not that, I'm not trying to give unsolicited advice or anything. I just wanted to share some details that I learned over the years of AC. You don't have to worry too much about your villagers leaving in the older games if you haven't played in a couple years. Most of them will just sit there and wait for you to come back. Yeah, it kind of does like take away from that feeling that AC is still playing without you. Like, yeah, it is for about 1 or 2 months, and then it goes into hibernation mode. Yeah. Like, I've had Animal Crossing GameCube save files that I haven't loaded up in like a year, and I go back and there's a single villager missing. And that's GameCube, where they're even more likely to just up and leave. So this hibernation thing that I'm mentioning is very real. I don't know the exact rules of engagement, and maybe one day when we catch Hunter R in the chat, or if we catch Kyler, maybe we can get one of them to actually give us the actual details on how that works. Because I bet you Kyler or Hunter could actually talk about that because they know the game so well because of the code and stuff. So don't be afraid to remind me the next time you guys see one of those in the chat. Let's ask them and see if they know any information about the hibernation mode that the game seemingly falls into when you don't play after a while. It's the same for New Horizons. New Horizons does the same thing. It falls into hibernation mode as well. New Leaf does the same, or New Horizons does the same thing. And the only thing that makes you think otherwise is that fun little interaction where the villagers will say how long you've been gone. Right? Like, that's the thing that tricks you into thinking that the game still acknowledges how long you've been gone. So it's like, oh, you've been gone for 3 years. And you're like, oh, wow. Like, the game knows I've been gone for this long. Like, yeah, it does, but it doesn't mean that stuff's been happening, I'm sitting here deciding where I want to put some of these bushes. Trying to decide exactly how far off the beaten trail I want to let players go. I don't want to control the player too much. I do want them to explore a little bit, but I also do want to kind of guide you in the right direction. I'm trying to do something a little bit. That's true, Random. I guess I never thought about the opposite side of that. I know Marshall's been practicing his kung fu in his basement for all the months I didn't play. Right. Like, that's like the fourth wall, like destruction there. Like, that's exactly what we're talking, right? The fourth wall destruction is kind of sad. It's like, Hylian, shut up, dude. We don't need to hear this. We didn't ask to learn about this, Hylian, please. Shut up, dude. This is not a time for you to be telling us facts. You're ruining the vibes. I'm the guy at the party who like starts talking about like how hot dogs are made at the barbecue. I'm the guy that starts talking about how hot dogs are made at the barbecue. Like, dude, please shut up, man. We're just trying to eat hot dogs. Stop. Like, no one needs to know about the process of how hot dogs are made, all right? Bum 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 beep bo bo boo. You're all good? Yeah, I know, I'm just being silly. The next Wreck-It Ralph needs to include an AC game that hasn't been played in years. Why is that the best idea ever, actually? The day Nintendo and Disney... The day that Nintendo and Disney decide to collab might be not a good day. I don't know for sure if that would be a good day or not for some people, but I think my brain tells me that's not a good day. My brain tells me that that's a bad day. So, oh my gosh, it's already happened, kinda. But technically, that's Square Enix, so no. Technically, that's Square. Yeah, you almost had me there. You almost had me there. Yeah, no, that's technically... Yeah, Sora is Square Enix. Have you seen the credits? It says this. Oh my gosh, does it? The credits of Kingdom Hearts? Well, I mean, obviously they're going to be in the credits because it's their IP, but Square Enix are the ones that own the rights to Kingdom Hearts, I thought. But yeah, maybe I'm wrong about that. That's so interesting. Who owns the rights to Kingdom Hearts? They had to get Disney's approval for Sora and Smash. Oh my gosh, the Walt Disney Company owns 100% of the Kingdom Hearts series. No way. I didn't know that. It makes sense, right? Like this, I shouldn't be so shooken up by this. It makes sense, but it's like, wait, what? Yeah, it's owned 100% by Disney. And Square was just basically what happened is this. I don't even have to read to tell you what happened. It was likely Square, if I had to guess, Square paid to use the rights of Disney's properties. Like, most likely Square paid to do those games. Like, I know that sounds backwards, but like most likely Square paid Disney to do those games. And then they got profit off of it, but they probably paid them to do those games. Like, they probably had to pay for the intellectual property rights to make those games. So those games are probably super expensive to make. You know what I mean? Like, they probably were very expensive to make because they probably paid out of pocket to make those games, unless there was some kind of deal that was struck where they were like, go ahead and use our IP and you don't have to pay for it, but we own 100% rights of the game. So the only thing that Square Enix would get out of that at that point again is just the sales of the game. So it was either that they had a deal where they were like, you can make the game, but we own the game. But you can make the game and make money off of it, but we own it. Right? Like, yeah, that's probably what happened. That's crazy, dude. Well, never mind. I guess I'm eating my shoe. Wait, I didn't make that bet this time. Okay, we're good. Never mind. No shoes need to be eaten today. Sometimes I do some crazy live deals. No shoes today. Sometimes I do some crazy live deals. Shoes have been eaten before, all right? Let's just say that. Metaphorically speaking. Metaphorically speaking. Oh yeah, there was a campsite villager. We could do a campsite gamba, sure. I'd pay good bits to see you eat a croc shoe. I came for the shoe eating. My favorite part about that emote, Clover, is that, I don't know if you noticed, but at the very end of that emote, it actually flips the bird. So it's not just people leave. It's actually a special version of people leave where it turns around and it flips you off as it's leaving. It's like a special version of people leave with a little extra attitude. Yep. Well, damn. A little extra attitude on top. Whoop. So apparently Kingdom Hearts happened because somebody from Disney and Square Enix met in an elevator. How cool is that? That's actually a super cool, like, mini story, if you will, you know, like, yeah, they met in an elevator and they're like, hey, I work for Disney. Hey, I work for Square Enix. Hey, you want to make a video game? Hey, I sure do. Hey. Like, people needs extra attitude. Yo, what up, Whitney Soups? We're going to be switching over to Pokemon Pokopia, and we're going to do the switch right now, actually. But first, let's do our Knuckle. And then we can do campsite bet if you guys want. Sure. Ew. I'm going to go see if I got some coffee left in the coffee. Oh, no way, dude. The coffee pot turns off at 11 every day. There's no way. I'm going to have to heat it up in the microwave. I'll do that, though. I'll do that. I'll take a real break, I suppose. All right, here's a prediction. Who's in the campsite? All right. 2 minutes on the clock. Male or female villager? Who is in the campsite? All right, I'll be right back, y'all. Give me just a minute or two. I'm going to get some water. I'm going to see if I can get some coffee warmed up. I'll be right back. All right. Ugh. I'm back. Thank you for your patience. Oh, we got a birthday in the chat. Yeah, it's Kel's birthday today. Yeah. It's Kel's birthday today. Oh, I left you with the quiet tunes. I left y'all with the quiet tunes, my bad. I opted not to get coffee since it was making my stomach hurt earlier, and even though I feel better, but decided why bother? We'll just deal. Oh, Gonzo! Gonzo the legend. Gonzo the legend. What up, Bell Bun? Gonzo the legend. All right, chat wants their knuckle today. So we can do that. We can do the knuckle here. Here you guys go. Give me just a second here. You guys can start getting your guesses in. I need to quickly answer this phone call. I've been waiting for one moment here. Sorry, I can't let you read my lips. All right, who we starting off with? Gonzo? All right, thank you. All right, Gonzo's not the worst start. We got mail. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. That actually isn't helpful because we'll always know which one it is after the first guess. So yeah, Gonzo didn't give us the best intro here, but that's okay. That's okay. It looks like simple or cool or black or green is all we have to go off of. And that it's not a cranky. So that helps out a little bit. We could take the cranker out of the running and just do jock, lazy, or smug. We know it's no cranky. We know it's not a koala. Marshall, he likes cool for sure. Raymond seems pretty cool as well. I don't know when their birthdays are, though. Let's go check real quick. Villager Marshall. What is this? This is called Nookle. This is our daily Nookle, and it's like a Wordle, but for Animal Crossing. It looks like this dude's birthday is Libra. Good thing we didn't guess Marshall. Marshall's a Libra. Nice. All right. We dodged a bullet. I highly doubt Raymond is also... a Libra. Oh my gosh, they're both Libras. Get out of here. What is this? Yeah, all right. Yeah, for those that don't know, right now we're playing, this is our daily Nookle. Well, when we do it, it's an Animal Crossing Wordle, so you need to guess villagers. And then we can try to get the villager list down further and further using like filters and information, right? So for example, Mo the cat. How do you access? You just go to nookle.net. I'll share the link after here. I'm done. So Mo is a Capricorn. So Mo with the mouth, right? Mo with the mouth. Mo with the mouth. Mo mouth with Mo. I'm never going to forget that again. Mo, survey says. All right. Capricorn's out. Libra's out. Lazy is out. It's got to be a smug or a jock. And we know that simple is in here. And we know that green is in here actually, right? No. Simple is not guaranteed. It could be active, but green is guaranteed actually. So good call out on the green. Good call out on the green. Green is guaranteed, but not simple. Because it could be active here as well. No cats. No koalas. Any guesses? Big Top. He's not in here. Big Top is not showing up in here. Bam is showing up in here. Survey says Bam. We got Jock. We're locked in on Jock. We're locked in on Jock. We know what villager type it is now. We know it's not a Scorpio. We know it's not a Capricorn. We know it's not a Libra. Let's go ahead and do some science, all right? So it can be everything but a Capricorn, a Libra, or a Scorpio. Let's go and take a look at the list now. Here's who's left, everyone. Who do you think it is? From Ace, Axel, Bud, Kusto, Genji, Mott, Sheldon, Sprocket, Tank, or Tian Shang? Sprocket is still your guess. Sprocket. Let's check what Sprocket's birthday is. Wait, we don't have to do that. I fixed it. Do we think Sprocket? What? Let's see. Hold on. Let's see if we can fix this even better. We know that it's not nature, and we know that it's not play. Sprocket is still available. Let's go with it. Survey says oh, it just wasn't it. He likes music. Oh, good guess though. Good guess. Sprocket's out. Sprocket's out. Good guess though. Tank for Kells. All right, here we go. Sagittarius is out. Hold on a second. Let me take Sag out of the running. Sag is out. Tank is still in, of course, because Tank is now. Oh, we are getting robbed. We get fitness. We're getting robbed right now. Oh, we got robbed, dude. All right, well, we know it's not a Tauros either. Who's left? 5 villagers remain. I'm going to go with my boy. Son of a B word. It was my boy the whole time. I avoided picking him because I've confirmation biased. I was like, nah, confirmation bias, nah. It was my boy the whole time. Chat knew it, dude. It was my boy the whole time, dude. Son of a B word. Look at him. He's a rabbit. He's Jock Fitness. Green purple. Green purple makes so much sense. Elegant simple throws me here. This throws me. Elegant is not the word I think of when I think of Genji. Old Genji, but not new Genji. New Genji's such a jock. Homie wouldn't know elegant from his ass if it was attached to him. All right, like, homie wouldn't know. Like that. I don't know, but like old, maybe old Genji, but not like, not new Genji. No, new Genji's not elegant. I disagree with this. Oh, let me get my YouTube chat back. My bad, YouTube chat. All right, we're back. I only missed your call out of drift. Wait, I didn't try drift out there. Thank you, Hula. I've been getting a lot better with YouTube chat. Thanks for your patience, everybody. All right. It's time for some Nookonomics. All right, it's time for some Nookonomics. All right, the Nookonomics here is The Price is Right, but Animal Crossing. Go, chat. How much does an anchor statue value? I wanted to say how much does, and then it didn't make sense. How much is the anchor statue worth? How much is the anchor statue worth? I want to see your guesses in the chat here. $5 million. Doll hairs. 12,99999. 5553. Survey says, whoa, first try. What? 47 away. Aurora Pop slays it. Samantha might have also won with 5750. 52 was too low, but 5750 might have won as well. It might have been just out of range. So shout out to the first guesses there. 5500 probably would have won. Dat Baby. Probably that as well. Yo, shout outs to the Animal Crossers out there. 25 years of Animal Crossing, everybody. 25 years of AC. 7 years of Animal Crossing on this channel. And we began the journey of starting to fully put together the Lost Woods. It begins. And today we made a lot of progress, and we got to chat a little bit about what Animal Crossing means to all of us. And, you know, I just want to say as I wrap up here with AC that at the end of the day, Animal Crossing was always pretty special to me, but it was just another video game. It really was. It was just another video game. It was another great game that I loved. It was right up there with my favorite Mega Mans and my favorite Marios and my favorite Zeldas. And it was always just a game that I liked. And just like all the other games I like, you know, it wasn't something that like impacted my life outside of some, you know, helping me get through some tough times in high school. But video games in general got me through tough times in high school. So I never really looked at AC as like a standout from that, outside of the fact that it was a quirky game that was unlike any other game, and that nobody was really hip to it. So like, sure, you know, it was not many people could relate to the feeling of AC, you know, making them feel at home and secure in a rough household, you know, like not everyone fully understood that, but most of us could understand what video games do in general for that type of scenario. But it wasn't until I really started sharing this with the Animal Crossing community. It all started with Tumblr. It all started with me making GIFs on Tumblr, highlyindecent.tumblr.com, you know, and all of a sudden I started sharing my love for Animal Crossing, and I realized there wasn't a ton of Animal Crossing GameCube content. It was mostly New Leaf, and I said to myself, this is something that I want to share with the community. I want to show the New Leafers at the time of the roots of this game and just how beautiful this game really is and where it all came from. And that became my mission after a while. My mission to go out there and show people how wonderful Animal Crossing GameCube is. And boy, have I succeeded in that mission. Because fast track a couple years after Tumblr, and I'm on Twitch and I'm streaming Animal Crossing GameCube. And fast track again even further to now, 7 years into streaming, and I have showcased Animal Crossing GameCube, the Japanese version for Nintendo 64, the English reproduction. I have showcased almost every version of Animal Crossing imaginable on the channel, and I've gotten to take that feeling of wanting other people to enjoy Animal Crossing, and I've been able to funnel that passion into my stream. You know, and that's what it's all about. Like, ever since I was a kid, I always wanted people to like understand this game, and the handful of people that I got to play Animal Crossing back then was super rewarding. My friend's mom, my little sister. But at the end of the day, it wasn't until I started streaming that I really finally got to fulfill a mission that had kind of been a part of my journey for a long time. Like getting people to understand this game, getting people to play this game. And here we are, 2026, and Animal Crossing's bigger than ever. We just celebrated yesterday 25 years of AC. And I've gotten to show off the older games more than I think any other creator has ever had the opportunity to, and to do it full time. I think I can say that safely. Like, go look around the internet, and I think I can safely say that I have showcased the older Animal Crossing games more than any other channel, like on the internet, besides for maybe like, I'm in the top 5 at least. And this isn't a race, but like, I say this proudly. You know, like, aside from Simply Press Start and a couple other people who have some pretty long-winded Let's Plays out there, I've made a living off of showcasing Animal Crossing and playing these games and introducing so many people into these older games, the newer games, New Horizons. It's been a beautiful journey, man. And 25 years of AC is pretty special. And while I couldn't think of a better way to celebrate it than Nintendo doing something in game and giving us a letter, and while I couldn't imagine them ever acknowledging it, they did more for Animal Crossing than they did for Zelda. They did more for Animal Crossing's anniversary than they did for The Legend of Zelda. Dude, I would have never guessed this. So I'm so proud to be sitting here 7 years deep, technically about almost 10 years of Animal Crossing content, just around 9 for me. I think probably 10. You know, and then to be able to say that I've been doing this and I've been pushing these older games in a way, you know, it might not all be on YouTube because that wasn't a journey that we were on, but by the time I'm done posting all of my Animal Crossing content out there, you know, there's no comparison. Thank you, man. You know, like I feel like there's not many, you know, and eventually that YouTube will be loaded up with all that AC content for y'all. And there's a lot of it that got lost in time, and we might not ever get that back, but that just means we have plenty of time in the future to lock in and to continue to create Animal Crossing content. Yeah, what's up, right? Good to see you, Jeff, and good to see you, Reese. Is that you on both sides? Welcome to the show. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about my journey with Animal Crossing with all of you, and I just wanted to share my thoughts on how great it feels to be, as self-proclaimed as it might be, one of the premier Animal Crossing creators on the internet in my own way. And that's not taking shine from anybody else out there, right? In my own way, we all have our own journey. You know, I would never take away the shine of SPS and how she introduced so many people to these games. You know, all of the what is his name? I can't remember his name. I want to call him Nintendo, but that's a different creator. But all of the wonderful creators that I've interacted with over the years that really do help keep the animal, you know, Pat. I'm talking about Pat from, what is his website? What's Pat's freaking website name? He does a lot of Nintendo content. Why am I forgetting that dude's whole name? It's Nintendo something. I don't know. Anyways, you know, Nintendo Talk. Thank you. I was close. I was dancing around it. You know, Nintendo Talk, you know, they do so much wonderful stuff for the Animal Crossing space. There's a lot of creators. The point I'm trying to make is there's a lot of creators that I actually look up to that have called Animal Crossing home for years, well before I made my debut on the Animal Crossing space, and at least, you know, officially. And, you know, fun fact on that note, I fought being an Animal Crossing streamer. I don't know if anybody from my original days, people would come into the chat and they'd be like, oh, it's that Animal Crossing streamer. And I'd be like, that's not me. I'm a variety streamer. I used to kind of fight it. I used to hate being labeled. It's so funny. I used to hate being labeled, you know? And, you know, here we are. I've full on embraced it over my years, and to the point to where now I am continuing to do everything I can to make it clear to the internet community out there that, like, I am here with AC to stay. This is my home, and I'm always going to be grounded in the Animal Crossing space. And I'm going to try new things. I'm going to branch off. You know, Pokemon is something I've always wanted to be a creator in, and Pokopia has really opened me to my doors to being a Pokemon creator. And I want to do more Pokemon stuff. And with Champions, I'm building teams and I'm having so much fun. And I've been encouraged to go back to ZA and back to Scarlet and Violet. And I've played every Pokemon game on released. I'm also a Zelda creator, and I've played almost every Zelda game known to man on my channel. And I've done marathons that I'm still paying my dues for. And, you know, like, but I'm always going to come back home to Animal Crossing. And I'm going to continue to try to show you all through action. I have a lot of plans, and while I might be kind of overwhelmed, and it's not always easy for me to execute every plan, you know, I get overwhelmed a lot when it comes to my show and my everyday life and whatever. And I bring that up because I might not be able to execute every plan that comes to mind. But I just want you to know that I am always thinking about what to do next with this game. What to do next in the Animal Crossing space. Where the next step, what direction is the direction I want to go next. I'm always thinking of ideas for YouTube content, for other platforms, for my Twitch show, and how I can continue to show all of you, as well as all the people that haven't met me yet, that Animal Crossing is one of the most beautiful games ever made and should be shared with everyone and for any walk of life. Whether you're a biker, tough guy, whether you're a guy that's too smart for his own good and hates fun, whether you're a Call of Duty gamer, whether you're a Nintendo gamer, it doesn't matter. Animal Crossing calls to all walks of life. And I'm going to continue to be on the forefront of that. 25 years of Animal Crossing. I'm going to continue. I'm going to be on the forefront of it. I'm going to keep doing everything I can to show with action, and more importantly, and this is where I shine, consistency. That no matter if I take a break from the game, no matter if I'm not always doing the most exciting and the most awesome thing with the game, no matter if I'm not always able to think of my own awesome, super creative ideas, sometimes I'm just not as creative as the next guy. Sometimes I'm more creative than the next guy. It just depends. Depends on where my passion lies, what's going on in my life at that moment. But there's one thing I can say for certain, is that I'm going to be here. I'm going to be here when Animal Crossing is offering nothing to the creators and you can't pay your bills as a content creator full-time on AC. And I'm going to be here when Animal Crossing is the most popular thing in existence. And it's the thing that everyone wants to do, like it was in 2020. For me, it doesn't matter. And that's, I think, through my consistency and through loyalty and through my actions, my hope is that is how I prove to the Animal Crossing community that I'm worth their time and that I'm here to continue making content for this game. That's what I'm going to do. You know, I thought really hard about it. And I at one point I even started questioning, like, am I doing enough? I had that talk live on stream. I even started questioning, am I doing enough? Right? Like, could I be doing more? Should I be going full in? Should I be, every breath of my life, should it be Animal Crossing? Am I not going in enough? And then I really started looking back, dude. Zoldar coming in with the tier 2, baby. Right? I started looking back at all my content and everything I've done in the hundreds and thousands of hours I put into Animal Crossing. And I was like, no, this isn't a question of I haven't done enough. You know, sure, I think there's a conversation to be had where maybe my efforts could have been a little bit more diversified. And maybe I could have been on YouTube a little sooner. And maybe I could have been creating more, curated, scripted content, right? Like in this space. But I think that in that moment on stream and in that moment where I was sharing those thoughts with all of you, that I was underselling and undervaluing my biggest strength as a creator. Consistency. When all the dust settles, who's still here playing Animal Crossing? Me. When all the dust settles, when all the hype drains out, when everyone is going about their everyday gaming life and they're moving on and they're trying new things, who is still sitting here and playing this game? Even if I take a couple week break, even if I dive into Pokopia for a month, I'm right here. I will always find time for this franchise. I will always find time to play this game, even if it comes down to being something that I can't make any money off of. If that's, then so be it. Then I will continue to find other avenues of revenue in my life and income. I've said it before and I'll say it again. And I don't say this lightly because the last thing I want to do is manifest it into my life. But if I had to go get a regular job, I would. If that's what it meant to be able to keep doing this regularly to some extent, like I would, like that's fine with me. That's something I've came to terms with when this all started, that it could end at any moment. And you have to think that way as a creator, because otherwise you're stuck. You either have two choices as a content creator. You either go so hard that the floor can never fall out from under you, and you manage your income and your finances and everything perfectly, or you just accept that it's always fleeting and you try to, manage around it. So and that's just what I wanted to say, man. So I'll go ahead and I'll get my alerts turned back on, but I just wanted to share some thoughts on the Animal Crossing journey that I've been on, and how my biggest strength as an Animal Crosser is the thing that I'm going to focus on to show all of you and anybody that I haven't met out there, and all the Animal Crossers in my space around me, that consistency and that loyalty to Animal Crossing, to Stardew Valley, to the games that started my channel. That is my gift. That is my skill. That is the thing that I am bringing the strongest to the table. That you can guarantee that I'm always going to rotate back to the game that started it all. And meanwhile, I'm going to continue to put effort into pushing my content in as many wonderful directions as we can push it safely and comfortably. I'm going to continue to try to put out awesome content around AC and other games, and try to really show you all just how cool of a creator I can be. If I haven't already proven that to you all, I've certainly proved it to myself. From cooking streams to variety content, to the Zelda stuff, to marathons, to 24 hours, whatever. We're always doing something super cool here. And while I'm not going to stop trying to push the fold, and I'm not going to ever stop trying to do unique things, whether within Animal Crossing or otherwise, the conclusion that I've really came to after a lot of inward thinking is that I can sit back, I can rest easy in my year of letting go, and I can remind myself that all of that energy that I put into the Animal Crossing space mattered. And it might not feel like it every single day, but it mattered. And I've been doing this for 7 years, and it mattered. And it's in a sense, I'm saying like my dues have been paid. That's not going to stop me from continuing to put out great content, but I've paid my dues in this space. And maybe not everyone out there has interacted with me or seen me, and maybe I haven't had the reach that I could have had. That doesn't matter, because I have built a space for Animal Crossers here on the internet, and I'm pretty freaking proud of that. I'm pretty freaking proud of the fact that I've managed to build this space. So no, the stream's all good on my end. The stream's all good on my end. I don't even like AC, and I tune into your streams, man. Awesome content, 100%. Thanks, dude. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Yeah, it could have been a Twitch thing, but everything's good on my end. Could have been a Twitch thing. Twitch gets twitchy sometimes. It do be like that. Yeah, it was probably just a Twitch thing. Yo, thank you for the biddies. Thank you, Cozy. Thank you, Feisty Streams, for the tier 2. Thank you, Cloveran, for the 5 gifted subs. Appreciate the hype train. Thank you, Buy the Brick Book. And thank you, Nadine. I'm going to replay that one for Nadine. Nadine got scammed. Nadine got scammed. Yo, look how much fun you're having. Look how much fun you're having. All right, cool. Let's switch over to Pokopia. I'm going to play some Pokopia today. No, it's never a bad time to send support. Rarely do I pause or skip an alert. It's just I was just in the middle of saying something important to me.
I have been watching for a few years. My favorite streamer to this day, less than 3.
Yeah, never bad to put support in. And normally I would just let you talk and then I would just wait. But I just wanted to get that thought out of my brain because it's pretty special to me. 25 years of Animal Crossing means a lot to me. And I wanted to share my thoughts with all of you that I was thinking about over the past day since the anniversary was yesterday. So, yeah, never need to apologize for supporting the show. All right, I just got to get some titles and stuff changed, and then we can dive in here. I'm doing pretty well, thank you, Jeff. Thanks for asking. How are you, buddy? Yo, Silent Shelf coming in with some biddies as well. Thank you, my dude. Do 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 do. All right. While we're doing this, I'd love to hear from y'all. Sound off in the chat if you're still hanging out with us here this afternoon. And welcome to the show. And thank you again for the hype train, everybody. I'm sure salutes to the hype train in here as it dies off. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, who wants to hear this guy yapping about trash, dude? Get this shit out of here. We're trying to give this guy subs, and we're trying to watch some video games. This dude needs to shut up. Also, I did see your message, Strawberry Grass, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. I like to share some thoughts here and there, you know. I know not most of y'all probably care too much, but you know, just a little Dear Diary session because Animal Crossing means a lot to me. I thought if there was one day that I could get away with a speech, it would be on Animal Crossing's birthday. Don't worry. I won't be doing too many speeches. Tamagotchi Living the Dream releases tomorrow, right? Tonight at midnight? Is that when it... The 16th, right? I believe it's the 16th. All right, we'll take this road. Nice. Yeah, I'm stamped up. I'm ready to go. I'm stamped up. I am ready to go. Let's go visit our Cloud Island real quick and see if we got a good stamp over there. Nice. I visited a bunch of freaking islands. Now I got a bunch to check every day for stamps. I don't know how people are playing. So you can play by putting your Switch in Australia. So this is a trick that a lot of streamers do. What they do is they make an Australian account and then they buy Australian dollars. You can do this by going to a website like Play Asia, and you could buy a Nintendo gift card for like Australian money. And then you can go into that Australian account, buy the Australian version of the game, and then they can play the game early. So a lot of streamers do this to be first to market. A lot of streamers do it to be first to market, which is a very smart move, to be honest. I don't do it because I've seen some issues in the past where, ooh, look at all these coins. I've seen some stuff in the past where like a streamer got booted off of Twitch, like banned off of Twitch because there was some wires that were crossed. So I don't mess around with that anymore. Like, to give you guys the quick story, it was a Splatoon game, I think. But there was a game that came out and people were playing the game early using that trick, and Nintendo actually sent them a cease and desist to Twitch, and then Twitch banned them temporarily. I think it was for like a week. And ever since I saw that, I was like, nah, man, I'm never going to chance that. Like, I'm not going to chance that. Like, no way. Like, screw that. You know what I mean? These are like bugged. What? Is it just collecting unlimited coins? What? It keeps collecting the same 2 coins and then they go away. It collects them and then they go away. Like, look what happens. Look. 3625 and then they go away. It's like bugging out. You know what? I don't want the 200 coins. I don't care. Nice. We already got level 10. Level 10 environment level here on the island is nuts. Yeah, it probably has something to do with the internet connection, if I had to guess. Dude, look at this. Look at this crazy build, dude. We got an elevator here. Let's see where it goes. People have been building. We're going down. It's a lava vader. Oh wow, there's Pokemon that live down here. Dragapult. Oh, this is the berry farm. Oh, nice. The berry farm. I don't know how it works though, but it's back here.
Squirtle, Squirtle.
I hope the stupidness of Tamagotchi wins your heart. If you go back and watch the stream this morning, you might be quickly disappointed at my commentary. Dude, this is cool, man. I imagine this has been Intern, aka I believe Kerbu, who's been grinding. This is sick. I know, I heard. Okay, I just wanted to say that because I thought it was ironic that you said that. Yeah, dude, some of the berry farms look nuts in this game. Yeah, some of the berry farms look absolutely bonkers. Yeah, we're gonna be checking it out though. We'll be playing for a couple hours. Good morning, Exhaustion. Welcome back. We'll be playing for a couple hours tomorrow morning, and we'll see how we feel. I'm going into it with a very open mind. I'm not going to be a butthead about it. But I thought I'd share my feelings just because I thought it was worth sharing. Like I said, just kind of setting the pace. I don't rarely do that because it's not in my interest as a creator to tell people not to watch my show. But sometimes I just feel like taking the creator guys away and just being like, this is how I feel. Yeah, we talked about that a little bit this morning, Daza, about the development cycle of Tamagotchi, and it was an interview, and they talked about how, they talked about how they've been working on this game for a long time, which that just means that it's going to be beautiful for those that are excited. For those of you that are excited, it's going to be a beautiful experience. Like, that's all that means. Yeah, we're gonna show it off tomorrow, Pastel Constellations. So hopefully that can give you a better idea of if the game is for you. I didn't see your spa on the Cloud Island. Oh, I didn't know you had a spa over there. I'll have to go back and actually spend some time there soon. I was just hunting for... Oh! I was just hunting for badges, but I got distracted. Speaking of, let's get back to that. Well, this Pokemon, it just doesn't have a home now. It's probably just homeless. Great. I need to get my Joy-Con set up. I just did a tour of the Cloud Island like last week. So I know y'all are adding a lot of stuff often, but like, I'm not trying to go and do a tour of the Cloud Island like every day, y'all. Sorry. It's just not going to happen that way. Yeah, I literally just did one, like on the last episode of the game. Like literally, I think Monday. I went there and I poked around the building, I checked out all the builds, and I left. So like, I know a lot of work has been going on since Monday, but it's like, I'm not going to sit here and just keep going and looking at everything. So I'll get there eventually. Yeah, we just did a full tour, like maybe 4 or 5 days ago. I feel like it's a game I'm not even thinking of playing, and then I'll see your interaction and instantly want it. I'm getting the game on Friday. Nice, dude. What have you been gaming on, Jeff? Ooh, Mewtwo. We'll take that. That's a beautiful stamp. Thank you, Mary Bella. Thank you, Mary Bella. Legend. Let's go see if we can get another Mew or another legendary. We're going to be getting so many coins tomorrow. Oh, that's true. You could always go visit yourself as well. Correct. Nice. I forgot about that. What up, Card Shark? Yeah, man. 9 years, basically 10 years, is a really, really long time to be developing a game. I bet you that Tamagotchi Life is going to be a phenomenal game for those that are excited about it. Oh, wait. Aerodactyl's visiting from your friend's world. Hey! Howdy, Hylian, I made it! Remember me? I'm Angel's friend. Sure is nice. For sure is a nice place you got here. Very relaxing. Oh, hey! How'd you like to take this off my hands? I picked it up on my way over to see you. Oh, he gave me an emote. I'm in a bit of a pickle. What's up, dude? Howdy, I got something I could use a little help with. You up for lending me a hand? Sure. How do you feel about taking a picture with me? Sure, dude. All right, let me figure out where my legendary burb is. What a cute little request. What a cute little request. Yeah, what y'all been gaming on, chat? What you been filling the void with? Outside of the obvious answer of Pokopia. What y'all been gaming on? I haven't been gaming at all. Besides for Champions. Sorry, Pokemon Champions has been the only game for me. But I've been spending most of my time team building. Because I'm already creating my version 2 of the team around Fortress. And I realized that I needed a stronger core. So I just got it. I got the core I'm using now. It looks like it's going to be fun. I realized I had to change how I was approaching playing with Fortress. I didn't understand what I was doing, and it was becoming a problem. It was like, I realized that I had to make a decision about how I was using the Pokemon in VGC. I had to decide if it was going to be a supporter, if it was going to be an attacker, what its role was going to be in my team. And once I decided that, I was able to build a new core around it. Yeah, it's pretty cool. So I've been doing like a little bit of Pokemon Champions, but the past like 2 or 3 days, I pretty much was out of my office. I went on some walks, some adventures. I watched some movies. I was pretty much out of my office on those impromptu days off I took. I decided I needed a recharge. I needed to reconnect with certain things in my life. I just needed a breather. Like that's what that phone call was about that I got as well. I don't mind openly talking about this stuff a little bit because I think it's important to kill the stigma off of it. But after taking a little bit of a breather, I decided to opt back into getting some more therapy. I was like seeing a therapist on and off the past like 4 or 5 years, and it's been about 6 months. And I decided I needed a break. You know, like going through therapy can be a lot, so I needed like a break. So now I'm like ready to go back and like do some more growing, do some more figuring out. You know, weather's nice again. A walk sounds lovely. Yeah, I was out and about yesterday walking around. You accidentally slept through your therapy appointment? Yeah, I just got mine confirmed for later today. It was a last minute thing, but they had a spot open for today. I signed up for it yesterday. So I've been using an online therapist for like a while now. Even though I wouldn't mind like an in-office visit. I feel like there's a different vibe there, you know? But yeah, like yesterday was all about that. It was about me catching up on things and like taking a step back and re-locking in. I was feeling a little bit off. So it was that's what the past 2 days pretty much were spent doing, just that kind of stuff. All right, let's go take a look. Oh wait, there's still more potential for Muse. Hold on a second. I keep getting distracted from my main goal here. All right, let's go here. So yeah, not a ton of gaming. You've been playing some Pokemon games you never played before, X and Violet. Ooh, nice, dude. Do you like Pokemon Violet? You're playing on your Switch 2. Pokemon Violet on the Switch 2 is almost unfair because of how much better it is than the Switch 1. I'm almost pissed off that I put my 300 hours into Scarlet and Violet on the Switch because the free update they did for the Switch 2 is so clean that I'm almost mad that like I put 300 hours into the game and it's nothing like that at all. You've been playing Pokemon XD? Nice. Yeah, it runs great on the Switch too. It's like I said, it's almost annoying because of how good it is. It's like, come on, dude. You guys couldn't have figured that out before I put hundreds of hours into the game. Thank you, Miles. I thought I changed it. Let me double check. Thanks for saying something. Sometimes I won't save it. Okay, get me out of here. Oh my gosh, I never changed it on Twitch. Thanks. I knew the process of changing titles was a little too easy this time. I knew it. I thought to myself, like, why did that not take as long as it usually does? Well, because I didn't do it on one of my platforms. Nice. Wait, you mean this game? Wait, what is this? Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! It looks terrible. This could trigger somebody's epilepsy. This is so bad. It's so bad. All right, we got one more island to visit, and then we're done. Cheesy meatballs? Dude, that sounds great. Like ricotta cheese? I did play the OG Pokemon games. Yeah, I grew up on them, Deku dude. So my Pokemon journey started all the way back on the big brick Game Boy and Pokemon Blue, pretty much the year it was released. I was gifted it by my stepmom. Bless my stepmom's heart, because she tried really hard to get close to me. I was stubborn though. No one could replace my mama, you know. I was a mama's boy. Yeah, I started with yellow, and then I played... I started with blue, then I played yellow. And then I started with blue, then I played yellow, then I played gold. I'll take this brainy door. Then I played gold, and then from there, I got to Generation 3 late. And I played Sapphire, but didn't really appreciate it. Then played Leaf Green, loved it. Then Generation 4 started, and I picked up either Diamond or Pearl. I don't know which one. I think it was Diamond. And then they released Heart Gold, Soul Silver. And then I told myself in that moment, how you doing today, Gammy? In that moment, I told myself I would never play another Pokemon game. I'll never forget this. I told all of my friends and myself that once Heart Gold, Soul Silver released, I would never play another Pokemon game for the rest of my life. Because I was convinced that Heart Gold, Soul Silver was the best that I would ever get. And to be fair, I wasn't that far off. Even though I think that Pokemon has gotten really good. And that was my journey. From there, I skipped Generation 5. I skipped Generation 6. And I came back for, of all generations, Generation 7. I came back with, I bought a 3DS for Sun and Moon, and I came back for Gen 7. I had, my 3DS was for Link Between Worlds, Animal Crossing New Leaf. I picked up Fire Emblem Awakening, shout out to Awakening. And then I picked up Sun and Moon on release night. I actually picked up Sun and Moon on release night, midnight release, which was cool. All right, let's go to Fuchsia and see what we're working with. And then we're gonna come back and come collect some items. First, we need to see what we need at Fuchsia. I need to see it again. It's been a couple days. So from there, I came back for Sun and Moon, fell in love, got into competitive and shiny hunting a little bit for the first time ever. And I started streaming, and then I've played every Pokemon game released since I started streaming. So pretty much starting with Sword and Shield. I went back and played Gen 5, and I now know why Gen 5's considered the best. It's really good. and I went back and I played Gen 6. So I can actually comfortably say to all of you right now, I have finally played every Pokemon game or every Pokemon generation ever made. And I didn't actually realize that until this conversation right now. Because we played Gen 6 before the release of Pokemon ZA. So now that I because of this stream, I have now played every Pokemon generation finally. And I can safely say that Gen 5 probably brought the most heat outside of Gen 2. Gen 2 Heart Gold Soul Silver was the best, I still think, but I can safely say Gen 5 probably is as good as everyone claims it is. Like, it really is that good. Like, Gen 5 really is that good. And I didn't even get a chance to do post-game. Yeah, I haven't played Black and White 2 yet, which is true. So if those are considered separate games from the, like, if those are almost their own generation, then I guess I still have a little bit of work to go. But technically I've played all the gens. I haven't played Black and White 2. I haven't played Pokemon. If I sat down and listed out every Pokemon game, I've probably only played about 70% of them. I can tell you that much. I haven't played a lot of the obscure stuff. You guys like this? We did the roses in between. It's pretty cute. We did the roses in between. It's pretty cute, actually. It's not bad. I almost think I could go with some pink roses in between the white ones. So I think I might bring some pink roses back, and we could do pink in between, and then I think it would be perfect, actually. So we're going to do that. All right, so what else do we need today? We need bushes. We potentially need some benches, bushes. We have to build a house over here. I'm going to do that last, I think. I need more yellow grass potentially for paths. So we have to go to a dream island again for that. We'll eventually bring the water once we figure out what we're going to do for the base of these pools. We'll do that later. But we have a lot of space we need to fill up today. We have a lot of space we need to fill up today, and I want to start doing the bulk of this right now. I'm in the mood for some designing, and we're gonna do the bulk of this right now. I think we need yellow grass, we need bushes, we need flowers. Some benches, maybe another street post or two. Whatever bricks we're going to be using for the bridge here. We need to figure out our little bridge here. Dun, 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 dun. Yo, what up, Minty Mont? Good to see you today. How are you, Minty? All right, let's go. Definitely a separate game. You didn't beat the original champ. I don't think I did. When are you going to start adding on your server? I was just saying, I think you said you were on your lunch break. I was just saying that I need to spend some real time on the Cloud Island here for multiple reasons. So I'm going to have to figure out what I want to do on the Cloud Island before I head over there. But I'll start thinking about it now. I'm thinking about doing a mansion of some sort. But that's like such a blanket thing to say. Like, what does that mean? Like, well, I'm not sure yet. I was specifically thinking of attempting to do like the hidden mansion from Blaine's Island, from Cinnabar Island, something that represents the hidden mansion. I think that could be kind of cool. I don't know. All right, we have plenty of light green grass to work with. I can't believe we finished our Pokedex chat. Yeah, thank you again, Strawberry Grass, for your kind words, homie. I did read your message, and I appreciate you sticking with me, dude. And thank you, everyone, for hearing me out. I know I was just being a dork about, you know, I was just being sarcastic about the whole me not be sharing my thoughts, you know, just being sarcastic. Your boy likes to yap, and he's gonna yap when he feels like yapping. And that's just the way it's gonna be. We like a yap around here. How do the legendary birds work on Cloud Islands? Do you still have to build the structures? That's a really good question. Does anybody have an answer for that? I don't know. I know you still have to go to Dream Islands for like the dogs and stuff. Right? Like I'm pretty sure that's how that works. Yeah, I gotta get to the P.O. box. My plan is actually to go today. What time is it? It's Wednesday? Yeah, I think we might go today. So I know Aubrey also has a P.O. box item there for me. And then I'll reach out and I'll let you all know because I want to mail all this stuff. For those that didn't hear, I finally got, thank you Wolfblood for the biddies. And thank you Cyan Side for the 14 months. And thank you for the hype train, everybody. Thank you Cyan Side. How are you, by the way, Cyan? Thank you again, Wolfblood. I'm so sorry I missed those 2 alerts. I wanted to say, for those that missed it, one of the things I did during my days off, because it was really starting to get to me, was I got about 40 things packaged up, labeled, and ready to be mailed. About 40 things. 2 things from like 2 years ago. Well, like a year ago. And I don't say that proudly, I promise you. It just, ish happens. I'm not the most, organized human, whatever excuses I can think of in the moment. So either way, I got a lot of stuff to mail, so you should be getting messages here this week. I'm going to try to mail stuff today, tomorrow. It just depends on when I can get to the post office. Like I said, I do have an appointment today. I need to figure that out. And I realized we haven't gotten wide yet. We have visited the last door. Yes, Jenna! We went to the last door! We did it! And while we get wide, we can smile and reminisce on the fact that we got every Pokemon in this game registered. Oh, isn't there a special event happening with Bulbasaur right now? Isn't there a special event happening with Bulbasaur? Is that happening right now? It starts Sunday. Thank you. It starts Sunday. Cool. I like the wide puppies. That's funny. I told you can keep the Shrek waffles. I don't need it back. JK, get out of here, Minty. I want to see those stretched out emotes in my chat. Come on, don't hold back. Where you at? Don't make this old man beg on stream. That's not a good look for me. So if you wouldn't mind getting wide, stretching out in the chat, come on, where you at? I wanna see some wide WIDE emotes. Yeah. Yo, what up, Johnny Slime, baby? What up, Jay Slime? Jay Slimizzle? Jay Slimizzle? Sorry. You can arrange for UPS to pick up packages at your home? Wait, really? That's a real service? Oh, today's tax day. Dude, Renee is right. The post office might be slammed. It's tax day. True. Yeah, I might end up mailing stuff tomorrow. But I can go to my P.O. box. That's fine. The P.O. box I can do without... I don't even need to ask for permit. Like, I just walk in and go to the P.O. box. Bum, bum, bum. don't need this. I'm just grabbing all the flowers I can and these little doodads and these ferns and some trees. And we're going to do some real fun stuff with this decorating. Maybe we need a couple large boulders. Grab some hedges here. Dude. And then let me see if I have... I might need some stone debris. I won't need any driftwood. Dude, sometimes we stay wide around here, you know? Thanks, chat, for joining me on the journey. Pirate ship and ship station use commercial rates to save a bit. I use ship station via PayPal? What? I didn't even know this was a thing. What? You guys are learning me today. What? No, that's pretty nice for a guy who doesn't drive right now, though. You guys are... That's one of the things that's hard about me getting around. It's not that I don't have legs and I can't use an Uber, but it's like... That stuff catches up and gets real pricey after a while. So sometimes I will delay something because I'm like, ugh, I gotta figure out how to get to the post office. I gotta... You know, take a cab ride there, then either decide to like take a cab ride back. You know, the PO box is even a bigger thing. Yeah, it's like it might be nice. You know, it might be nice to get some shipping from my home, dude. That's cheaper than a $30 Uber, bro. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. How much? Well, I'm working on getting a car right now. You know, that's just a process. From getting my license to actually getting financed for a car or buying one outright. But yeah, that's a process I'm going through right now in my life, so. It's a whole thing, but I'd like to think that I could have a car relatively soon. I just got to line up an appointment. Like, my one buddy reached out to ask for help, to help me out, but I don't think he realized how different the world is now. So my bro reached out and he was like, yo, I'll take you like any day soon. Like, let's just go right now. Let's just go get it done. Right? But then I don't think he's gone to go do driving's test in a long time, right? Because he has been driving his whole life. Well, fun fact, at least where I'm from in Ohio, you don't just walk in and do a driver's test anymore. You have to schedule it like months in advance, and it's even worse the closer you get to summer. Like you might end up, for the last time I called in Ohio, they were like, you need to give us like 2 or 3 months a heads up because of how badly everything's booked. I'm like 2 or 3, and it was because it was summertime. It's not as bad right now, but all the kids from high school. So it's like my buddy didn't realize that, so he offered a bunch of help, and he's like, let's just go get it done right now. And I didn't have the heart to tell him, like, dude, I gotta get an appointment. So I've been in touch with him though, and I'm gonna get an appointment, and then I'm gonna reach out and have him confirm the date. You know what I mean? And like, and then we're gonna get our license. So all I have to do now is get an appointment that works for him and I. Yeah, dual master, right. All right, I actually need one more item. We're going back. I need some bridge parts. And we'll just do that later. I thought about buying a scale for my kitchen for cooking reasons. So maybe that's a good reason for me so I can ship stuff. About to finish my car payments in 1 month. Please, if you can get something cheaper without having to finance. Right. Well, that's one of the reasons why I haven't done it yet, because financing is like the last option. I have money saved and I might just be able to buy a car outright, but I need the car that I'm buying to be able to drive a couple states away pretty regularly. So I also can't just go buy a junker. I can't just go buy something for the city, like around here. Like if I'm going to get a car, I need something that can go a couple states away, maybe once every 2 months or something. So that does require like something that costs a little bit more, you know? So I'm holding off on buying the car until I get my license because I have access to getting the license. So I can do it in that order. Fun fact, in Ohio, you can buy a car without having a license. I didn't know that until I started on this journey. But we don't have to do all that because I have help and I can get help, so. So yeah, I don't have to I don't have to play that game. I can just get the license. I appreciate the advice. Thank you, chat. Man, I need different color wildflowers so bad. We could just design with what we got and then work. We can just design with what we got and then we could change all the details out later. You know what I mean? Carcomplaints.com. Yeah. I've heard of stuff like that. I can kind of already picture what it is without you even, yeah. Might be cheaper to move rather than travel there frequently. HDes sip. Sure, you might be onto something there. I don't know if moving is going to be happening anytime in my future though, but in my near future rather, but that is true. You might be onto something there. You absolute goon. Don't be fishing for tea around here, all right? Because you're liable to get it with my yapping. No fishing for tea, because you might get it with my yapping behind. I'm just being a punk. Chat's getting clever. Yeah, they know I like to yap. None of that. Stop that. All right, I think we're gonna keep the theme of the adorable hedges here. And 3D. Searching for a car is my least favorite thing. I'm pretty excited overall, and I've been doing a lot of research. So what I said, I can actually buy a car without having a license. So I almost pulled the trigger more than once on just buying a car that was like the right deal. It was like the right moment, but I've been hesitating a little bit because, you know, finances are a thing, you know, it's like, I got to make sure that I'm not like putting myself in a stupid position. I'm already moving out on my own was like the worst decision I could have ever made. Like real talk, you know, and I think we all understand what I mean by that, you know, like moving out on my own last year was simultaneously the best and worst decision I could have ever made, because I walked away from the nothing burger rent, you know what I mean? Like I walked away from literal nothing burger rent. Like I was paying nothing. And I threw that away for like my peace of mind, which in the end was the right decision, but boy, was that like a tough decision to make. You know what I mean? So like, not my whole life has been different for a year. I've had to completely learn how to re-budget. I've had to and I struggled over this year. I will be a little bit forthcoming. Like I struggled learning how to re-budget and like figure out how to start saving again. You know, I do this for a living, and I say this, I don't say this like negatively or anything, but I say this truthfully. It's like, it's not like I make a ton of money, you know, like people see streamers that are successful, and I think sometimes they just assume that they're like money bags McGee, and it's like, no, most of us out here doing this full time are, you know, we would be better off working a regular job in some cases when it comes to like financials. But it's like the whole starving artist routine. It's like we prefer this lifestyle, so we take a little bit, you know, we take it easy, and we prefer it's a lifestyle versus, you know, money thing in most cases. You know, I think and up until you get to the upper echelon streamers, you know, those dudes who are like truly raking in like tons and tons of views, like those are the people that are pretty comfortable. But hope Hopefully we see a Nintendo Direct before June. June feels like the Nintendo Direct time, dude. Did you ever mess around with Dream Islands? No, we have, yeah. We actually have a Dream Island that we are working on right now. But Pokemon Pokopia stole my soul away from it. Yeah, so Kerbu, first off, whoa. Yo, thank you, Anon. You didn't have to do that, homie. We're chilling, baby. We're living good life over here. Thank you. Anonymous with a $10 donation. Just nothing but net. Just a swish in the background. They didn't say a word. Thank you, Anonymous. I appreciate that. I thank you for that. I can't express this enough. Like, I'm well off in that sense. Like, don't worry about me. Thank you, though. But I just wanted to be real. Like, sometimes I like to share those types of moments with all of you because we can all relate, man. You know, and sometimes I like to remind people that I'm right there with y'all. You know, I know that I'm super blessed with my lifestyle, being able to work from home and being able to work through my own passions and be my own boss is super special. And I'll never deny that, but you know, but I do like to sometimes remind people, like, I'm right there with y'all though. I'm out here grinding and hustling and trying to figure out how to get from day to day sometimes as well. You know, I am proud to say I'm not surviving as much as I used to. You know, is there an OnlyFans for pets? The real questions. You guys want, hold on. I think I got some pictures to share. Hold on. You guys want pictures. Let me get some pictures here shared up. I took a couple new ones recently. I don't know if I shared them with y'all. I think I shared the loaf. I shared the loaves, but I didn't share the other loaf. Okay, so I did already share some of these, but who cares? We'll share them again. What's up, random reject? All right, here you guys go. Is your Dream Island in the Discord? I'm a part of it, but I've never seen a code for it. No, the Dream Islands don't have codes like that. It's a little weird. It depends on what you're talking about. If you're talking about Animal Crossing, those don't quite work that way. So, but to go back to what I was saying to Kerbu real quick. Yeah, first off, we had a 24-hour Dream Island that we all did together. You're talking about the Slumber Islands, right? And then I was working on making a video for it, and I'm still working on it. I've been editing that video for a while now, and I just moved on and got distracted with other projects. It happens when you're a creative soul. And then we also have a hide and seek island that we've been creating. So we have a hide and seek themed island for our Slumber Islands where we can all play hide and seek, and then we can all design hide and seek together. It's really cool. I'll explain more in the future, but it'll definitely be there. It'll definitely be something we bring back and we finish up and we work on. Yo, what's up? How you doing today, Unhinged? Welcome back. Nice. I'm glad you're enjoying my old content. All right, here y'all go. All right, so I already showed the pictures of the loaf. But here's the new loaf. Look at the new loaf we got. Her on top of her scratch box. Look at her mega loafing, dude. Look at that. She's a little cutie. All right, there you guys go. She looks content. I think she is. I think that would be the word I would describe for her right now. I think she's very much content with where she's at, and she gets enough love from me. And I think I can safely say she gets enough attention that she's probably pretty content. I think so. She also might have been stoned in that picture off of catnip. But, you know, doesn't take away from her contentness. It probably added to it. What's up, Incredible? It's good to see you. Yeah, I'm working on some ideas on how I could do a really good Midna emote. I have a couple ideas for Tangy that I never did that I think I'm going to do for her. Because I have a huge list of emote ideas from years and years, and there's a handful that I've never fully committed on for like for just a handful of reasons. Like maybe I just didn't quite have the character for the idea, or I didn't feel like it was going to fill a role for my emote collection. And I know it sounds a little nerdy, but I do want emotes to fill roles, because if they don't, they're kind of wasting a slot. And emotes are an important form of, emotes were an important form of marketing at one point for a streamer on Twitch. So it was really important to have emotes that people were using. Nowadays, it's almost like, who cares? Because everyone has 1,000 bajillion emotes, and it's like, whatever, right? It's like not even that big of a deal anymore. But anyways, I'm ranting. That being said, I do have a couple ideas that might fit perfectly for what she's about. It might be perfectly for what she's about. I have a couple ideas that I haven't used, so we'll see what I can come up with. But I don't personally I don't want to get an emote that's just like her face. That's what I'm kind of trying to say here, is that if I could avoid an emote that's just like her face, that would be, I want something that maybe has a little bit more meaning behind it. That's kind of what I'm trying to say, is like, it would be kind of cute if I could get one that like was really usable, that like really had a good use case scenario, and that we could all fall in love with the emote together, you know? Can you get bushes? You can't get bushes without flowers on them. You just can't. They either have to have flowers or they have to be hedges, like square plants. Are there not bushes in this game that don't have flowers? There's not. Taco the blah. That's a classic always. Yeah, I want to make it so like her personality to me screams stare. H does stare, and it could just be a really nice and high quality drawn version of her emote, maybe like animated, like blinking, even though she doesn't blink, but she does like to just sit back and stare. It could also be like a loaf, because she loafs a lot. It could also be something to do with her belly, because she lets me give her belly rubs like there's no tomorrow. And part of me wonders if like I could somehow incorporate her love for belly rubs. I feel like she's a really uncanny cat because of that. Like, I really mean this. Like, I've seen a lot of cats out there, and I don't know how many cats just give up the belly like she does all the time. Like, she gives up the bellies like every day. She encourages me to give her belly rubs, and she'll just let me sit there and rub her belly for like 5 minutes straight sometimes, and I'll just give it a good massage. So it's real weird. She's such a weirdo. Yeah, she's such a weirdo. I don't know, man. Bum 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 bum. She's a dog cat. Yeah, for real. Bum bum bum. Yeah, we'll have to figure out what we do with her. Some sort of emote with her, like a picture of her wearing the Midna mask is the best thing ever. Didn't we get something like that from Rainaby already? Like, hold on, let me go back to pets. Hold on, let me pull this up for those of you that haven't seen it. Like, in all reality, we could just turn this into an emote, at least for now, like as like a temporary thing. Hold on, did I pin it? I don't know if I pinned it. I did. Yeah, dude, yeah. Do you guys just want this as an emote for now? We can maybe talk Raina B into like cropping it for us properly because she's pretty good with that stuff. Like we could talk like just like we could, I mean, like honestly, the background's not too bad. It's literally Twilight Princess in the background. It's such a funny emote, dude. Or we could have her make another one with one of the new pictures that I just shared. Hold on, let me go back to the pictures again. Like this one right here, like, dang, it's too bad that it's a little cut off. It's not perfectly centered, but it could be like, hold on, this one or this one. Listen, Raina, chef, let us buy an emote from you, please. Let us commission you an emote, please, chef. What if it's this one or this one right here, and it's just with the Minda mask on, like just because she has the perfect kind of annoyed look here a little bit, like just a little. Oh, dude, that image is so funny of her in the Midna mask. It kills me, man. It absolutely kills me. Yeah, because that's what I was kind of saying earlier with like, it's not as big of a deal nowadays. I don't mind having like kind of looser emotes in my collection nowadays because it's not as big of a deal. Oh, dude, UMT, let's go. We're taking a quick breather here for a Mew stamp with UMT. Let's go, baby. We're going to get our Mew stamp on. Is this a dream island we're going to? Yeah, it is. It's a cloud island. Okay. Playing on a cloud island, searching for a new cloud island. Gonna meet some friends of mine. All right, so Lao Boy's got a question for me. Let me answer that after I get this post in. All right, hold on a second. Mew badges everywhere. Boom, boom, boom. Fam-a-lamb, let's go! Yes! You're amazing, yes. Can we do fan art emotes? No need to use them. Oh yeah, of course, always. If you're an artist and you want to like share some art with me or the community and I, you're always welcome to do that. And especially if your mindset is like, no pressure to use this, I'm just doing it for fun, it's fan art. And if you're and then if we talk about it and you're comfortable with me using it, I might even pay for it. That's how I've done that in the past, all right? In the past, what I've done is, if it's an emote that we fell in love with, even though for you it was just fan art, I would reach out to you and I would pay you for your work because I believe in paying people for their work. So that's how I've handled that in the past. And some people have turned me down and said, I don't want you to pay anything, it's fine. And in other cases, I paid the person for their work and it turned out to be an awesome situation because they did it out of their passion and their love for the show. And before they knew it, they were getting paid to like, you know, for an emote, to do something that was awesome, you know? So like, I love that kind of stuff, man. I love that kind of organic interactions. Like if you ever want to do something for the show like that, you're always welcome. Just know that I like to support artists. And if you want to work with me officially, like I'll gladly pay you. I'll gladly sit down and talk to you and we could figure something out. But again, I have a lot of respect for that. You know, maybe that's not what you want. You don't want the pressure. You're just somebody who likes to draw in their free time, and sometimes you want to send it to the person who inspired you. Like, I get it. You know, I know a lot of art has purpose, and that purpose can vary depending on what your goal was. Sometimes you don't want to make money off of something that you were doing for the fun of it, you know? All right, I wanted to say hi to your Squirtle real quick before I leave. Thank you. Nice, thanks for inviting me. That's 3 Mew stamps, a Mewtwo, and an Articuno. We are about to get a lot of coins this week. For fan art? Yeah, you can use the fan mail channel. You can post it anywhere you want and just at me. And I usually catch up with those at messages after a couple days, because I get like a notification in Discord and it shows it. So it's your choice. You can also use social media if you're not a Discord person. I know you are, Ananas, but just anybody. You can always just hit me up on socials. I try to keep up on socials as often as I can. You can always like leave a post at me on Twitter, you know, send me an Instagram or something. Like I might be able to get to it. Maybe not as fast as Discord, but I'll get to it eventually. Who's your favorite Star Wars droid? R2! Dude, I wish. Dude, I swear at one point in the movie, R2 gets blasted on top of his ship and Luke screams, R2! But I can never find it when I'm looking it up because everyone just focuses on the R2-D2 classic screen. But I swear, was it Luke? It might have, I think it was Luke. It might have been Anakin. But either way, I swear at one point, they're flying in a ship and his R2 gets shot and he goes, R2! He's concerned about him. He's like, R2! And I always quote it, and I wonder if it's been like a misquote this whole time. Oh, you like B2 EMO from Andor? I haven't seen Andor. Maybe I should watch it. All right, so my question from Loudboy was, did you see the trailer for Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight official absolute Batman reveal? I don't know what any of that means, but let's go take a look. Batman, Lego Batman trailer. Andor's goated. All right, 9 years ago? What? 7 months ago? What? 31 minutes ago. It's a reveal of like a Batman or something 31 minutes ago.
What? How did you guys get it in there so fast? That is beautiful. He's got the spikes. Look at that. And he looks so tough.
Dude, this game actually looks really good.
Perfect.
Oh, yeah.
And it looks all scuffed up because he doesn't have the money.
Star Wars fans might get mad at me for playing this before finishing Lego Star Wars, but
so good. The tail being all
I think that's gonna happen.
like that. Oh my lord. You guys are magicians. I'm like seriously in awe. The great thing about Batman is when you enter it, it's not just a character, it's an entire kind of universe. It's a whole mythology. All his fears are represented in his characters, and it truly feels just like a celebration, which is the best thing you can imagine for a game like this. I've played
this game looks good. This game looks good. It looks good.
Please, thank you so much. It looks fantastic.
Dude, why does it actually look dope? It's getting me nerdy because like I don't do superhero stuff nowadays, but like this is turning me into like a little kid. Like a little bit, man. Like what the heck? So I don't know what the hell that was about though. Was that just showing us a little bit of like a minute of the game? Yeah, that's all that was. That was really nothing more than just that could have been an email, but you know, that's cool. Yeah, sure. You caught me at a good time. See, this guy Dazza knows. You catch me at the right time, and I'll stay derailed for hours. All right, let's see.
Cassian?
Who came by the house last night?
Jesse and Penny brought supper and Margaret's medicine. And then Jesse came back because...
Anybody looking for me?
Bubba Brasso. Brasso was looking for you.
What did you tell him?
Marva told him,
Told him what?
pausing for data lag.
Pausing for data lag. Dude, I've never seen him before. Dude, I've never seen this droid. He's pretty awesome. Look at him. Look at him. Dude, he's pretty awesome, dude. Look at him. The ending is amazing. Okay, hold on. Let's go YouTube.
Listen to me. It's important. I know it takes a lot of energy, but can you make a lie for me?
I can lie. I have adequate power reserves.
Don't tell anybody you saw me. Don't tell anybody you know where I am.
That's 2 lies.
He said, wait a second. I don't have power for that. Do you add viewers on Nintendo Switch Friends? What up, Jermil? Yeah, I have been, but Nintendo limits me to only 300 friends on my Switch, so I get stuck because I can't really accept more. So every once in a while, I rotate people out and then I try to add new people. But at this point, I might have to just do a massive like reset of my friends list because it's just there's too many lovely people. Everyone on my friends list right now watches my show pretty regularly. So like most of them do. Like, it's weird. Like my 300 friends on my friends list, like a lot of them watch the show pretty regularly. So it's like I feel weird like taking them off my friends list. I don't know. So yeah, you can add me, but I might not be able to add you back for a while. We need to show up at Nintendo's offices and we need to protest. That's what we need to do. We can't let them win. Time to start a second profile. I did that. I did do that for a little while. I did do that for just a little bit. Now you have 2 Mew stamps. What's up, little cutie? She's like, listen, you've been free all day for the past 2 days. What do you think you're doing? Yo, I'm working right now. What's up? Yeah, meow? All right, I'll give you a treat, but only because stream's watching. And I have to look good for them. Oh, dang, I don't have her normal treat tray in here. I usually put it on like a tray. Okay, I'll use this. Hey, you want a treat? Yeah. Yeah, let's go. Sorry y'all can't see this, but don't worry. It's not much to see. It's just regular old dry treats. She's just gonna chew them up and look at me for more. There you go. He pulled out of the Pokegrass. Give her treats. I'm giving her some treats. Eat up, little bottom. Okay. See, the funny thing is I have like a little tray that I feed her treats on. It's like a little, it's like a book type thing. And anytime she sees me pull that out, she knows. Because like I pull that out, I put that down on the floor so she doesn't have to eat off the carpet. Okay, there you go. That's all the treats you get. I can't have you being a chubby kitty for your health. I don't mind. She can be as chubby as she wants. But for your health, okay? pay-per-view. Girl, break it strong, okay? She can have a little treat. I don't believe that she's really there. I'm sorry, I don't want to mess up my whole setup just to pull the camera out. Hold on. All right, I got this. Do 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 do. All right, I got an idea. Hold on. All right, I need to get up, okay? I'm getting up. Give me just a second. You can stay in here, but just... All right, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the best idea I've ever had. While I'm in between cameras and figuring stuff out, I'm gonna use my Nintendo Switch camera as my cat cam. Let's see if we can get this figured out here. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can get this figured out. Hold on. All right, because listen, my computer doesn't really have a good position to, like, we'll figure that out. Like I said, I'm figuring out the cat cam stuff. I want it to be official. I don't want it to just be junky. I could have easily grabbed a camera and just like had it ready to go, so to show you when she's in the room. I could have done that, I will admit, but it just wasn't something I was planning on doing, so I haven't really figured that out yet. That being said, all right, now let's see if I click this button here. All right. Do I have to invite someone? No. Dang, I can't just... Yeah, I was gonna do the test mode. Yeah, that was my other idea, but I was hoping to do something a little bit better. It looks like I have to invite one of y'all to a call if I want to do it the way that I was originally gonna do it. But all right, I might just be able to use the camera test, which was my original plan, was to just use the camera test here, but I just wasn't sure if that was something I wanted to do. Oh, where would that even be in here? Where would that even be in here? Where would that... Controller and accessories. Update Nintendo Switch 2 camera. Test USB camera. Got it. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Let me get my feet out of the picture because that's weird. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our first unofficial official cat cam. There she is. There she... This $50 camera I purchased is finally useful. She ran because I was screaming. It's finally useful. This $50 camera that they sold me, I got a use out of it, everybody. All right, let's see. Can we bring her back? Let's see. Hold on. Midna. Come here. Midna. She's not about it. She's not about it. All right. Now hold on. Hold on a second. All right, let's jump back over here real quick. And I'm gonna get this set up. I'm gonna find the perfect position. I got this. You guys are... I got this. Hold on a second. Okay. Sorry, I just don't want to have my big hairy feet all up in your face. Okay, unhook this. Okay, perfect. Hook this here. Perfect. All right, we did it. All right, we did it. It's almost perfect. It's by almost perfect, I mean it's the worst thing ever. I hate this camera. All right, all right, all right. There is the under the table. This is where she likes to hang out. So when she comes in here next, I'll get her to go right here. And I got y'all. All right, just wait until she comes back. We got to go back to pretending like everything is back the way it was before. So she could just go back to hanging out. All right, we'll get her. We'll get her. Don't worry. No, I knocked the camera over already. Oh, no. All right. All right, I won't touch it. Oh, she's already in here. She's good. She's just exploring. We'll wait for her to come back. Darn, I wanted some feet. No, you gotta pay extra for that, punk. You think you get that for free, dude? How much? Hi, what's up, kitty? Come here. Boom, 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 boom. Come here, Midna. Dude, instant cat butthole. Come here, Midna, come here. Come here, come here. Oh yeah, dude, she's such a cutie. Look at her. She's already bumped into it and moved the camera on me. She's already bumped into it. Oh, look at her. She's knocking it around. Come here. Oh. How old is she? She'll be 7. She'll be 7 in September. There you guys go. There's your cat cam. There you guys go. She's such a sweetie. She's such a sweetie. Okay, enough of that. Enough of the pseudo feet cam. Twitch is gonna come in here and be like, what's this dude doing? Recording his feet and he's not in the hot tub and feet section? Ban him. There's a hot tub and feet section? Yeah, there is. Literally, go find it. Actually don't, because then you won't ever come back and then I'll lose another viewer to the feet and hot tub section. So never mind, I mentioned it. Let's just move on. But where's the cat booty hole section? Yeah, I wasn't expecting the camera to turn on in that moment. That was pretty funny though. You do have to admit. Is she a small cat? Nah, she's kind of bigger, I would say. I got her at 13 pounds, but she probably lost weight while at the pound. Right? She probably lost weight while at the pound. And I got her at 13 pounds. So when she was taken into the pound, she was at 13 pounds. I imagine right now she's probably somewhere between like 10 and 12, but I'm going to find out when I go to my vet visit. So we'll find out together. I'll give you guys all the details. Thank you for the biddies, dude. And thank you, Christian, for the biddies as well. Thank you so much for the biddies, Kristen. I really appreciate the support. I came for the feet, lol. Yo, thank you for the gifted sub to Christian as well. What's the story of how you got her? Well, I just went to the pound and I adopted her. And so I could tell you the story real quick. Yo, Lydia came in with the 14-monther. Hey, thank you, Lydia. Thanks for supporting my cat and I. Thank you very much. So essentially the story was just that I wanted a cat and I kind of knew what kind of cat I wanted for like most of my life. And I wanted to get like an older cat. But then as I got closer to actually adopting the cat, I realized that what I actually wanted was a cat that needed a home. So I decided to go with the cat that had been there the longest. And Midna was the second longest cat that had been there. The first was actually, at the time, I had to give her pets if I say her name. You know, it's only fair. The only other cat that was there longer was named Tinkerbell, and they were actually in a foster home at the time. So they technically, like, weren't even there. You know, they weren't in the building.
PSSPSS. Nice to meet you, Midna.
Aw, Mork. So that's how like the story, that's how like the journey begun. So I went to the APL or the pound. It's called the APL. That's the name of the place over in Cleveland, because that's like the biggest one in like the greater Cleveland area. So I went to the pound with the idea of grabbing like the oldest cat there, and I actually saw Midnight and her picture and stuff on the website before I went. And I even wrote down that cat's name. Like I wrote down her name as one of the cats I was mostly interested in. And what's up, Tinkerbell Rock? So when I got there, they were like, hey. When I got there, they were like, hey, you know, what cats were you interested in? And I was like, oh, this one was the one that was on the top of my list along with these other two. And I walked over to Midna and she was just like not happy. Like she didn't want to be there. She was upset. She was potentially grieving as well because we think that her last owner passed away and she had been there since September 2025. So it was brutal. And she didn't want to even be touched. She didn't want to even be petted. She was just like, get away from me, human. She hated everyone there. All these loud people came in at one point and killed our vibe. And I can just tell she was so sick of being there. So I just pulled the trigger and that's it. That's the story. I was just like, you know what? I'm taking this cat. This cat needs a home. We need to get this cat out of here right now. And I took her home and that's the story. So it took me a good week to like really earn her trust, but only about a week. It only took like about a week to like really get her to start trusting me. And from there, they say 3 days, 3 weeks. The 3 weeks was just nothing but bonding. Now she sleeps with me and she, you know, wants nothing but love and cuddles and pets all day, every day. She's a little cuddle bug. And it really is night and day from like just about 4 weeks ago. It's a complete night and day. And otherwise, she's pretty much shown her personality at this point, and she's a little mischievous, so I gotta be careful. I just found out that she's a cord biter, which is really terrible because I have so many cords in my house I couldn't even begin to tell you. So I got some wire loom, and I'm gonna be wrapping up all my cords in this nice wire loom, and, you know, I have some ideas on how to solve the problem, but... So she's starting to show her personality a bit, and she's, you know... showing that she can be just as rambunctious as all these other, you know, kittens out there. So she's made it very clear to me that she's not going to go easy on me. I was under the impression she might be going easy on me. I was pretty happy that she wasn't really doing anything too negative, you know? Nope, she's not going easy on me. She's a cat, and she wants to chew up everything. Yeah, she's a little rascal, but I knew that was a possibility, right? I knew that was a possibility from the beginning, that she was going to be a little rascal. So it's not like I'm thrown off or anything, you know. I was mentally prepared for having to change my whole lifestyle because I have fun doing that. I have a lot of respect for the cat, and I have a lot of fun like creating a little space for them to coexist alongside me. So I was already prepared from the very beginning for like, okay, you might end up having to completely change what your office looks like. Well, what better reason than a beautiful cat to do that for, right? To like actually get my cord management in under wraps and actually get my cords out of my home. Because to be fair, my home doesn't look that good because there's cords everywhere. Right? So like this is actually like, I was telling this to my lady friend. The thing about this cat that's super special for me is because I know like a part of me understands that this cat's actually going to be helping me with a bunch of little things in my life, things that maybe I put off, but now I can no longer put that off because the difference is like this creature getting hurt and I won't stand for that. So now it's like, I can't put off not doing that thing that I would have put off for months, years even. It's like, no, I have to take care of this now because I can't have her biting cords. She could get shocked. The shock could go to her heart and she could truly get damaged. And you wouldn't even know. It could be such a small jolt and you wouldn't even know until like later. Like it's pretty, you know, it's a pretty important thing to me to make sure that she's not biting my cords, you know? So it's cool. It's kind of a neat like give and take where like I put the extra effort in, but it's also kind of helping my regular life anyways, because I should be more organized. I shouldn't have cords out everywhere. So I kind of like it. It's neat. It's not even just about my cords broken. Right, exactly. Like if it was just about that, I'd probably still be lazy about it. But it is a little bit deeper than that, right? Do you think you're going to stay one cat? Mostly because my landlord wants me to, but there was a part of me that would have loved 2 cats and have them bonded. There was also a part of me that would love to get one for this cat in the future, so they have someone to hang out with. But my landlord has requested just 1 for now, which is a totally fair request. And I'm going to respect that request while I'm here. I will say that this journey has gotten me more inclined to get a dog than I've ever been. I've realized that like I probably have wanted a dog longer than I realize. And I'm like, yeah, like as much as like maybe another cat's not on the table, but I could see myself diving into the dog world at some point. Only 5? These are so expensive to reprint. I need to go to more Dream Islands and steal them. All right, that's enough printing of these. Those are way too expensive to be printing. Now, we actually have a lot of Pokemetal to cook off, so let's just do this. Because now that I think about it, I have a ton of Pokemetal that just needs to be cooked off. Let's go get that in the ovens real quick. I heard you needed a dog. I hate how expensive the square bushes are. Dude, yeah, it's crazy expensive. They're out here trying to play me. But that's how this game's gameplay loop like fully entrenches you, right? Because like that's exactly how this game's gameplay loop fully entrenches the player. Is that once you get to that end game grind and you are, you know, decorating and trying to design, there are some items in this game that are going to be a lot more rare than other items. And that's all by design. Like the square hedges. Until I get the recipe for that, that's just what it is, right? Like, just like the square hedges. So I've come to terms that this game is going to be doing a lot of that, if I had to guess. Yo, could you... Oh, you got all the iron ores ready. They were in his hand. I was about to say, could you go back to working on this garbage, dude? Yeah, my landlord requested... When I asked my landlord about getting a pet, he was like, yeah, I told him originally I wasn't planning on it, but I changed my mind. And when I told him, he was like, yo, could we limit it to one for your sanity as well as mine? And if I didn't tell you all the story, unfortunately, at one point he had a group of people living here and they just let the whole upstairs be the cat's playhouse. And they let these cats ransack this dude's house. So the whole top floor was just a cat's home for like 4 or 5 cats, if not more, I think. And they were like, they wouldn't like take care of them. So they were like, there was like pee everywhere and like they just basically destroyed this old dude's house. His house just got destroyed. And so like when I moved in, he had to put new carpet in because the carpet was just like kind of grody. And so when he requested like, yo, could we just keep it to like just one? He was specifically requesting that from a history of like nightmare tenants. Yeah, like, yeah. So like out of respect for him, I'm not going to ask for more out of him. Yeah, I'm not going to ask for more out of him. I'm just like, nah, dude, one's enough. Yo, what up, Ron? Yeah, right, exactly, minus 54. Like, that's a good point. Maybe after a year, I could be like, hey, the house is in good shape. Like, I'm thinking about getting a second. Right. My neighbors downstairs have one, and I think my neighbors downstairs have hardwood floors. But I saw what the floors looked like when they picked up the carpet for this house. And holy... did they destroy this dude's hardwood floors. And they were probably destroyed even old, like this is probably a problem that's been this way for a long time. And instead of fixing the floors, he just put carpet over it and was like, I'm good. So I can tell like the dude was a little lazy. Like, no offense to him if he's watching. I could tell he was like a little lazy because like he really didn't want to switch the carpet for me. Like, so when I first moved in, I was like, the carpet doesn't seem too bad. I'm like, you might not even have to switch it outside of the bedrooms because it didn't seem too bad. It only smelled in the bedrooms. And I was like, and then the humidity struck. And I was like, oh my God. So I got a black light, everybody. I got a black light and I started walking around the house, and you would have thought it was a fucking $60 motel in this house. You would have thought it was a motel. Like, it was just like these huge blotches. And I'm like, oh my God. So then I started buying some like really strong, like spot treatment for carpets. And I was trying to spot treat it. And I was like trying to handle it myself. And after like a day of trying to spot treat it, it like wasn't changing. Like, some of the spots were cleaning up, but some of the spots weren't. And I was like, and I called my landlord and I'm like, listen, dude, I know I told you that you might not have to worry about you. I know I told you, you might not have to worry about the carpet outside of the bedrooms, but I need you to know this is not gonna stand. Like this, we can't do this. I'm like, it's bad, dude. And he looked at me and he was like, all right, let's take care of it. Because he knew, you know what I mean? Like he knew. And at that point, I had already signed the lease and stuff. So I'm gonna be real with y'all. I kind of stupidly put myself in a bad position. Think about it. He could have just played me. Think about it. He could have just been like, yeah, whatever. And I just kindly was like, hey man, listen, dude, this isn't like gonna work. Like this is real bad. I thought it was okay. It's not. And he was like, you know what? Let's take care of it. Because he knew it was so bad. That's my thought, is that because he knew how bad it was. And he thought he was getting away with it. You know, he was like, oh, I don't have to replace the carpet. Nice. And like, I was like, nah, dude. So originally when I moved in, there was a deal, and it all makes sense, right? When I first moved in, the deal was first month of rent is free. Dude, he was kind of scam artist a little bit, because it was like they get you in there to sign the lease as fast as possible, and then you're locked for a year and you're screwed. And meanwhile, you're signing as fast as you can because first month of rent was free. So I only had to pay a security deposit. Well, when I called him about the carpet, I was like, listen, George. I'm like, how about I pay half of that first month of rent that you otherwise had stated would be free, and we'll call it even. I'm like, you replace the carpet, I'll pay that half of the first month of rent for you. I was like, I'll do that. I'll be a kind guy. Like, I will essentially pay for part of the carpet installation, but in all reality, I'll just pay the first month rent, because that's how that normally works, always. Like, you always end up paying the first month's rent plus security deposit, if not more. So I had no problem with this being a regular arrangement. I didn't need his little first month free. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't budget for that. I didn't need that. So I sat him down and I was like, look, I need this carpet changed. And because, like, you know, it seems like this was a little bit of a last minute decision on my part. I was like, I'll take care of the, you know, I'll pay part of that first month rent free, since it seems like, you know, maybe you weren't mentally prepared for this. And he actually didn't even ask for the money. He was cool. He was like, no. He was like, nah, you don't have to worry about that. I'll just take care of it. And that's when I realized that I wasn't dealing with the slumlord. How about that? That's when I realized I wasn't dealing with the slumlord. He was like, nah, don't even worry about it. I'll take care of it. I was like, oh, thank goodness. Because it was nice not having to pay that money. So my whole house is carpeted except for my kitchen and bathroom. Yeah. So he had to redo the whole home, which he actually showed me the bill, because I was here when the dude showed up, and he ended up footing the bill. It was like $1,300 for him to carpet the whole apartment, and it was like the cheapest possible carpeting you probably would ever see in your life. But it was like just about $1,300. So yeah, it was, he took the bill and just footed it. So it was pretty nice. As he should. Like, to be fair, it wasn't my job to do that. You know, actually, it's an Ohio law, and I didn't say this to him because I didn't want to make him feel attacked. But if you guys didn't know this, it's an Ohio law that you have to replace the carpet after a certain amount of years, no matter what. This is a law in Ohio to protect tenants. A landlord has to replace the carpet in an apartment if they've lived there for like 2 years or longer. This is a law in a lot of states, not just Ohio. Look up your own state. So the fun fact about it is I didn't say this to him, but yeah, I think it's 2 years might have been wrong. Thank you, Minus. It might have, right. It's a certain amount of years it has to be replaced. Yeah, and paint as well. Thank you, Nugile. And he, so like, I didn't say this to him, but part of me wonders if he was like, you know, agreeing because it was the right thing to do according to the law as well, you know, like, yeah, homie, I'm sure your last tenant lived here for quite a while, bub. You know, because again, I pulled out the black light and it was pretty bad. I'm sure he knew that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so again, he's a cool guy. He doesn't bother me at all. He's super respectable dude, so I really actually like him a lot. My carpet's older than that, so I'm gonna be watching to see if they try to charge me for carpet replacement. That's the worst, dude. Dealing with any of that kind of stuff when moving is the absolute worst nightmare, man. Like I told the chat once, I've never once gotten a security deposit back. That's a testament to two things. Being an ignorant, younger person. I just wasn't really respecting my landlords and stuff. And also having some slumlords in my life who like would find every possible reason to try to get that, not have to give that money up. And, you know, growing up, I didn't really care because most of the time I was getting kicked out of apartments. It didn't really matter. Like, I'm not proud of that, but like, that's just the reality, right? Like, most of the time we were leaving because we had to for some reason. So like, the security deposit just wasn't ever a part of my life until like ever. Like, I think I've only ever gotten one security deposit back ever. So this time around, I took very detailed pictures. Yep. Dude, I was ready to play the game this time. I was ready to play the whole game. I took very detailed pictures this time. I wasn't going out like a punk. Time to play the game. You're such a dork, dude. Time to play the game. Yeah, I just knew that like taking pictures was the play. Like, you just got to take care of yourself, dude. All right, cool. We need a couple more bushes, but ready to play the game. This time was so relatable. Yeah, I was ready to play the game. I took all pictures and everything. Yeah, minus 54. I could see that. I don't know how it is there, but in Canada, the landlords have like no rights. It's super hard to keep people out. See, you know, it's all per state in the United States, but in Ohio, we basically live in a state where landlords have rights over the tenants in a big way. In a big way. Like, they can give you a 30-day to kick you out for basically any reason they want. Like, they don't have to give you a reason at all. Like, it's seriously that insane here. Like, they can just give you a 30-day and kick you out for basically any reason they want. And they can just put a sign on your front door and be like, 30 days, get out of my premises. Now, if you're on a lease, technically they could still do that, but then like they could be taken to court because they violated the lease. But this is how they get out of that. And this is every apartment I've ever lived in personally, but I'm assuming this isn't what it's like for like corporate apartments. Hear me out. Every apartment I've ever lived in my whole life, including with my mother, like as a kid, it was first year lease and then it goes to a month-to-month lease after. So it's first year lease and then after that it's a month-to-month. What does that mean? It means that after the first year, your lease is only month to month and they can kick you out at any point because they won't sign another year-long lease with you. So they do first year lease and then they won't sign another year-long lease with you. They'll just do month to month. Like, that's what I'm on. Like, since April, I am now a month-to-month lease. And at any point, my landlord could raise the price where I live and just say, well, next month, the price is up now. They could say, next month, you have to pay this much. Next month, you have to leave. And it just basically gives them complete autonomy over the people who live in their apartment. Like, they have complete control. Ohio's terrible about that kind of stuff. Ohio has a bunch of great reasons to live in Ohio, but then it has a bunch of real doo-doo things like that. Now, again, there are some like higher end, like apartment buildings, for example, you know, ones that are like super locked down and like require like background checks and stuff to get into, you know what I mean? That kind of stuff is usually going to stick to like yearly leases. That kind of stuff will probably stick to like renewing a lease every year because it's a little different. It's a little bit more official. But most, again, every apartment I've ever been in my life, and I've probably lived in like 5 since I was 20, easy. And even the stuff with my mom, it always went down to a month to month. It was super weird. All right, I need one more pink rose. We should go to our dream island today so we can get that pink rose. Let's go do it. We're going to go to Dragonite real quick. We're going to go out to Dragonite here. No, I think you probably could ask for another year. Yeah. I've never done it because I didn't understand my like rights and stuff as growing up. So I never felt the need to do that, but I bet you could. Like, especially if your landlord like really enjoys you as a tenant, they're obviously going to accept something like that. You know what I mean? Because like, it's hard to find good tenants. So if I had to guess, you could totally probably like talk in your way into getting a better lease. My leases have always been yearly. If you don't renew, it switches to month to month. Feel free to... Yeah, right. Negotiating is totally on the table, I think, always. I imagine. I've never negotiated myself. I personally don't mind. I know that it's funny we're talking about this and I'm like, yeah, whatever. Because I'm so used to it. That's the only thing. Like, it's funny because like I personally am like whatever about it because I'm just so used to it being this way that like month to month is just like not the worst thing for me. But now that I'm like settling into like creating my first like full home, if you will, it does kind of make me like wonder, like, you know, what it would be kind of nice to be able to say like, okay, I know that this is going to be my rent for the next, you know, like it might be kind of cool to be able to say that like, okay, I know that this is my rent for the next year. But the truth is that I've only ever lived in like random houses rented out by old people because it's the best way to find an apartment, dude. I'm not even gonna front. I've only ever lived in like random apartments, and it's like you can tell it's like their only property, right? And I love that, and because they're not realtors, they're just like regular people who like used to live in a house and now they're trying to like make some of their money back and like they moved to Florida or whatever, right? And it's like that's like been most of my journey ever renting. It's always just like some rant, like even the dude I'm living with, like my landlord right now, he's just like an old dude who wants enough money to go on long vacations every year. That's like his whole goal. Is he just wants to go on vacations. So he's like, yeah, so I just rent out this place and it pays for my vacations. I'm just like, dope. The Ohio man to Florida man pipeline is so real. It's so real, dude. Welcome back, Doomslayer. Yeah, right, Planet Kitties. That's why, like, now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, I guess if this dude ever wanted to have a change of heart, it would definitely put me in a really bad position. So, like, maybe I should sit down and be like, yo, dude, what do you think about another year? And just see if he wants to, like, lock in, you know? It might be nice for my peace of mind. Do 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 do. Beep bo bo bo. Me and my husband are looking to buy property just so we can cash out equity later and travel. It's not a bad call, dude. It's not the worst play, man. It's not the worst play. Been thinking about moving states or to a cheaper city. That's funny, man. Listen, Ohio's got the cheap places to live. I'm not gonna lie. 1 bedroom for $2,000 a month is insane. Like, I can't even wrap my head around that. I can't even wrap my head around that. What? $2,000? Yeah, welcome to Miami. We're going to Miami. Yeah, dude, a 1 bedroom in Ohio. You ready for this? You're gonna hate me. Nowadays, they don't go for as low. All right, hear me out. Because like everything's gotten like gentrified and overpriced, yada yada yada. But I would say you could get a solid 1 bedroom apartment for $700 to $800 probably. Probably like about $700-800. And if you're looking for a studio, it could be as low as $600 for a studio. I'm not capping either. But like, that's like a little bit old man prices. Like, I don't know how bad prices have really gotten nowadays. I can tell you what you'll probably end up paying if you go somewhere like official, like an apartment complex, is closer to $800 for a studio, because apartment complexes can wax because they offer a bunch of features. So you guys understand that, right? Like they can wax. But if you just go to a random like rundown apartment off the like side of the street, or some, you know, just a random like above a bar type apartment, you know, like something that's way less official, easy $600 for a studio apartment. Studio is no bedrooms, for those that don't understand that term. So a 1 bedroom would be about $800, right? Now, again, I've seen some apartment complexes charging upwards to $1,000 for a 1 bedroom, $1,200, because those complexes wax, right? That's the deal. You're living in like a gated community, basically. So that's always going to be a little different, is what I'm trying to say. But in general, you can find affordable housing in Ohio as low as, like I said, $700-800 for a 1 bedroom. 2 bedroom as low as about $1,000 to $1,200. Now, if that house has a driveway, and if it has like amenities of like a single home, even if it's like an apartment, you might end up getting closer to like $1,300 for a 2 bedroom, maybe $1,400 for a 2 bedroom. I've even seen a 2 bedroom go for $1,500 in a really nice neighborhood. And again, we're talking about not an apartment. At that point, we're talking about a full house that's been split into a double. You guys understand it? Like a full house split into a double. So you're getting like the features of a full home. You have a yard, you have a backyard, you have a driveway, you have a garage, it's in a suburb. So it's not like some complex. And you're, dude, $1,300? Like, dude, 2 bedroom apartment? That is a deal, dude. You know what I mean? Like we're talking like, that is a deal, dude. Like, I got a deal where I'm living. I'm not going to sit here and like give all my information out, but I got like a really nice deal where I'm living. Like, I'm paying a little less than I think the average house where I'm at cost, but I think it has something to do with it being an older dude who's not looking to wax. and he's just looking to rent his apartment out and live his life. He's not like looking to take advantage of people. So I'm just in a bit of a different scenario. I think I just got lucky. You know what I mean? What I'm trying to say. Yeah, the place I'm in right now feels like home. Yeah. With the help of this community and the lady friend and maybe a couple other things that I'll leave unsaid for now, I have managed to create a space that feels like home. And it's pretty awesome. It's a feeling that I haven't really felt for probably 15 years before I moved into this apartment. And I've talked pretty extensively about it, so I'm not going to get too sappy about it right now, but yeah, it was a pretty big deal for me. I'm looking at if you guys keep seeing me look up to the left here, I'm looking at a reference for my design. I'm looking at some references here. Yeah, it's been a year. It's pretty nuts. It's pretty nuts that it's been a year. It's hard to think about. It's like, it's kind of crazy to me. Yeah, that's why I was making jokes earlier, Exhaustion, about how like, in some ways I was a fool to like go out on my own in this economy. You know, I was actually just talking to my old roommate about that, and like we were yapping a little bit, and I was like, homie, I'm not gonna lie, like my wallet is wincing at the fact that I'm out on my own, you know? I'm like this was not an easy decision to make. And we were like laughing about it. I'm like, dude, like if there I don't have any regrets, but if there was one thing that I miss after moving, was having somebody to split the cost of everything with. I hate being waxed by older dudes. I prefer a lady. Oh my god. Feel that solo income household over here for 7 years. It sucks. It's not easy. I'm not sure. You know, I don't think I knew that about you, and not in a weird or a bad way. That says a lot for me. I don't think I all the way knew that about your journey. But as far as, you know, how much I know about you and stuff, like that makes a lot of sense, actually. It's tough. Oh, these bushes are too close to the other bushes. I can't do this. That's... Dun, 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 dun. That sounds about right for Kentucky. Yeah, that sounds about right. I don't know if that's average. It feels expensive. I mean, the 1,500 is expensive in my opinion, but it all depends on the income of the area. There's so many things that go into this conversation, right? And I know most of you understand that. Like, it's all like based off the income of the area, and you know, something might feel expensive, but it maybe it isn't because of the wages there, or something will feel inexpensive, but maybe it's actually expensive because of like wages in the area, right? 1, 2, 3, boom. All right, I think I'm gonna do this. I think we're gonna have these wonderful bushes and flowers on the other side of this. Do I want to do maybe... I actually kind of want to line this whole thing with these bushes. Yes. Mum are the only green flowers in AC. You're right about that. I never really thought about that until you said that, but mums are the only green flower in ACNH. Yep. Look at us. We've turned this stream into a real lively bunch of old people talking about taxes and prices of living wages. What the heck's going on here? Yeah, what up, Dr. Roxo, by the way? I didn't get a chance to say hi to you, dude. How much would they charge for an apartment in a bathroom stall? Still pretty pricey, I believe. You might be right. I think that they would probably charge a lot still, no matter what. You kids get off my lawn. Trying to make hybrids for a friend who just started playing. She wants every color of the rainbow. Perfect. A wide variety of chat topics today. Indeed. Some of my favorite days are the wide variety of topic days. All right, I don't know how many more flowers I want from there. I think I kind of want to scatter them about from here. Let's try this for now. These are all of my dandelions that I got from the event. It's tax day. $7.50 a gallon for diesel in Cali. That's crazy. Take it easy. I'll take care of yourself, everybody. I know we don't do a lot of politics and religion here because it's just not the place for it. But just know that most of us know, you know, most of us can't even avoid the conversation half the time. It's out there. It's happening. You know, I guess what I'm trying to say is that we might not actively engage in discussions about it, but you better believe that this community and myself is here. If you need to chat, if you need to get something off your chest, you can use the Discord for most of that stuff so that we don't ever turn our chat into a battlefield. And yeah, you ain't alone, man. It is tough. It is tough. Yeah. I think I was on my walk yesterday. I think I saw 460 or something for a gallon of gas. I was like, oh my God. Minda appearance is gonna be hard to top. So more rent price talk. Yeah, true, right? Like we've already capped out today. Like we can't. Today we've already peaked, so we might as well just talk about rent. Yeah, exactly. We've already peaked. What up, Shapeshifter? Good to see you, dude. All right, I need more bushes here. I don't have enough bushes to plant here. I'm not going to just plant any bushes here. I also need more dandelion seeds here. So we're going to have to do a lot of Pokemetal printing. Listen to you all talking like adults today. What happened? I don't know how the conversation started. Funny enough, it just kind of happened. All right, I think we're running hedges across this. I think we're going to do hedges across this whole thing, which is a lot of Pokemetal. Oh, let's go to our Dream Island real quick. Feeling dandelion? Waiting on an electrician. I can come by in 15 minutes to 3 hours and 15 minutes from now. Classic. Sailing the 7 seas. I don't blame you. I don't blame you one bit. More Pokemetal prints in this economy? Dr. Rock, so you understand, you get it, dude. All right, what did I come back for? To a Dream Island and beyond. Now, we need to do a Dragonite Dream Island because we want to bring Mewtwo home. And we also... we'll go ahead and farm up some materials just a little bit. What up, Story of Pain? So hyped for the game. Don't make... Oh, you're gonna make... Oh, what is that? I don't actually know what that is. Let me see. It's a small farm adjacent to a river. According to the owner... Yo, what a deep cut reference here. It's a small farm. The Fuchsia Ranch is a farm-like location in southwest Unova, and it's located around Route 20. Dude, that's sick, man. I can't wait to see what you do with this, homie. No, I ended up having a bunch of yellow grass saved up. Thank you, though. I was mistaken. It's the Nuzlocke killer, though, is it? Is this the Nuzlocke killer? Why? Why is that? What's the lore? Is there a bunch of, like, intense trainers here or something? Nightmare Ranch? Dude, I've never heard of that. That's Pokemon Black and White too, apparently. Yeah, me too, Cozy. That's why I avoided saying anything until I looked it up. Because I was like, is this person trying to get me to say Fuchsia or something, like, weird? I was like, I better read about this real quick. Because I was like, for sure, like, I've never heard of this before. I thought that at first, too. I was like, dude, am I being trolled right now? Well, it's nice to have you here today, Story. So have you, are you still waiting to pick this game up? Or are you just vibing today? So apparently the Pokemon Champions meta is gonna last until June when they release the mobile update. So we have until June to play in the current meta. That's what people are saying, which is a long time for such a peculiar meta. Like, I'm gonna be real, like, I normally like it when metas take a long time, but even I am kind of like, this is a little bit of a small amount of Pokemon for a 2-month-long like what? 3-month-long regulation. Like, I don't know. I feel like this is a little off. But I'm into it. Now I'm putting a bunch of effort into my next team. I found the perfect partner for Fortress, I'm pretty sure. Primanara. Bookworm, I think so. I think there's still a little bit of problems happening. I'm super happy. So I got Primanara, and then I found the perfect partner alongside Primarina. Thank you, Primarina. And Fortress, I'm going to be running Starmie, dude. Starmie is my decision. I'm going to be running Starmie. And now I'm building the rest of the team. The huge issue I'm seeing is Mega Floette. Yeah, Mega Floette is a monster. Now, people are already finding ways to beat Mega Floette and counter her, but Mega Floette is like is just a monster. That's right, Saraloth. Did you see the message I sent about people skill swapping Mega Starmie? Yeah, I saw the skill swap message. Skill swapping like huge power onto someone else and then going nuts with them. I wish slacking was still in the game. What is this mega build? What up, Mirage? I just took a quick break from it, but I can show you when I get back. I am quickly just gathering some materials so I can get back to the mega builds. I need a couple pink tulips, which there's not going to be many here, but we can get some. There should be a couple here. Yeah, I was even looking at some fun strats. I was looking at some entrainment strats. I was looking at some power swap strats. I was thinking about a lot of things, but I think I found the perfect middle ground for what I'm trying to accomplish with my team. I was talking about it earlier. I don't want to go too far into it because it's nerdy without context. It's pretty impossible to follow, but essentially I realized that I had to give Fortress an identity. I couldn't just like have the Fortress on the team. It needs to have a goal. And so I started thinking really hard, like, so the options for Fortress are, you can make them like a super cool, you can make Fortress like a super cool, like entry hazard setter, but that's like not good. And then I could make him like super hyper defensive and like a support, or I could just make him super hyper offensive, or I could make him just an iron press, a body presser, iron press they call it. And that's what I decided. I had to sit around and think, like, what is the identity of my Fortress? What is my Fortress going to do every match? What is its goal in the match? And once I decided that, I realized then what's the next step? And the next step was finding a Pokemon that complements that. And this is where I got Primarina. And Primarina is in, and she is just a powerhouse. Holy heck, does that Pokemon, it hits hard, it's great typing, has great moves, access to moves. So then I found a great Pokemon to work with Fortress. And then from there, I needed a Trick Room setter, but I needed my Trick Room setter to also be more than a support class. Remember, Fortress is already kind of a support class, especially the way that I'm building. So I scoured the list of Trick Room. I spent hours, dude, scouring the list of Trick Room to finally boil down to Starmie. It's fast enough to set Trick Room on its own, and if I pair it with a Pokemon with Follow Me, then I can guarantee it. It can also just fight on its own without Trick Room for games that I can't really rely on it. So I can be like a hybrid team, which is what I prefer. Doing an all Trick Room team can be kind of tricky. And then I found my answer in Starmie. So now I just need to find the perfect pairing for Starmie, which I might actually be going back to Mousehold, because Mousehold is just really good. And he also has Follow Me, but I don't know if I like that. I'm kind of not sure about Mousehold yet. Does that two-story building show up every time you go to a Dragonite Island? I believe so, yeah. I believe everyone has one of these buildings. At least in my experience, there's always at least like one of these big buildings here. I took it apart and recreated it. Oh, that's sick. That's so awesome. I'll usually just loot it. I don't usually take too much, but besides for some windows, maybe I'll take something out of it if I need it. Some doors. Ooh, these orange flowers are so nice. Let's grab a couple of these. Managed to get the Johto trainer outfit today. Substitute doll's been doing its job. Yeah. What I meant about Starmie being fast was for games where, for my hybrid, because I do a hybrid team. I don't like hard Trick Room that much. It feels too easy to game. You have to be like I feel like you have to be very good at the game, or you have to play players that don't know what they're doing to pull off a hard Trick Room team. So I wanted my Trick Room setter to have the option to be offensive as well. Because I realized that, like, in this specific meta, and it's a lot of the Trick Room setters aren't like quite able to do much outside of set Trick Room. Like, I was originally using Slow King, and Slow King can like take hits really well, and it can hit really hard. But like, it wasn't enough. It just wasn't enough. It just was not enough. Like, I could not do the damage I needed to do sometimes. So I decided that I wanted my Trick Room setter to have the option of being an offensive threat so that players have to play around that. And I'm actually looking for a second Trick Room setter because of the same, because I want people to be I want people to be so confused when they look at my team. I want them to be like, wait a second. This guy has Trick Room on Starmie. This guy has potential Trick Room on, let's say, Gallade. So I'm going to have to watch out for an offensive fast team or a slow team. Because Starmie can outspeed so many Pokemon, it's like... And then on top of it, all you got to do is slide in like a Tailwinder if you can, which is what I want to do. And then you have the option of going Tailwind, or you have the option of going Trick Room. My plan is to be like 2/3 Trick Room, 1/3 Tailwind. That's like kind of my plan for my team. Like 2/3, like most games I'm going to be going Trick Room, but I'm going to have the option to go Tailwind or just play with a fast, like Starmie can just sweep on its own in the right position, right? So like, here's like one of the strategies that I developed, right? So you start the game off and you front that you're going full Trick Room, but in the back, you're actually running Starmie, or you're running a really fast Mon. So they spend the whole game trying to stall your Trick Room out, when all you're trying to do is take out the threats that stop your two fast Pokemon, or your one fast Pokemon. And all I'm doing is trying to take out a specific threat. And then I just let them think they win by sitting there and protecting and stalling through Trick Room. And then they get rid of my two leads. And all of a sudden, an 135 base speed Pokemon shows up. And it's like, oh, you thought I was trying to play Trick Room, but actually, I'm about to sweep you with Starmie. Game's over. And that's what I try to do to a lot of people, because a lot of people will sit there and try to stall out Trick Room, so I like to have a backup plan. I've even had games where on the final turn of Trick Room, I'll activate Tailwind. And it's amazing, because the Trick Room ends and Tailwind goes up. Same turn. And people are like, wait, what? And it's like, yep, guess what? I just shifted into speed mode, and now I'm gonna beat you. And like, people just aren't ready for it. A lot of people are just so, they just listen to like the competitive players, which is a good thing to do, and they just do what they do. They don't like think for themselves. So I find that like very often I can like pull the wool over people's eyes by doing a hybrid team, because like the hybrid team seems to be like the safest way to make sure that I don't just get stalled out and like I don't just get screwed, right? Yeah, it's cool. Like, I'll try to use, so like to be clear, during the last turn of Trick Room, I activate Tailwind. So at the end of that turn, Trick Room ends, and I have a Tailwind up, right, for like 3 more turns or something like that. And it's a cool strategy. It's hard to pull off. I don't want to make it sound like I can do this every game, like not even close. But I've pulled it off before, and when I have, it was like, yo! And like the whole time, I played for Tailwind, but I fronted Trick Room early on. Yeah, I might do some battles in the future for sure. I might. But anyways, I said I wouldn't go too far into Pokemon talk, and here I am 10 minutes later. I know it's hard for people to follow, so I try not to go too hard. But I could sit here and talk about it all day, because I love team building. I have so much fun with team building. I really do. I really enjoy team building a lot. Trying to build a synergy dark team. Masquerada has grassy terrain, and I had someone running grassy glide. Dude, that's fun. I thought about messing around with some terrain stuff as well, even though there's no setters. Pioneers of Olive Town is almost fun as Pokopia. Are you playing Pioneers of Olive Town, dude? Yeah, but that's it. That's it. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to have my cake and eat it too. And it's way harder than you think to build a team where you have everything. It's impossible. So I'm trying to like figure out how to like have my cake and eat it too. And it's real tough. Like I want to use Prankster to guarantee Trick Room, but the Prankster mons are just not really my favorite. And I'm trying to avoid fire weakness. So like the obvious Prankster Tailwind Trick Room setter is Whimsicott. It has everything I need, except for the fact that it's weak to fire. And I already have a ×4 weak to fire. So I'm trying to like avoid another one. But I was thinking about it last night, and I think I'm just going to go with Whimsicott anyways. It's just such a powerful mon, dude. It's hard to avoid it. It's like, it's just perfect. And then I could just build the rest of my team around that fire weakness a little better. Prankster only ups priority of Trick Room by 1. Oh, I thought Prankster made it just the fastest thing in the room for some reason. I was misunderstanding how Prankster worked. Oh, okay. So yeah, my original strategy, my original team that used Slowking, my whole strategy around getting Trick Room up was I made my Slowking super tanky. And here's what I would do. So everybody was playing Charizard Y, and everyone thinks that they can one-shot my Slowking with Charizard with their Solar Beam, right? So I swear to you, dude, like clockwork, every single game with the Charizard Venusaur would start off the game, and they would Solar Beam directly into my, and they wouldn't attack with both. They would Solar Beam into my Slowking thinking they're gonna one-shot it, and then they would try to put my Mousehold to sleep. Every game. Every single game, like clockwork. And I'm like, will you guys figure it out? Like, you can't kill Slowking that fast. Like, he's a really chunky boy. Like, you can't. Like, it's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen, dude. Stop trying, dude. I've even had my Slowking live from 2 hits of grass attacks. Like, he's a monster, dude. So I was using Slowking and Mousehold and Follow Me as my original Trick Room setter. And it works really well. The only problem is some games you lose Mousehold right away and you're playing a 3v4. And it's mad. It's like, that's a rough position to be in from the beginning of the game. Is to like, if you hit Follow Me on Mousehold and they just completely murder the Mousehold, it sucks. It's like, okay, at this point, you got Trick Room up, but you better have a plan to make Trick Room worth it, because you just put yourself in a 3v4. That's a really tough position to be in. Like, it's like you have to have a plan to come out of that. And I kept losing games because I didn't have a plan. I was just like, okay, Trick Room's up. My Slowking doesn't hit anybody for anything really that hard. It's like ice beaming into Dragonite for only like 40%. Like, that's not enough. I got to get that Dragonite off the field right away. You know what I mean? Like, so that's why I decided to go for version 2 of my Fortress team, is when I realized, like, I need way more damage. I have to be one-tapping stuff. I can't go into Trick Room and then just sit there and like fart around, because players who know what they're doing I'm only going to get a chance to attack you like twice. In between protects and switching in and out and stuff, I get like maybe 2 solid attacks in Trick Room, and I have to make those attacks ruin you. And when I'm only doing like 30%, I'm like, okay, there's a problem here. And I know like multi-scale and all that, but like just in general, like I wasn't doing enough damage. So I went back to the drawing board, and I think Pre-Marina is going to be the answer. I feel very confidently that she is going to do the damage I need. I love Alolan Ninetales with Blizzard, Aurora Veil. Dude, yeah, Alolan Ninetales is fun. The new people love Frostlass. Frostlass is getting a lot of popularity right now. All right, is there no more pink roses on this island? I can't believe I only got 1. Stop being stingy, dude. Yeah, that's it. 1 single pink rose and 2 robust flowers. That's it. I feel like I got scammed. Bum, 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 bum. I haven't checked for Mewtwo yet. Let's go check for him right now. Yeah, thank you very much for the knowledge on Prankster, because you saved me a lot of head time, because I was sitting here trying to wrap my head around if that was the play or not. It sounds like the best play for me is a follow me mon, huh? It sounds like that the best play is a follow me mon. Which is like, I already have Mousehold on the team. The only other option is Clefable. Clefable seems way worse than Mousehold. She just seems like a way worse mon entirely. Like everything, her stat pool. Like I wonder if her items, her move set is like good enough. Right, or Rage Powder. The only problem with Rage Powder is everything that has Rage Powder has a weakness to fire. It sucks, and I'm trying to avoid the fire weakness stacking up because of Heat Wave. It sucks, dude. It's like everything literally has a fire weakness that has Rage Powder. It makes sense if you think about it. Besides for like Skull Villain, I think. It's terrible. Yeah, trying to avoid that freaking fire weakness if I can. I want my core 4 Pokemon to be able to comfortably to have Fortress comfortably pivot in and to take hits. And so I have to watch out for fire. I'm trying to find teammates that want to get hit by stuff that Fortress wants to soak up. That's been like my whole journey. And like grass is perfect. Yo, we'll see you, Nadine. Just tech in Rain Dance. I know that's actually something I'm thinking about doing. Pelipper, right? Somebody said it earlier. Yeah, believe me, dude. Pelipper or Politoed, or just straight up adding Rain Dance to like Mousehold or something could seriously be like the play, dude. Like I could even add Rain Dance to Fortress. I thought about doing it. It seriously might be the play. All right, looks like we might have got an outfit or something, y'all. You guys down? Let's see what this is. Peculiar pattern. Dang. Tell you Pelipper with Tailwind and Drizzle. Right. Pelipper is something that's on my... The only reason I don't like Pelipper is because Pelipper gets destroyed by... So first off, my team is already weak to electricity, and I'm afraid of Rotom. Secondly, Rock Throw. Rock Slide. Rock Slide is a big problem. And... if I'm gonna run Honestly, Pelipper's probably one of the best choices I have. Because even while I'm sitting here thinking about it and yapping, everyone else on my team can take a rock slide well. Just not... I don't have any rock immunity. That's the thing I'm scared of. It's not... I don't have rock immunity, but I don't have rock weakness either. So it's like a weird game of like... If I get put in front of a dual rock slide team, I would like to be able to handle it relatively well. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Like I said, I'm trying to have my cake and eat it too before I accept the ×4 lightning weakness. Politoed honestly seems like the better play. What is Politoed's typing? Is it just water? Pure water. I have so many water mons on my team already. It's like, so what I do is I could drop Starmie for a different offensive, because I have other options. Like I have Gallade. Gallade is an option for my team as well. Wait, I don't want to leave yet. I want to check my Pokedex. No Mewtwo today. I didn't want to bother doing a bet because I just felt in my heart that today wasn't the day. Why not Snowscape? It doesn't have to be rain. We mentioned rain because it lowers my ×4 weakness to fire on Fortress. That's the only reason we even brought rain up. Right. But yeah, it could be anything, to be fair. Basically, anything but sun would do me justice. For shutting sun down, and then also just for, like, you know, whatever strategies. Just trying to cancel out Mega Charge Drought. Yeah, I'm not necessarily afraid of Drought. I'm mostly just afraid of hard-hitting heat waves. Yeah, fire in general, right? All right, that was a beautiful loot journey. Let's go straight to Withered Wasteland and drop that stuff off. I'm excited. I'm excited. Yeah, dude, like I just expressed though, man, I could talk about team building all day. We'll have to do some champion streams when I'm feeling it. Some night streams. We'll just relax. We'll talk more Pokemon team building and we'll dive in, all right? We'll do some of that stuff. I know I said I wasn't too into doing a ton of it, but I do plan to do some of it. So I'll make a point to make that happen and we can move on for now, since I know a lot of when I go in a team building talk, I imagine a lot of people in the chat room are like, okay, now it's time for me to actually get work done at the office because I don't understand anything that's being said. Like, oh, I better get some work done at the office because Hylians will be back in 15 minutes. But I really enjoyed talking about it, so thanks for listening. And you guys gave me some good ideas on how I can continue to have my cake and eat it too. It's gonna just come down to doubling up on a weakness. I think the answer is Sinistea, actually, and Rage Powder. And I just suck it up, and I just build a really strong team around it instead of being so worried about the double fire weakness. Sorry, what did you say? I was getting work done at the office. Yo, what's up, Ash? So we have a little cute Bulbasaur event happening this Sunday. We're still waiting for the end of April for the next main event, which I'm really excited about. Right, Sinistea can heal, and it also has Rage Powder. It also has... Sinistea has something that's even better than the healing, though, for my team. Hold on. Sinistea. It has a hidden ability that is really nasty, actually. It's, hold on. It's got heat proof. It has heat proof. So even though it has a fire weakness, I could put it on my team, give it heat proof instead of hospitality, and I could just make it have that natural resistance to fire anyways. And like, I could still like rock it as my trick room setter, whatever. It has all sorts of perks. I think it has trick room. It also has rage powder, so it can be used alongside another trick roomer. It also has pain split. Like, honestly, there's a bunch of really cool tech with this Pokemon. There's a reason a lot of people are using it. It's pretty strong. I thought there was something else that it had that was a super fun tech. Oh yeah, the hospitality, where it can heal you. Right, it can heal. If it comes into play, it can heal your partner. Right. I'm actually reading the... Wow, it randomly gets Scald, Rage Powder, Psych Up, Protect, Phantom Force. It actually has such an eclectic moveset. It's actually kind of crazy. Okay. I'm surprised Slowpoke has a use in battle. So Slow King, but dude, no cap, I'm actually really sad that Slow King's not on my team anymore, and I've been thinking about trying to force it in because it's such a good mon. It like really is a good mon. Like Slow King is really good, right? Like I was so shocked at how good Slow King was. I had never used the Slow King in my life, and it was genuinely a blast. Like it was really good. Yeah, we completed our Aerodactyl. We finished the Pokedex. We did it. I think I want this to be a field of wildflowers. So I don't want it to be... I don't want it to be like... symmetrical. We're gonna resist symmetry here. I think I want this to be like wildflowers. So even though like they would have been planted by like humans in an attempt to make this area look nicer, I think they just put a bunch of flowers down and they just made it like random. How are you, by the way, Valentine? Boom, 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 boom. Just added Aegislash to my team yesterday, and it's been having pretty good luck with it. I was looking at Aegislash again, besides for that nasty ×4 fire weakness that I've been trying to avoid in my other team members. I came to the conclusion last night that like it's not a problem if I have at least one more fire weakness as long as I play around it. So I realized I got to get off my... I got to stop trying to avoid fire, because like there's so many good Pokemon that have a fight. Like Aegislash is a great example of that. Eating some food today? Nice. I will still go ahead and have the corners match, though. All of those flowers and stuff I picked up throughout the playthrough. All right, fine, I'll get started on the ladder. You might as well just have some fun with it. The truth is the longer you wait, the more experimental people are probably going to get. So, like, you'll probably have more fun if you wait anyways, but you won't be playing the same cookie cutter teams. Well, yeah, you might as well. You know, I almost say this to myself while I say it to you, but sometimes I have to just try to play and enjoy and not worry about winning, because like going on a massive lose streak can suck, and like it can feel like your team's not doing a lot, and then like that's when I all of a sudden go back into team building, and like part of me was like, oh, am I getting ahead of myself, right? It's like, should I just go back to playing with the team I first created? I still have it. It's still honestly not too bad, but I really did haphazardly throw that team together, you know, as haphazardly as somebody who overthinks does, which is to say I put a lot of effort into it, but like I put effort in, not a lot. Whereas this time I'm actually putting a lot of effort in, and I'm having so much fun with the team building process that like, yeah, I don't know, just dive in and have fun with it. Don't overthink it. Not in a very thinky mood after work. I will say that I can't play Pokemon Champions or any competitive VGC if I'm not in a thinky mood. I have so much respect for that. I have to be in a thinky mood. Oh yeah, dude, I can't even bother. I have to be like ready to use my noggin. Yes, dude. I do agree with that statement, actually. I'm doing pretty well today. I'm a little tired, and I decided to take 2 days off. I wasn't feeling like myself, and I was just feeling kind of down, and I was feeling overwhelmed, and all normal feelings that we just don't talk about enough in the human society. And so I decided to just take off Monday, which I never do. Like, I never take Mondays off. It was super weird. And I decided to let myself relax a little bit, and then I tried to take care of some business so I feel less overwhelmed, and it all worked out pretty well. It was a great day off. It was a great 2 days off, and I feel real good coming back into the stream here today. I feel like I needed the time off more than I realized, so it all just kind of worked out. And otherwise, I'm a little tired. My sleep schedule is just super butchered right now, and I just couldn't sleep last night. So I actually got up and played a bunch of VGC. I didn't play any matches. I just team built and hung out with my cat because I just like couldn't sleep. But I managed to get enough rest that I feel pretty all right today, even if I like could use a little bit more sleep, to be honest. So today, though, I'm not allowed to nap because that's been the problem. I've been napping and then my sleep schedule's messed up. So today I have to push. No naps for me today. I just need, and I'm going to go on a walk and I'm going to try to work out so that by the time 9 p.m. rolls around, I'm really tired. My goal is to tucker myself out, like having a kid and making him go outside and play after dinner, you know, like I'm going to tucker myself out today. And then hopefully when I go to bed tonight, I'm actually tired. And if I don't take a nap, I know I will be. I know I will be. Because I just took a massive nap again yesterday and I ruined it. So here's going to be the trick, y'all. The trick is going to be, how do we create a perfect habitat for Combee and Vespiquen when their home is just a bunch of wildflowers behind these buildings? I think I might hide one of these huts in the ground, like for Vespiquen, maybe? All right, let me show y'all what I mean, though. So if you all know, my goal, my final mission for this game is to, for those that don't know, my final mission for this game is going to be to create perfect habitats for all my Pokemon. But I want to challenge myself to do this in sometimes outside natural habitats. So what I'm going to be challenging myself to do here, let's see if Vespiquen can even come through the door. I think she can. Yeah. What we're going to do here is we're going to have Vespiquen and we're going to have Combi living. My original plan was to have them living in these wildflower patches behind these houses. And then I was going to challenge myself to create perfect habitats for them, which would require bright, lots of nature, nice breezes, wooden stuff, gatherings, group activities, and sweet flavors, huh? And I'm assuming it's the same for you. Oh, she wants complicated stuff instead of group activities. That's the difference. So I've decided I'm not going to do it back here. This is going to be too hard. I'm realizing that I have so many flower patches that are going to be implemented here. Why would I try to shove them there? I can literally have them living here. And it's going to be a lot easier to give them a perfect habitat if I can put benches and stuff around. Fluffy flower bed, flower garden. Yeah, I kind of think that this is going to be the Vespaquen and Combi home right here. Let's see. You want to move in here? Isn't that weird? Look how it's all broken up. All right. Here's the dotted line. Dang it, the benches didn't fit. So I'm going to have to add some more benches to the area here. And then over here, Combi, let's get you living here. And I'll honestly have them living right next to each other. Perfect. Yeah, I'll have them living virtually right next to each other. And then we can really design both of their homes together. Right? This is Vespaquen's home. And this is Combi's home. They're basically right next to each other. We should be able to incorporate like the things that they love, I hope. I'm gonna have to decorate more of this space than I realized. I'm not sure what I want to do here. Anyways, for now, we're slowly gonna start giving these Pokemon homes. We're planting flowers, we're planting bushes. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Yeah, dude, I feel that comment about not wanting to use my brain so much. VGC takes all of my brain, dude. It really does. It takes kind of all of my brain. All right, have this going over here. And then I kind of just want this to trail off right there. Just kind of end right there. No more path. That path there is going to just wrap up. And then over here, I'd like to maybe add another path here. Maybe something like this. Hopefully getting tired, like you said, helps you get some sleep. Yeah, dude, thank you. Yeah, I had a couple days in a row of rough sleep, so I wasn't too happy about showing back up today, feeling a little bit off. I also ate a Dairy Queen chili dog yesterday that destroyed my stomach, which is why I've been nauseous today. So I have to take full blame. I'm not gonna lie. I was out and about and I was like, I'm gonna eat a chili dog. I'm gonna be Sonic the Hedgehog. This is gonna be a blast. I love Sonic and Sonic loves chili dogs. So I also should love chili dogs. This is gonna be the best decision I've ever made. I sure do love chili dogs. And well, guess what? No, I don't, because my stomach hates me. It was the worst decision ever, dude. And I ate 2 of them because there was a deal. And I got 2 of them for like, you know, dirt cheap. So while I was role-playing Sonic the Hedgehog and getting myself a chili dog, I was setting myself up for failure the next day. I feel like this is how everyone in their 30s thinks. Yeah, you think so? Well, either way, it was a combination of things. A little bit of low sleep, and then a little bit of low sleep, and then the decision to eat a chili dog yesterday from Dairy Queen, the place that's totally known for their hot dogs and food. Yeah, let's not forget that, like, you know, they're totally known for their hot dogs and food over at, you know, at Dairy Queen. So, you know, you're getting real quality food when you get food from Dairy Queen. You know, they're totally known for their hamburgers and hot dogs. So that was a great decision on my part to eat hot dogs from an ice cream shop. To be fair though, the lady who sold me the hot dogs was super sweet. She was cool. She was super cool lady. And I filled out a survey for her and everything. And I went in on the survey. I was like, this lady deserves a raise. Laura? More like Legend of Dairy Queen. I swear to you, I said that exact line. I said, Laura? More like Legend of Dairy Queen. Now in hindsight, I wish I would have said more like actual Dairy Queen. The queen of the dairy. I wasn't thinking on my toes, I guess. Anyways, I went in. It was this super old, nice lady, and she was so kind. And I'm just like, lady, thank you so much for making my day. And she's like, well, you can fill out a survey. And I'm just like, you know what? I'll do it. And she's like, yeah, and if you want, and I'm like, and she's like, I'm like, I'll do it for you, Laura, because you're just a peach. And she's like, oh, well, if that's the case, make sure you mention me as well. She's like, don't be shy now. I'm like, all right, I got you. She was just nice old lady working the day shift at Dairy Queen. Can't believe you actually met the Dairy Queen. I mean, she was definitely old enough to be the Dairy Queen. All right, that was rude, but Bum 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 bum. Beep bo bo bo. Turns out she's actually just one of my competitors' grandmas, and she knew me, and she wanted to get me sick so that I had to take 2 days off, and her grandson could have more success in the streaming space. Damn it, Grandma! Get this shit out of here. Stop it, Grams. Don't be meddling in affairs you don't understand. That'll show that highly in descent. King of AC, my left foot. Plot twist, she's the competitor. Oh my gosh. For some reason, sometimes the same happens to me when I eat Freddy's. Yeah, dude, Freddy's, that's funny. I've had that only once ever. I know exactly what you're talking about. They do like ice cream and stuff as well. Custard, right? Plot twist. Plot twist. King of AC, meet the queen of DQ. Do they have Dairy Queens over in Europe? Can any European fam? Do they have Dairy Queens over in Europe? Is that a thing you'll find over there? I feel like they didn't make it overseas. I feel like they're not prestigious enough to be overseas. Like maybe Canada, but like there's no way, right? There's no way that they figured out how to get the Dairy Queen overseas. Pretty sure no. Definitely not in Germany. Yeah, they're in Canada, but like, yeah, they're not overseas. The Dairy Queen's not that prestigious. She ain't about that life. Sorry, no offense, Dairy Queen. It's not that prestigious, you know? Trinidad has them. Boom, 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 boom. We have her in Mexico. Dang, she's been getting around. My first job was at a DQ, really? Yeah, I like DQ as well, yeah. You think a stomach ache's gonna stop me from eating chili dogs from Dairy Queen? You're out of your mind if you think that's the lesson I learned from that story. The only lesson I learned from that story was that I need to go get 2 more chili dogs today because they were delicious. That's you think I learned a lesson, dude? I kind of want this lamp to be here. To be matching the other side, and then I want this to be kind of close to the building I'm gonna build here. We don't have any. Okay, I do have some blocks. I don't really have any good blocks to use. All right, let's at least get the foundation of the building, and like let's figure out how big we want it to be. It needs to be kind of small. In fact, technically we could just copy and paste this building right here. Yeah, this will be perfect. So let's do this. You know that a blizzard has 2 days worth of calories? Listen, I don't know what they're putting in the blizzards in Canada, all right, but no, that's probably true. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. An 8 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, let's go. What up, Akea? Good to see you. Is the visual quality that different from Switch 1 to Switch 2? Not necessarily. I mean, yeah. First off, yes, it is for like most games. It's a pretty big noticeable difference. If a game got like a Switch 2 upgrade, like a proper Switch 2 upgrade. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It is like a noticeable difference from Switch 1 to Switch 2 for like certain games. Oh yeah. But the reason I like originally said like no to you, or like it depends, because not every game has a Switch 2 upgrade. So just keep in mind that not every game is going to look as good on the Switch 2, because if the company hasn't given it an upgrade. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Does that make sense? So like if it's a Switch 1 game that hasn't gotten an upgrade yet for Switch 2, then it doesn't matter. It's not really gonna look that much better. Right? But if it's a Switch 2 game, or if it's a game that got a Switch 2 upgrade, it really is different. A lot of people say, oh my gosh, the quality is insane. It's a whole different way of playing. So now, are you specifically talking about this game, Akeya, or do you have like a reference to what game you might be speaking on? Just out of curiosity, I'm just kind of curious about the statement. So like, I don't actually, this game is only a Switch 2 game. So I guess that question doesn't make sense. Right, so they would have to be talking about just games in general. So I can tell you this then, since I answered my own question. I can tell you this much. Switch 2 Tears of the Kingdom looks very good compared to the Switch 1 version. Like, that's like the best. Breath of the Wild Switch 2 looks very different than Breath of the Wild Switch 1, in my opinion, like very different. But the Switch 2 edition of Mario Wonder didn't really look too different to me at all. It was like I was just playing the same game. Or Animal Crossing Switch 2 edition's a great comment. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. So it does depend on the game, but it seems like the real answer to your question is yes, the technology is that much better. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, but that includes the roof. Okay, we're basically copying this building. Also, what are you guys doing up here? Are you just flying around? So 7 including the roof going up. So 6 otherwise. Let me just grab this cliff. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, nice. Yeah, it really is. The Switch 2 does look a lot better in certain circumstances. But like, I don't think you go out and buy a Switch 2 just because the games look a little better. I don't think you do that. Maybe some people do. I don't think that's the play for your average person. I think you go out and buy a Switch 2 because of the games, and then you just mention that the games look better to further justify your purchase, right? That's kind of what's happening there. Like, you kind of just... You kind of just go for the graphics to further justify your purchase. But I don't think that's like the main reason that you'd be buying it. Yeah, I guess a good way to think about it is if you're already a Nintendo fan, the Switch 2 upgrade is just that. It's just an upgrade. But if you're somebody who's not a Nintendo fan and you really needed convincing, then the graphic upgrade is going to be important to you. Does that make sense? Like, that's going to be important to you, because if you were somebody who was like not really the strongest Nintendo fan and you are like kind of looking at the Switch 1's graphics and you're like, and you're like, well, man, the Switch 2 seemingly has better graphics. Maybe this is more for me. You're probably right. It probably is more for you. You know, the graphic upgrade's going to matter to somebody like that a little bit more. Whereas like, you know, me, like a diehard Nintendo fan, like it made a difference. It certainly was noticeable, especially with my big 4K TV. It's very noticeable on that. But I will say that it's definitely not the thing that's like keeping me coming back. Like, the graphics are just a part of the conversation. They're very far from like the most important part. Again, at least for me. Yeah, we're going to be checking out Tamagotchi Life together tomorrow. Yeah, we'll be here tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. We'll load up Tamagotchi Life and we'll play it for anywhere between 4 to 8 hours, depending on how much I enjoy it and how much the chat enjoys it. I'll see about the price in a few months. Yeah, if you're a pretty hardcore Nintendo fan, Switch 2 is a little bit of a no-brainer, but like, it's going to become more of a no-brainer by the end of this year. When I say no-brainer, I just mean like, you're likely going to be pleased with your purchase when it's all said and done. Right? You're likely going to be like pretty happy about you picking it up by the end. Whereas like give it till the end of this year and we're looking at potentially a lot of games, right? Also, Tinkerbell, I missed your message. I wanted to answer. Was it about, yeah, it was about what we just said. It was about Tamagotchi. Yeah, I will be here. The catalog's growing. Like here, let's quickly take a look at Spawn Wave. And Spawn Wave just talked about this morning. Here's a little leak for y'all. Let's go to Spawn Wave for the day here. And take a look at this.
Let's get into the bigger stuff. Let's start right away with a bunch of Switch 2 games that have appeared online. Some more like confirmation that, hey, they could be coming up here pretty soon. Others that we hadn't really heard of, and now they've just kind of leaked out through different ratings boards. And we'll start with the big one that happened yesterday. You can see Diablo 4. Now, I guess this shouldn't be too surprising necessarily because Diablo 3 on the Switch, to my understanding, actually sold fairly well. So yeah, I don't see why Blizzard wouldn't look at the Switch 2 and be like, hey, let's get Diablo 4 there. Sure, Diablo 4 is a more demanding game, so maybe they look at the Switch 1 and go, it's not necessarily working as well there, but hey, the Switch 2, we can make that happen. Well,
so yeah, so right out the gate, Diablo 4, which makes sense, right? Let's keep going.
As we can see over on Nintendo Life, this did appear on an Indonesian rating board. And now at this time, it's like, okay, there's the Switch that's listed. And it seems like the way that they list these things on for the Indonesia rating board is they list just sort of the overall brand. All right. So it's like, oh, there's the Switch, Xbox, PlayStation, and PC, right? They don't say, oh, here's the Switch 2 or the Xbox Series X or S or whatever. It's just like, here's the Switch. All right. So now we're thinking, all right, we have this Diablo 4 release coming up at some point. But then if you go back over the last week or two, Devil May Cry 5, which has been noticed on a ratings board.
So what he's talking about right now is a bunch of stuff just got rated again, like refreshed their ratings and refreshed, like basically like a good way to think about this is generally speaking, a game will get rated when it's ready to be released or when they're thinking about putting it out there, because a game requires to be rated by ratings boards to be sold. All right. So all of a sudden, a bunch of stuff has started getting rated all at once, and all signs are pointing towards a potential like big Nintendo Direct on the horizon. So that's what you're listening to. Like, let's keep going real quick.
Now we're thinking, all right, we have this Diablo 4 release coming up at some point. But then if you go back over the last week or two, Devil May Cry 5, which has been noticed on a ratings board, Guardians of the Galaxy, would not expect that. I felt like that game was just completely left behind at this point. But I don't know, I guess they're just whoever's going to port it over and see if they can get some money off of that game. Hell Is Us, and that's still a game, by the way, that I keep looking at. I wouldn't mind trying it, but that to me, is a game that I'm waiting to see it drop to like $20. All right, now I'm keeping an eye out for it. I've seen it hit like 30. I'm thinking that's a nice $20 special at some point, maybe towards the end of this year again, after it goes on sale for Black Friday or Cyber Monday. That's when I think I'll move on it, pick it up maybe on like the PS5 or something there. And then Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave and Splatoon Raiders also appear to have gotten new ratings. All right.
So we're looking at like Tamagotchi Life, Yoshi the Mysterious Book, Rhythm Heaven Groove, a potential Devil May Cry 5, Splatoon Raiders could be releasing this year, which is what we were told. We were told that. Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave, we were told that releases this year, and we're waiting for release dates on both. There was rumors that we're getting Ocarina of Time remake this year. There's also rumors that we're getting Star Fox this year. Dude, like this year could come swinging with Nintendo Switch games. And then they're talking about Diablo 4, they're talking about Hell Is Us, they're talking about Devil May Cry, they're talking like, holy heck, like, could we actually be getting some good eating.
A couple headlines there for a partner showcase. And those just kind of pop up out of nowhere, right? Like sometimes Nintendo in the past has even just released it. They haven't even announced it ahead of time. It's, hey, here's a 20-minute video with a bunch of games coming to the Switch too, and they just drop it right then and there without prior warning. So that's possible. Here's the thing though. We've also seen ratings pop up and then the game doesn't appear until later on that year or something. So it sounds weird, but I do kind of think we're still on track for that June Direct, as Nate has alluded to.
June.
And maybe that's something that happens in the first week of June, and really we're 7 weeks away from that. So if that's the case, sure.
Yeah, and that's what the whole industry is saying right now is a June Direct. And when he words it that way, it's only 7 weeks away. It's not as long as you would think. We think 2 months, but it's 7 weeks. It's a little bit simpler to digest. So yeah, we really are on the edge of a Direct, and a lot of people are calling June. Some people are saying as early as May, but like that's just speculation. And it's pretty interesting to see like what could they maybe do, right? And like, are they going to drop a massive Direct on us? Are they going to blow our minds? Like they kind of have to at this point, right? Like they can't just put down a week Direct after what they've done making us wait, right? Like the thing is that I feel like Nintendo's put themselves in this classic Nintendo position again, where like now we're all waiting with bated breath, and they're gonna have to make it be a massive. It's gonna have to be a big Direct, you know. And I think the end of June makes even more sense. Kerbu, you could be really onto something. Wow. So as far as Duskbloods, I can't remember the most recent word on Duskbloods. All I know is that it's supposed to be coming out this year, right? And we're just like waiting to hear more. I can tell you that Elden Ring Tarnished Edition got delayed because the game apparently the game was dropping frames and stuff during like testing and during like public like demo testing. So Elden Ring Tarnished Edition got delayed because of bad frames. I think Duskbloods is not delayed or anything. It's just we don't have much info on when it's coming. They just said it's this year, I think. Right. Yeah, I saw that. Detective Rach. It's going to be coming with all the DLC, and people weren't sure about the price. Also, here's a random little side segue here. Nintendo has allegedly released different size cartridges finally. So one of the industry experts did a teardown of one of Nintendo's most recent game cartridges, and it turns out that there's finally a 32 gigabyte instead of just a 64. For a quick context, so when Nintendo Switch 2 released, apparently there was no different sizes of cartridges that Nintendo themselves or third parties could use. So everyone was opting for game key cards because Nintendo was basically asking these companies to pay a bunch of extra money on top in order to use a cartridge that was 5 times the size of the game. 64 gigabytes versus 8 versus 5 versus 10. So we started seeing all this game key card stuff. Well, Nintendo said that they would do something about it, and they kind of have held to their word. And they haven't announced it officially, but we have official evidence now that there are going to be smaller carts, as they said there would be. And what this means for all of us is simply one very short and sweet comment, and that's potentially more games that are full on cartridge as we go forward. Less game key cards, more full on cartridge games that don't cost too much for these companies to produce, which, whether they're just worried about their bottom line or if the price hike was really that much, I don't know, but I just thought I would share that for those of you that were kind of keeping up with the saga of the game key cards. It seems like things could be getting better as the future unravels, which is pretty cool. This is the long route for destroying cliffs, but it's easiest so I don't destroy too much. All right, and I might leave this cliff here and just build the fence into the cliff. This is all going to be my fence line here. So I'm just trying to perfectly get my fence line kind of set up and staged here. All right, cool. And we could even scoot these benches over a little bit more, potentially. Even though I'd like it to be kind of centered. Boom, 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 boom. It seems kind of centered now. Yeah, I could just scoot it over a little bit more. Let's do that really quick. Yeah, maybe like right there. That feels good. That feels real good. The devs will ultimately be the ones to decide whether or not to stick with game key cards. Right, and the hope is that if Nintendo offers cheaper options, we'll see less game key cards. That's like the hope. Now, will that be the reality? That's the question now, isn't it? That's the question. Will that be the reality or not? All right, sick. Boom, 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 boom. And then I want to put a street lamp like right about here. Next to the building. Instead of this one here. I wasn't planning on having one here. Even though having one on both sides of the building might be nice. Doom, doom. Beep, boo, boo, boo. And we could actually push this back a little bit. Maybe even put it like right. Yeah, maybe we might even pull this out and like space it over one. Got to get a stylus for your Switch. I did find one that works, but it's really unconventional. My time on Frog Island, that game was fun, man. My playthrough's on YouTube if anybody ever wants to watch it. That's cool. That's cool that you said that. That's a cool reference. I haven't thought about that game in a bit. All right. We made a ton of progress today. A ton of progress. I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. I have some business I need to take care of. And I can't be late. I just have an appointment I need to get to here. So let's go ahead and call this one here today. Thanks for coming out, everybody. Thanks for coming out here today. I hope y'all enjoyed the show. Happy to be back. I wanted to give y'all, you know, something close to a nice long boy to make up for some of the time lost. So tomorrow we'll be here for Tamagotchi Life and probably Zelda in the afternoon, maybe? I don't know. I don't want to promise. But we're probably going to game switch unless I just fall in love with the game. We'll see. We'll probably game switch tomorrow unless I like am just deep. I could be deep. But we'll probably game switch at some point in the afternoon. So we'll be here for a nice hearty 6 to 8, depending on my energy level. And hopefully y'all can make it. If not, no worries. We'll be back probably for the rest of the weekend as well. But you know I love a good Friday show. So Thursday show tomorrow. So I'll be here and we'll do our best to make it a nice hearty broadcast. Thanks for coming out. Lots of designing. Today was a mega design day, yeah? We did some designing in AC on our island, and then we did some designing in Pokopia. It was cool. It was a cool little design stream. It's nice to have 2 games that I'm designing in, actually, because I got bored of doing AC designing, and then I was able to switch and do Pokopia, and it felt good. Like, it didn't feel like I was burnt out. You know, like I was able to like get a completely different vibe by switching to a different game, which I find that to be really awesome. So I'm hoping that I can continue that trend in the future. Maybe we'll do multiple design days, you know? Could be a lot of fun. All right, I'll be back tomorrow though, and we'll lock in for some Tamagotchi life. The kitty cat went to sleep, so no camera, no kitty cam for the end of the show today. But I'll continue to work towards getting that set up for all of you. Thank you for understanding. And yeah, we'll be back. We'll be back, y'all. This is Highly in Descent signing off from another wonderful Hyrule Gaming Group production. If I don't see y'all here tomorrow, I'll see you when I see you, fam. Don't forget to game on. And of course, as always, peace. Wrap it up. And on to the next episode. Peace. All right. We are out of here. Thank you again, everyone, for supporting the stream, the journey, the dream. Shout out to all the supporters today, bits, subs, Discord members, YouTube members, whatever it may be. Shout out to Morgso with the 69, Lydia. Thank you again, Lydia, for 14 as well. Thank you so much for the follows. And we had some fresh YouTube subscribers as well. We've been absolutely destroying the YouTube front. I'm so proud. We can go ahead and celebrate some of that talk tomorrow. Thank you, everybody. Love y'all and appreciate y'all. Honored to be a part of your daily routines. Certainly honored to have you as a part of mine. We'll be back to do it again here tomorrow. Checking out a new game. New game day is always a blast. So I know I'm looking forward to it, y'all. But until next time, this is Highly in Descent signing off. Peace. And hit them cat jams. Peace.